Was similar.
Yeah, this gets hard
now. I feel like it was a DreamHack back in London.
What the bloody? I'll give you that.
Yeah, and it was like, I just remember because it had like black curtains with little white lights all the way down. And I remember watching it in London. So yeah, I think it was happy. I can't remember, and obviously against Dupree, so it was TSM at the time.
Oh my goodness!
So that must have been it.
So what team was he playing for?
Envious?
Yes, well played. That was Team Solo Mid and Team Envious Grand Final at DreamHack Open London 2015, and it was Semler. I think that's a 3-pointer.
Oh, he didn't get TSM, but I'll give him 3 points.
Did he not give? He said TSM. He did.
Yeah, I thought he said just okay, whatever.
Yeah, he said TSM, and then I asked him who.
Yeah, I'm not going to quibble. I'm still in the lead.
You are still in the lead. Are you keeping track?
No.
2-5. You've got 5 points
now.
And you have
7.
7. Thank you, because I'm struggling.
And well, that's what happens when you go around the corner. Happy with one dig. Oh, and another one! Oh, and a third! Happy! He could get another one here too, Dupree. Dupree is like sweating bullets. Happy's gonna get the quad kill in the ace! What is this?
Question 5. Oh, I don't know how to deliver this one. I'll give it to you neutrally.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
You sure? You don't want to give it a shot?
I don't remember how it goes.
Okay.
Smith's looking confused and dazed, and there's going to be a follow-up headshot.
I'm going to say that was Anders.
Does sound like Anders.
It does sound like Anders. Do you have the answers on there?
I do.
Okay. Is it Anders?
Yeah, it is. No, I was just trying to help.
I feel like if it's an old clip you can't remember, it's always good to go with Anders because he was casting the majority of the game.
I have no idea event that was at, but it was Dust 2.
Had to be Dust 2. Smith only gets good.
That's true, yeah. It was...
It might not be Dust 2, but I said it with confidence. I wanted to really project it into the world.
I'm going to believe you.
Okay.
So would you like to just take the 1 point and pass?
Yeah, I would actually.
I need an event and I need a team.
Oh, okay.
I can give you a clue. The line continues.
Wait, I'd like a clue.
Okay, well listen up.
Yeah, there we
buzz
go.
again.
All right.
And there's going to be a follow-up headshot. Olaf Meister, you've got to be kidding me!
I got nothing.
Yeah, no, that's
I got nothing.
All right, think should we leave that one?
Yeah, I think we'll leave that one.
Okay,
Do you have the event on that one?
Yeah,
or
DreamHack Winter 2014.
Ooh.
Jason, you were doing something.
Oh, that was Boostgate. Would it have been?
Oh, probably. Quarterfinals versus LDLC versus Fnatic.
Yeah. Well, it also like the line starts with Smith, so I'm trying to think of it from the French perspective. I'm trying to think French mindset.
Yeah, because I thought it was Smith making a play, but I should have realized.
Looking confused and dazed. Of course he is.
Yeah, that one's a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah,
I'll take the 1
I'm
point.
ashamed.
Yeah, I am a little bit ashamed.
Yeah. Okay. And there's going to be a follow-up headshot. Olaf Meister, you've got to be kidding me!
It has to be Anders.
That's right.
Are you able to repeat the line?
I'd love to. I can't do an Anders impression. I can't do an Anders impression. Just pause, repeat the line. Smith's looking confused and dazed, and there's got to be a follow-up headshot.
Okay, so we know it's Fnatic versus the team that Smiths would have been on. Now, it's a French team, obviously, but I just need to work out which roster it would have been. Would it have been... It's very easy to work out.
First major. Oh, God.
So, hold up a second. If it was the first major, that would have been LGP taking on Very Games. If it was the first major. Wait, I don't even know the event.
Is that a final answer?
DreamHack Winter 2013.
2014, is it not?
No, well, the first major was 2013.
You meant the first major they won, but you're wrong, and I'm right.
What? I've been misled.
I have told you that.
Yes, you
It's not the first major at all.
Yeah, it's
I thought the Olaf boost was in the first one, or the second one.
No, it was in the fourth one.
Sorry,
So then it was Fnatic, because that's why I changed to LGB.
Yeah, okay.
So just 1 point for Chad, unfortunately.
Yeah.
6-5, let's go next question.
All right, well, I'm just here to keep you on your toes, Chad. That's what I'm here for. But it was...
You thought you could trust him.
continue?
Yeah, it was the Olaf boost. It was,
Yes.
Yeah.
I really, the casting line had me confused. I was thinking about like the Dust 2 AWP spams. I couldn't think of it, but
Okay.
yeah.
Down there, straight headshot, they have no idea. Smith's looking confused and dazed, and there's gonna be a follow-up headshot on a Meister. You've gotta be kidding me, takes down Hiroshima as well. Oh, it finally works, and now Fnatic, this is the comeback moment for them.
The man, the myth. I need an action replay on that one. You got touched. Yep.
So Natus, for those of you playing at home, it'd be about Cold Zero, and it would have been on Mirage. He was on the B bomb site winning a clutch. Now the question mark is going to be, who were they playing? So would it have been Luminosity? Let's go with Luminosity.
They were not playing Luminosity.
No, they were Luminosity.
Who did they play against?
Vince was passing.
He's already wrong. Can I do it?
Yeah.
SK versus Mouse.
Yes, correct. Point.
That was impressive. DreamHack.
This is the hard one.
I want to say it's something silly like DreamHack Leipzig, but it's DreamHack Masters Malmo 2017.
I don't know if maybe the DreamHack Open Summer was in Leipzig. It could have been.
It was.
No, DreamHack Summers and Winters are always in Jönköping.
Okay, yeah. That's what I was going to say, yeah.
But he had the game right, so 1-1.
Yes, yes indeed.
7-6.
So glad you guys are here. The man.
Hey, what? It's metas.
It is. Holy moly. See, I told you it was a good impression.
Yeah, you gotta get.
You didn't think it was good.
Deep and raspy, you know.
I don't remember who it was against though, and I don't remember what event it was.
All right, KRB. It was DreamHack Leipzig. It was a big Deagle play on trade. That's one, or was it Cold Zara and Man the Myth the Beast? There's two classic.
Wow,
events.
you've really messed that up in a way I didn't think was possible. Yeah, really.
Would you like to continue, or did you give up? So
it was on Mirage. It was. I just don't remember who it was against. You say KRB, I guess that would be against North.
Can you do the line again, Alex, please?
The man, the myth, the beast. What a play!
Yeah, I don't know.
It was Cold Zara.
Yes, it was.
And it was,
I think so.
Yeah, it was Cold Zara, and it was in the middle of the B side, because I remember there was a lot of t-shirts.
It goes
merchandise around it.
Yeah, you remember all that now, but previously you'd kind of sent a couple different ideas out there in the world.
Yeah, if you throw a lot at the wall.
Yeah, you see which one sticks.
Yeah.
I don't know who was against that.
That's okay. So it was SK Gaming versus Mouse Sports, and it was at DreamHack Open Summer 2017.
Why'd you say KRB? Why'd you just ruin
Because
it?
he had a big play with Vince casting
On
it.
train?
Yeah.
That's the scatter shot. The scatter shot actually hit me. It's a little bit of friendly fire.
I'm sorry about that.
We're not friendly, Jason.
And so that means we get 1 point for Metas to Jason, and 0 points to Jinko.
-1 even.
Yeah, maybe even.
Leaving Cold Zara in a 1-on-4. There's the first. Looking for a second, he connects it. Oh, and he gets a third as well. Surely he's not going to pull this one off. Oh, Cold Zara, the man, the myth, the beast. What a play.
Question 7. Oh. And the dream is real as he melts all 5. Guardian just put one down. Can he find a second? You better believe he can. Not another. Surely, Guardian. Stop it, Guardian.
That's another Machine Richardson classic. Was that the overpass ace?
It was.
Right after DreamHack Vegas.
When we showed up an hour before the show started.
Yeah, so that would have been Pro League, I guess, going back to the Cologne studios.
Could you season it? Because we were in the old studio.
That was 2017. So it would be season 8, 9?
Not quite.
Ish?
No, much earlier, apparently.
As if I know.
According to my document.
Season 5.
Oh, God. Not even. But could you give me the teams? There's some clues in there.
It's obviously. Could you give me the line again?
Yeah, sure. Guardian just put one down. Can he find a second? You better believe he can. Not another, surely. Guardian, stop it, Guardian. Shots on 4.
Like you're really selling it.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, it's an Avi on one side. I don't know
That's
who they
right.
played against.
Yeah, no, it was against Mouse Sports. That's all right. And it was at ESL Pro League Season 4. Yeah, but Machine. Who got Machine? You got a 1 point?
I got Machine,
That's
yeah.
1 point. Are you keeping track?
I'm up at like 11-ish.
Yeah, cool. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Guardian, stop it, Guardian.
Alex Machine Richardson.
Yeah, that was me.
Overpass.
With so much enthusiasm.
Thank you.
Yeah. Who did Navi play? I don't know who they played and what event and what year.
I feel like it was Danes. I don't want to mislead you.
It was the first major.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Do you get a point if I guess the year?
If you tell me what event it was at, you get a point. I'll give you a hint. No, because this is for both of you. You can buzz in again. Okay, the hint is, me and Henry missed our flight from Vegas, and we only just got there in time. Chad.
It'd be Pro League.
Yes, which season?
Oh my giddy aunt. I have to work backwards. So it was in 2017 if you missed it from Vegas. We're now in 2024 and we're about to go into season...
19? No, we just did that.
We're about to go to season 20.
Yeah.
Let's just... It can't be 11. 11 was the first one we did during the pandemic, which Fnatic won. So we have to go 3...
We were in the OG ESL studio, like the office
The first
before.
one I played
Season
in
4.
No, season 6.
Point to Gryffindor.
Really? Season
How have you
4?
done that?
10 years, 2
only
years per
season
season.
4?
2016 was the first 2 seasons, 2017 was
Yeah,
the second
I'm
2.
bad at
No, he's good at that. Yeah. He's got a degree in it and everything. So yeah.
Who were they playing against?
Yeah, who are they playing
It would
against?
have been online CS.
German org.
Big.
No. Okay, so, yep. I'm not giving you that point.
Yeah.
All right, so it was 2 points. Did you get machine as well? You did?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, 2 points to you.
9-6.
The points are 9-6.
Here they come, the nades rain in, here come the bodies as well. Guardian just put one down. Can he find a second? You better believe he can. Not another, surely! Guardian, stop it, Guardian! Shuts down 4, and the dream is real as he melts all 5. Mouse sports are no more.
Up next, question 8. Inhuman reactions. Wow, I didn't even lift your finger.
Jackie Chanders.
That's right.
Yep. It's Hiko again, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll give you the follow-up line. Hiko, not even an aimbot could have got that kill.
Was it mid doors on DOS 2?
Yes, it was.
An aimbot definitely could have got that kill.
Probably, instantaneously.
He would have been looking at him straight away. So. But DOS 2, Hiko generation, mate, I was playing at the time. I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. Yankee, got anything for me?
I was also playing at the time, but this was 2014. Mm-hmm. It was Is1 Cologne.
Yes.
At Gamescom. And it was, they were playing, who were they playing? Who did he kill? They were playing NIP, he killed Getright.
Yes, indeed. So, who was he playing for? Just because you're saying they, I just want to clarify.
They were,
24.
at the time, still Complexity. No, they were Cloud9.
Wow, that tripped up Jason. I'll give you the 4 points for that. That's impressive. Yeah, very nice.
4 points?
12.
What? I'll give you full points. Full points.
So you're at 11.
Yeah, and you were
Another
at 7.
Okay, I'm afraid.
7-11.
Inhuman! Dinko, what are you saying?
Anders, Hiko, DOS 2, ESL1 Cologne, 2015. 14. Yes, 14, as I remember it.
Nice, just well done, well done.
Loading up that shot.
6 You got
Who was
teams
the
for me?
opponent? Who was the opponent?
It was Cloud9 versus...
Think about the year.
It wasn't even Cloud9.
2014.
No, you can do it though.
Don't troll.
It was
wasn't
Cloud9.
Cloud9, was it?
Hiko was
Hiko's
playing for
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
It was Complexity at the time.
Really?
Oh, well, now I can't trust anything they write down.
Cloud9 versus Navi. I don't know.
We have
It was
Cloud9
NIP.
quarterfinal. Yeah.
On Get Right himself, actually.
It's okay. So I'll give
I'm
you.
pretty confident it was Complexity. I could be wrong on that.
You could be wrong. In fact, I trust that my card is correct, so I'm actually going to fight for it. No, you're wrong, Jason.
Competitive integrity.
Geralt is going to be waiting. Hiko charges in, doesn't check.
Oh, what? Oh my God! Inhuman reactions!
He waited, then he finished off the drop.
Stewart toss spot.
That's right.
That was Virtus Pro winning the major with Snacks up against NIP. That was on Mirage in the B Halls. That would be Katowice in 20. Oh, this one hurts. 2014.
Well done. When was he going to pull the trigger? When he...
You see, this hurts Chad really bad
I
because
thought it
it's
would.
his favorite caster of all time.
Yeah, me too.
Tosspot.
That's right.
It's Snacks on Mirage. It was Katowice 2014 that they won.
Killing it.
And I don't know, that was in the it was in the grand final against NIP.
Damn, killing it.
14-7, Chad. That's double the points. An insult to injury.
They're a man to the good here, Virtus Pro, but that is massive. But Snacks is walking around and just walking in a Snacks wonderland. He gets himself a hat-trick of frags. He waited, and then he finished off the job. You just had to wonder, when was he going to pull the trigger?
There's no way. You can't.
Well, if he's going to do it like that.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
So I didn't even know. I didn't think.
Only because the way that he was saying
it's
it.
Alex, right? It's machine.
Yeah.
But because at the very end I could figure out that it was also Cadian winning Pro League against Gambit.
Yep.
What season of Pro League? Sorry, I just think that's a funny question.
Okay, obviously it was online, but which one was it?
Did we do 2 seasons?
ESL Pro League Season 12.
Worth a shot.
Yeah, fair play.
14.
Unlucky for some.
13.
Yeah!
Woo! So that was the first one of 2021.
Yeah.
I thought it was the second. Didn't they win it after Cologne? Like the.
Yeah, but they
Fnatic
won
won
Cologne in 2020, not in 2021.
Yeah, so
2021 was on land. Now we're winning.
The one that Fnatic won wrong. That means Fnatic won season 12, not.
It's fine. It's 16-8. Let's keep it moving.
Yeah, let's keep it moving. You can't win Brownie like that!
Another machine classic.
When was it? Why are they doing it like this to you? Yeah, I don't know.
It was Cadian Pro League. Season, was it 13?
That's impressive.
Yeah.
That
was COVID as well. That whole 2 years is gone.
Versus Gambit.
Well done. 3 points to Gryffindor.
Good for you.
See, this is more my era, you know?
Sure.
Okay, well, back to not his era.
That's nuts. So he actually shoots the AWP in the back of the head without anyone looking.
Gets the AWP and kills the guy CT.
Yeah. Oh my God, he's knifed him and he's gotten away with the AWP. I'm starting to get nervous. There's no way. Cadian, you can't win Pro League like this. You can't win Pro League like this. No way.
Carrigan's just going to charge him down. He's missed quite a few pistol shots.
This was a legendary line?
Apparently, I can't recall it either. Carrigan's just going to charge him down. He's missed quite a few pistol shots. Kenny, yes, he picks up a kill.
D-man.
Well done. I'm impressed. That's a hard 4 points.
I just don't remember it.
Not your era, and you toss out a D-man into the wild?
Yeah, you know. That was a wild card, and it worked out.
Let's just try it. Samler.
No.
Is it tough, right?
No. It's an American. And was that whiff? I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, I'll give you one hint before we. Cobblestone whiff.
Ah, okay. But who was casting that? Blue?
No, good guess again.
I'm running out of America.
Yeah. You will never guess it.
Oh, come on, Mega Man.
No.
Now that's a challenge. You will never guess it. Give me another one.
Another clue?
No, another rendition.
Oh.
How's that gonna help?
Carrigan's just going to charge him down. He's missed quite a few pistol shots. Kenny, yes!
Jason Kaplan?
Yes.
Oh my God.
I'm impressed.
Who was Carrigan playing for at the time? Which event? It was a pro league. And because we were in NA season 7.
Season 5 in Dallas, Texas?
5 or 7.
I'm afraid not.
Really?
Can you give me the teams? Give you a second point.
Kenny was then on Envious.
And Carrigan.
Carrigan was on Chalice by that point. No, TSM.
It's gonna take 5 seconds alone. He's gonna go for it behind the fountain. Kerrigan just gonna charge him down. He's gonna miss quite a few pistol shots. Kenny, yes, he picks up the kill. Kerrigan should not have, but then he gets the second. Kenny, yes, clutches the round.
All right, so it's 622 to 3.
I think it's 3.5.
3.5, excuse me, we got you half a point. And it's the final question. And
Winner takes all, of
yeah,
course.
that's right. 1,000 points on the line here.
Okay.
I'm up by more than that, but okay.
10 million points on the line.
Nice.
Here we go. He does it again, and again, and again.
Anders.
That's right.
At ESL on Cologne 2014 Gamescom, game on Cobblestone versus Cloud9. It's Freiburg. No. No, it's. Wait. This is the clutch against Fnatic on Inferno in the grand final. Well, we can't do one or the other. It's one of the two.
It's not the answer we're looking for.
It's either Freiburg clutching on Cobblestone or it's Freiburg getting the 2 kills on Inferno coming from long.
Couldn't agree more. You're right about the Freiburg clutch. The teams were off. Your teams were weird. But it was Anders, it was Cologne 2014, and it was the grand final.
All right.
It said it was the grand final.
Okay, and NIP played Fnatic in the grand final.
Yes. Bingo, bango.
You did. No, I said Cloud9 for the Cobblestone game. The Inferno one was against Fnatic.
I did hear it.
I thought I heard it.
Look,
I mean, I don't want to be.
I'm not the adjudicator around here, but
I did because first I thought it was the Cobble round.
Okay, and we've got one final. I'm going to do double points for this one.
Oh, wow. That's a Pro League classic.
This
right
means
there.
you can come back.
I can get back in the game.
You can
here.
come
All right.
back.
Okay, back in the game.
Double points. Final question.
I noticed you're leaning
I'd like
forward.
fingertips on the table.
Fingertips on the table.
No cheating. Thank you. Final question. He does it again and again and again.
I actually don't know. That was Anders. That was ESL Cologne 14. That was once again casting complexity against NIP. That was Freiburg with a nice big clutch at the end.
Can we see the clip?
Freiburg looking for a way to equalize the situation. He's going to be walking up, spots Pronex here in the corner, takes him down, turns around for the 180, still 15 bullets left. Freiburg launches it, are you kidding? It's going to be a double, he does it again and again and again.
That was ESL 1 Cologne 2014, NIP versus Fnatic. I'll give you...
Was it Fnatic?
It was Fnatic, yeah. Yeah,
I got that wrong.
I'll give you 2 points.
Well,
now 4
points.
So, Dinko,
Yes.
you lose.
I lost with
Yeah.
a round total of probably 6 or 7 points.
Pepsi Zero Sugar, man. All yours.
Oh, zero sugar. Thank you.
Zero Sugar. I know you're watching your weight.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I'm glad we had fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, here you
Absolutely.
How's he going to carry all those at once?
are. I don't even know. No, I've never got a chance to press this, so I'm going to do that. Thanks for watching, guys. See you later.
Coming up, it's the grand finals of Counter-Strike 2 here at the Esports World Cup.
We started with 15 teams, but now we're down to the final 2.
Can Alexi B keep his streak alive against his former team and eat snacks for dinner?
Or will it be Counter-Strike superstars Nico and Monacy to take the first EWC CS2 title? It's Na'Vi versus G2 Esports here live from Riyadh at the Esports World Cup final.
Well, it's championship day for Counter-Strike, but that's not the only game here at the Esports World Cup. This is the Club Championship Trophy. We've got 21 games and over 400 competitors. You can see behind me as well the ruined keys of all the competitors who have fallen by the wayside on their path to glory. G2 and Na'Vi in these grand finals, Jacob. The winner here propels their team up this club championship leaderboard.
Yeah, obviously winning the tournament itself would be great for these two teams. They're playing for $400,000 today, which is a decent chunk of money to put into the bank account. However, if they were to win the entire thing, there's an additional $7 million at stake. So if you're G2 and you're Na'Vi right now, if you're the Counter-Strike teams, pressure's on.
High stakes and a lot of pressure. That's the way we do grand finals in Counter-Strike. Let's find out who lifts the trophy.
Every team began the Esports World Cup with a key, and as those teams were eliminated, the winning teams got to crush their opponent's keys in the hydraulic press. Now today, we're going to be crowning a champion, and they've got a decision to make. Once they're going to be lifting the trophy, it's going to be made up of 3 teams' keys at the base. The rest will be making up the column, with the winning team's key taking pride of place at the top of the glorious trophy. It's time to kick off the grand finals of the Esports World Cup Counter-Strike 2 with Na'Vi versus G2.
We worked a lot. We didn't have that much time for practice. We practiced 6 days only, so it's 3 maps each. And we are a new team, so yeah, it wasn't easy. But individually, we were all working really hard, and I saw that the guys are very sharp, and every day was better and better. But when I saw how we played, for example, against Spirit, I knew today that we can beat Virtus and go to finals. Mario is an amazing guy, first of all, amazing kid who is working a lot, who has great routines, and he's just amazing. He's listening to everything. He's trying his best always to help the team first. He's really hungry, and I'm really happy to have him in the team. Snux is doing really well as well. Overall, I'm really happy with his preparations for the game. I think we have insane firepower in this team right now.
From nothing to a grand final, this is the best player in the world, and he keeps delivering for G2.
I think the biggest strength for them is just evolving throughout the tournament. The deeper they go, the stronger they play, I feel like. They get very comfortable in clutch situations and all this kind of stuff. But at the same time, I do feel like they themselves know that they don't have too much to rely on. I'm definitely not thinking that the pressure is out of the shoulders. It's going to be a grand final, it's going to be a big game. So I'm going to do my best to win this match. I mean, now that we've reached the finals, just 1 game to go. And we obviously ended the last season in a grand final loss. Now we have another chance, so we want to prove that we're capable of winning, and just need to show that we can lift another trophy.
Well, fireworks over Riyadh, that's because thousands, and I'm talking about thousands of dollars, all on the line right here and right now. Also, more than that will be the fact that thousands of players, crew, presenters from all over the world, all have descended upon the boulevard to share this space with us, all in the name of esports, regardless of your ethnicity, your religion, your political affiliations, your video game allegiances. This is truly a sight to behold down here in the desert, and I'm not talking about any mirages. Regardless of what anyone says, video games bring people together, which is why we're all here today, to talk about a video game known as Counter-Strike 2, and tell you about who's going to be winning this grand final. Of course, doing that, well, I've got the usual suspects here. I've got Yanko down on the end, I've got Maniac in the middle, and hi, I'm Trace.
What an introduction. That was powerful, sentimental, nailed it.
And I meant that.
Yeah, I can
I'll
feel
do
it.
it again.
or fireworks, Trace, simply because CS is in the house, baby. Yes. It's the grand final for us, and hopefully after, you know, those so-and-so semifinals yesterday, we get fireworks in the game as well on the server between G2 and Na'Vi.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we've had a lot of Counter-Strike this week, right? We've had a lot of grueling Counter-Strike at that. In fact, running these brackets will probably illustrate some of that story throughout the Resurrection stage, where in which if you didn't show up on one day, you weren't going to show up on any of the other ones either, I promise.
Yeah, that was pretty cruel, right? And thank God that we have a little bit of a reminder for this Resurrection bracket. I almost forgot about it. Like, it's like we've had 3 different tournaments throughout 1 week. Of course, it was the story of Furia of Mongols culminating into this final best of 1. Furia getting the best out of Mongols, and for Brazil, a very welcome sight. I think they were hoping to see these results coming through, Skulls joining, finally grabbing a little bit of attention, a bit of momentum. I was a bit disappointed for Mongols. I'm just going to put it out there. I thought they maybe had a card to play in the playoffs bracket, but not meant to be. It was Furia who, admittedly, took a map of Maus. Not that bad.
Yeah, but then for the Maus story, I mean, it did kind of come to an end here. A rather quiet close in some regards.
Yeah, it was a strange semi-final yesterday because they win the first map. Navi's Dust pick 13-1, right? And then first half of Nuke was good on the second map, and from the second half of the second map, they were just nowhere to be seen. And Navi, props to them, turned it around. Mentally were able to reset, earned a spot in the grand final. On the other side of things, G2 first being able to take down Spirit. That was really impressive. Moving on, taking down VP to earn themselves a spot in the grand final.
And this is where I join you when you say hopefully the grand final delivers a little bit better than what we had in semis, because you have to realize 5 maps in semis, 4 of which were very one-sided. Not even close to being competitive. Just one team flying over. In fact, I would say all the maps were. It was a 13-1 for Maus first versus Navi, and things got out of control after that. So we're hoping to see something with a bit more nerve in it, with swing rounds, with moments that define the fate of a match, not just the team kind of giving up. I'm hoping this is going to be the case, but I think we have all that we need for a good match.
Some more suspense, Trace. Some more uncertainty, right? And I think this game will be able to deliver that.
Yeah, it's got to have a little bit more than yesterday, because there were a few punches pulled, it felt like, maybe on accident. I don't know what happened there, but it really didn't come together to give us the most complete and competitive version of the game that we can see. And that is the unfortunate reality of our semifinals. However, with the way both of these teams are looking coming into a grand final, that's a bit of a different story. But again, just to reiterate here, Maus, VP out. Strong cases for either of them to make it very far.
Yeah, I think for Maus, a little bit disappointing considering they had some extra time to practice. They also had a boot camp prior to this tournament. VP finally had some time to practice because they were just playing officials from tournament to tournament and so on, right? So I think for both teams, the result, you could say that it was fine, but the manner in which they lost the games is the problem.
I think for Maus, it's more alarming than anything, because once again, we get another example of a team that's crumbling down in a situation where they had no business doing so. You're playing up against Navi, you have no tape, there is no psychological barrier to that matchup. You win 13-1 the first map. You are absolutely set. The grand final is opening its arm to you, and you liquefy on map 2 and never really play on map 3. You slow down the pace. The last map was painful to watch if you're a Maus fan. Like, we're talking about Navi just destroying them time and time again. Now for G2, I don't have the same kind of very hard take for VP, because we know the works they're going through, and the fact that they got absolutely just dumpstered by G2. Hell, just join the club at this point. Like, they all just had to pay that price here.
And that's why some of us probably said that G2 was a favorite to win this. Now, I'm not going to rub that in, but I am going to say that it is out there in the world.
You know what? Take your win.
You believe.
I can't take it yet. We can't quite take it yet.
You did say there was a chance, and it is proving to be correct. Now they're in the grand final.
Sometimes it's not a prediction. That's just the way it's going to be.
It can't always be the day.
It can't always be the day, which is why it's time for our Pepsi Top Reactions. Thank you very much for that. Beautiful segue there. Couldn't have set that up any better myself. Yeah, reactions are going to tell a little bit of a story as to where these teams, I guess, feel in that moment, right? Because there's a little bit of teams that feel like a little bit of control, perhaps, versus the ones that you can see the deflate gate.
Yeah, I think you can see during the course of a Counter-Strike map, just a map, not even a match, you can go through all the emotions. Trace, from joy to despair to sheer disbelief, right? But yesterday it was smiles for some and, no smiles for others.
I was trying to figure out or remind myself, have we seen like sad G2 here actually? Did that happen? I'm trying to picture even the map they lose to Spit for time. I still think they were pretty competitive. They were pretty into it. So we haven't really seen them like sad, legitimately sad and concerned. Maybe today?
Maniac, I want to just ask you one quick question. How can you be sad when you see this right here? Look at what you're looking at. If you're G2, you're in that money. You are already well in.
Wait, is that 4-0-0-0-0-0?
That's 5 zeros. That's correct.
That's 0-0-0.
That's a lot of zeros.
That's a lot of.
That's my kind of zeros.
That's the filet mignon, if you don't mind.
That's
me
the
saying.
creme de la creme.
Yeah.
It's getting into that Wagyu territory, Trace.
It is a new territory. Hey, let's do this too. Who do you think will be victorious? Have your say over to stcplay.gg. That way we can kind of look at it before we jump into the game. Give yourself a litmus test is what we're looking at here to see what you think. I mean, with G2 and Navi, both fan favorites, I can only imagine what the scale is going to look like.
No, listen. Have you not paid attention to how traumatizing G2 has looked like? It's going to come through to these predictions. People have been looking at Nico playing an MVP candidate Counter-Strike again. They've been believing in m0NESY for months now. I think that number is about to crush Navi out of existence. I'm not ready to give up, but people are going to be on the G2 train.
Yeah, well, don't worry. We'll find out where your allegiance and your hat lies here in just a second. But first, let's talk about our Dr. Suleiman upcoming showdown. That's right, it is a grand final, a best of 3. You see Navi versus G2 in one match to take home the title of the champions of the Esports World Cup here within CS2. Also, some interesting stuff there on the Esports World Cup clubs side of things, but, you know, regardless, that'll be something that we can look at a little bit later in today's matchup, in today's show. However, as well, Jamil Motorsport Arrivals thanks to Jamil Motorsport for ensuring our players arrive safely at this boulevard. And yes, today it will be the actual boulevard of someone's broken dreams.
Oh, isn't that sad? Someone's broken dream, please. And hopefully everybody's got all their peripherals and all you need. Otherwise, we just have Jamil Motorsport helping us out if that's needed, right? Just a quick ride back.
Yeah, I think that's how that works.
It is. There's quite a Green Day the theme here today, you know, Boulevard of Broken Dreams, an American Idiot. We got everything covered.
I saw the turn. I knew you were going to say before you even said it. That's okay, man. Just wake me up when September ends. How about that?
You got a little bit of time.
That's the same group, right?
Yeah.
Just making sure. Either way, Navi also taken to the arena, that Amazon arena right there, as you can tell. The lights are bright in there. This is a big stage for both these teams for different reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, listen, if we start a conversation around Navi, a team that has been under a whole lot of scrutiny after the win in Copenhagen, of course, a lot of people talking whether or not it's a fluke, whether they will belong at the very top. And I think they gave a lot of fire, a lot of oxygen to that fire. The 2 events back-to-back failed. We even had conversations. We said that was in Dallas. It might just be time to consider changes. They themselves reflected that opinion. Blade goes out in interview, says, if that's going to be our level, changes will happen. There's going to be no way around it. And then you have this bounce back in London, which takes everybody by surprise, and now you're kind of making this connection through the break with once again another grand final, and that in itself deserves a certain amount of praise.
It does. Also, praise can go to the IGLs a little bit here, right? I mean, they did get them this far.
I mean, they do get a lot on their face when we're not happy with them, so might as well.
Dust 2 yesterday for one of them at least.
Alexi got a lot of different things on his face yesterday during Dust 2, but he managed to get a couple of kills towards the very end of it, managed to bounce back on the last 2 maps, and he's in the grand final, so who cares?
Yeah, you're right. He is in the grand final. Joke's on us for just kind of going like, where you at? Alexi, you here? Did you log in? And yes, they did log in.
Oh, I can picture you. I can picture you in the green room.
Just a little bit. That head-to-head, though, let's take a look at it with Snax and Alexi B. Being that Snax does find himself at the driver's seat here of the G2 side, and this being from this event alone. So tell me about what these numbers and what they're telling us.
If you just look at the numbers like third degree, what you will say is that Snax individually has been doing better. And I will make the argument that he probably has a little bit less to do with the micromanaging, the handling, the decision-making of the process. You could definitely see it by committee in G2. He has a couple of very nice ideas, and I think some of the rounds a la versus Spirit were very, very well put together. Whereas for Alexi B, I struggle to picture a round where Alexi B doesn't talk and Navi figure out what to do. I think he might be way more required to take part into the conversation, to take part into the lead, and you feel it a little bit in his level. So individually, sure, props to Snax on that, but when it comes to IGL, I think Alexi B can still hold the candle right now.
And I think also Alexi would rather play some rotator roles, but he can't really do that with the players that he has on his team, so has to take some of the anchor roles. And for Snax on the other side of things, I mean, this was the thing about G2 and the roster changes, right? Like, yeah, role-wise, they had to move some stuff around, but do you think Snax is a better player individually than Hooksy?
Yes.
So that's an upgrade in that department. I think Malbs is better than Exa?
Yes.
Yes, as well, right? So then you look at the G2 as a lineup, and if they can figure out the roles, and if Snax can do a good job in-game leading, it's a massive upgrade for them. And I think we're seeing that here in this tournament when the individuals are doing well.
I know.
And what happened for Malbs is this. They killed 2 birds with 1 stone. What happened is you get Malbs instead of Nexa on the CT side, so you get some better fragging power from that anchor position. But he's also taken some of the Hunter's roles on T side. right? So then you get more output from that position as well, because Hunter was a little bit up and down, you know, this season, and then he's found a way to contribute from being moved in different positions. So with 2 player changes, you kind of made up for 3 different roles, and then you have Nico playing incredibly well in the tournament, and that's why G2 has been actually cruising through this tournament.
Three different roles, also maybe more problems than 3. We don't know, but time has put them here, which is what's going to put us in front of Alexi B right now. Let's get some words from Navi before they head in this grand final.
Alexi, you know, you have quite the record versus your former organizations. G2, no exception. You played them 6 times. You've won 6 times on Navi. Why do you think that is?
I mean, usually, at least in short term, you can see that the teams are usually going off of some of the same stuff that you were used to. Maybe it tends to get a bit easier to prepare. But now I feel like playing against G2 for the 7th time now with Navi, it's going to be different. I feel like they changed a lot in their style already with the 2 new additions and obviously the change of the captain. So it's going to be a lot different than what I'm used to. But at the same time, I think it's a thing you unconsciously try not to think about that much, but obviously the community is speaking about it a lot, so I kind of always see it that way. Yeah, it's funny.
Taz said something very interesting yesterday. He said that he feels like G2 right now, very hard teams to play against, and he feels like they don't have any weaknesses at the moment. What would you say in response to that?
I think that they have this flow and feeling in the team that you usually have when you have a fresh team with new additions, and whenever everything is going according to the plan, like they are yet to struggle, I feel like. So I've been there before, and it definitely feels like that you have no gaps. But once the opponents have more data on how you play, how you approach, eventually there might be. But yeah, right now they're looking pretty strong, and especially on the CT side, it's a tough team to crack. But I hope we did our homework.
Last time you faced G2, obviously in a completely different situation, different roster as well, was back at the major, was the semi-finals. How close do you feel like Navi are right now to, you know, the major winning form that we saw back 5 months ago?
I think that we are kind of in the same form, but to be honest, we really peaked in the finals of the major, especially going off of that Mirage loss against FaZe, where they just destroyed us. And then we ended up playing an amazing Inferno. So in this tournament and in the previous tournament in London as well, we've reached in the grand finals. But I'm hoping that we will show what we're capable of here and go out guns blazing.
Alexi, really appreciate your thoughts as always, and best of luck in the grand final.
Thank you.
All right, Tris,
I'm ready.
Get one thing first out of the way. Taz did not say they don't have any weaknesses, like as a team whatsoever.
That's a wild thing.
He said that he feels that on their CT side, they have like good players, and there's no one you can specifically target and abuse and game plan against. Like, okay, this guy only plays these 2 positions, or he's just really bad individually, and we can try and abuse that. Like, that's all he said. And people made it out to be like, oh, he thinks that they're infallible, they're the perfect team, you know. Also, it's a honeymoon. Do you guys know, like, you're not supposed to be miserable on your honeymoon? Like, that's when you just go, you go to some nice destination, right? You have a great time, 5-star hotel, all-inclusive trades, all you can eat, all you can drink, whatever it is that you want. You're supposed to be happy. You're supposed to be positive. Everything looks like life is going to be great. What's he supposed to be? Pessimistic and say, yeah, well, I mean, it's bound, you know, we're going to lose sooner or later. I mean, there's no way. Yeah. It's crazy to me the reaction from people from that. And 90% of the people don't even read the interview. They just look at the headline and like, oh, this guy.
It's gonna be okay. Can we get some water, maybe?
I'm cool.
Someone coming in.
I'm cool. You cool?
You're cool?
I'm cool.
Yeah.
Everybody's cool. Real cool. Almost as cool as Malvs in this lineup making it work. And then there's Bit on the other side who has to do his own set of work.
Super interesting. If we, again, have this conversation about the CT side, not a whole lot of data to know how G2 is playing in the positions and whatnot. That's something that Navi's going to have to figure out. We know Blade love to do that research, here a little bit less. But the Bit versus Maps matchup, that is going to be interesting. There will be, specifically on the T side of Navi to the CT side of G2, sometimes some extremities where they are about to bump into each other. And Bit has been great throughout this event. If we're going to make parallels with Copenhagen, he's flying high. He's right behind Wonderful in terms of stats, in terms of rating, and he's been able to provide. He's not Bit is not an open fragger right now, an entry fragger per se, as in he's going to be the first guy fighting all the time. But in his positions, in the positions and the areas that he masters, he will be the one unlocking the situation contextually, positionally. He will go for the duel. So I'm expecting a couple of Bit versus Malbs duel happening in there. And this might just be the moment where we start to see the cracks. We start to see the weaknesses. We start to see Malbs, do you have the shoulders to actually stomach this grand final situation, isolated on the bomb site, Bit sliding your way with a headshot possibly? This is where we get to see what he's made of.
And he was the guy that his performance in that final against FaZe at the Major was really the difference.
Yeah.
You know, he wasn't really playing on that level throughout the tournament. So I think he has to do something similar in this game. And it's also going to be Navi. We saw it yesterday against Mouse after the first map. When they play their best Counter-Strike and how they won the grand final of the Major as well, is they play in your face, right? Yes. They're super aggressive on the seats, not necessarily aggressive, but disruptive. Doesn't always have to be immediately in the round, but in the mid rounds perhaps, and they make these good calculated gambles in the 3v3s, 4v4s, and just make it very difficult for you to play, right? It's very suffocating, and one of the main reasons for that, like we saw yesterday, was Wonderful. He was just a menace against Mouse, finding opening kills time and time again. He was just playing face it, really. He was running around the map and seeing, is anyone going to be able to punish me? Until you do, I'm just going to keep destroying you, and that's what he did.
And sometimes that is the step that you want to take, because maybe they don't stop you, and then maybe you just get away with everything that you attempt to try to get away with there inside the game. However, in this moment, it's time to hear from Malbs in the G2 camp.
Malbs, great to get to catch up with you once again ahead of the grand finals here at EWC. As we saw from your tweet the other day, this is only your second big grand finals appearance ever. Can you talk to me about the emotions that you're feeling right now?
Yeah, that's not really my big one. This is the first one big, but yeah, my second. But it's just an amazing feeling. Like coming from Guatemala, not a really known country from esports, and just being here is just an amazing experience. And also having next to me like Hunter, Nico, Monesi, and Taz behind me, and also Snacks. It's just, I never imagined this, to be honest, but it just feels great.
Tell me a bit about your individual form and how comfortable you're feeling. Like if you had to rank yourself on a scale of from 1 to 10, how comfortable are you feeling in your role in G2 right now?
I will say 6 to 7. I'm there, but not there, because like on T side, I'm destroying everyone, but on CT, I'm like just there, you know, so yeah, 6 to 7 also.
Na'Vi today, it's going to be the first time that you face them in an official, quality. How do you feel about them as opponents? Is there anything particularly dangerous about this Na'Vi we're seeing?
Just JL tweets on Twitter. Yeah.
The most dangerous part of Na'Vi. You heard it here first. You said to Darth Mike the other day, the goal, with you joining G2 is to get some titles under your belt. Did you realistically expect, be within touching distance of that title here at EWC?
Honestly, personally, I never thought I was going to be in the grand finals on my first big event with them, but I mean, it works.
How confident are you feeling?
Just by being here already, I feel like we should be really confident. So yeah, really confident.
Well, Miles, best of luck, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thoughts?
He wasn't lying. He is destroying people on the T side, right? Just the fragging output and his fearlessness in taking duels and aggression is something that is helping G2 a lot.
And I'm waiting to see if he can keep that rhythm up in the grand final, because something that has profoundly changed on the T side of G2 is that Monesi, who used to be a big machine to entry frags, has actually slowed down a whole lot. He doesn't take a whole lot of these entries anymore. It's Nico, it's Malbs. These are the two rifle. They've had very, very high degree of success finding these entries. Then suddenly you get to give Snacks a couple of 5v4, 4v3 with the time in your favor, and then he can craft solutions. So Malbs, hugely important in finding these entry duels.
And that aggression sometimes comes back to bite him on the CT side, right? Because his natural instinct is to maybe re-peek and be a little bit more aggressive, and situationally the best move is just to maybe fall back, buy time.
He'll learn.
But he'll learn, that's just some growing pains with changing the role, but yeah, has had a great tournament so far for G2.
Yeah, and obviously for him, it's a little bit of a learning every step of the way right here.
Absolutely.
And speaking of learning, yesterday we learned that Wonderful can be very fearless, especially on Mirage in the later the later stages of that best of 3. It looked like Wonderful was running around doing the damn thing, but Nico, is he the answer on the other side?
well, not too wonderful. Like, I don't think he's the answer to wonderful.
Of course, individually.
Hugely, hugely impactful in G2 currently. It just feels great to see Nico back at that level. The comments that I made very recently was that I feel like he isn't forced anymore. He's not forced into his Counter-Strike. I feel like he's very balanced in when he decides to be aggressive or not. His aim, just the aim purely of Nico has been something else. The danger with the deagle has come back, the one-tap potential. But the man that we have on our screen right there, did I appreciate what happened yesterday? Hell yeah. Like, I'm on the wonderful hype train. I've been for a while. I think he's underrated. I think we don't talk about him enough. I think if you at some point wanted Simple to join Navi instead of Wonderful, you don't understand Counter-Strike, so that's done. But now that he's there, there's no way that performance happens again. Not to that extent. Like, everything came together versus Mouse. Mouse played slowly. They gave him the respect. They started fearing. They started making very silly approaches to bomb sites and pass to the map where Wonderful was ready with an ult. I cannot imagine G2 falling into this mode. So I think life's going to be harder for Wonderful. But for Nico, that's another story. I'm ready to see another Nico performance right there.
Tell me the difference real quick about Nico. You know him best. Tell me the difference about Nico before and after here.
I think he looks just a lot more comfortable, right, in-game. It doesn't feel like things are forced. It doesn't seem like he's forcing the plays. He's just taking the plays that are available to him, right? Where I think before he was trying to do a little bit too much in some situations. And I also think outside of rounds where G2 is trying to change the pace and make some momentum calls, they're not forcing the issue too much, even on the map, right? Like, you don't see as many jumping through smokes, right? And just trying to hit the timing. You're letting the round develop. You're comfortable with playing it a little bit more slow and adding rounds later, and that's where Nico really thrives.
Yeah, it is, and we have to just keep our ears and eyes tuned to it just to see what output we get from either of them, which is an exciting thing. Also as exciting as saying hello to everyone that's watching on our co-streamers. That would be the viewers of XQC, Gauls, OmniPixel, Shroud. Hey, Summit 1G. Summit 1G, who would have known?
Yeah, rolling back the years.
Yeah, rolling them all the way back. Let's roll back this veto, though. Let's find out how this best of 3 plays out, and where's the troublesome start?
This is interesting because both teams, for now, it seems veto Vertigo. I mean, Navi does, but it seems for G2 that has been the switch. We saw it earlier in the tournament. So I think Navi still vetoes Vertigo.
Why don't Navi just remove Ancient and not let G2 play it? Why don't they just try?
But that's because G2 has been playing it with the old lineup. Snacks likes it as well, right? So if I were Navi, I wouldn't veto Vertigo.
We agree.
Right? Like,
there's no reason you do it.
Exactly, but also if you're Navi, you're thinking, and Blade in general has been like this, you don't want to take that gamble and then have to have this weird map that you're playing, right, where you guys have never practiced.
Even Hunter says, like, listen, we've had so-and-so maps before we actually came to that event. That's the best we could do. We played like 3 maps max and a couple times in practice. There's no way they're ready for Vertigo. Oh, come on, man. Let's take a risk.
Okay.
And here you have it. The Ancient pick is obvious. It's absolutely obvious. If they can, and if they are allowed, they will go for it. Nuke has been... I would just say, in terms of like masterminding vetoes, Navi have managed to win Mirage and Nuke only throughout this entire event.
Yeah, and I
They're
think
based
also,
on 2 maps.
Also, G2, the map they pick against Spirit is the map they ban first here, right? So you show some versatility from them. Ancient pick, Nuke pick, 3rd map, Inferno. Actually, Navi doesn't want to play it after yesterday. I mean, Dust 2,
I know.
And it goes to Inferno.
Let's get on the stage, gentlemen. Thank you very much. We'll be right back. Just kidding. We're going to the stage. Let's do it now.
It has taken an arduous week of competition, but we finally made it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the grand final of Counter-Strike at the Esports World Cup.
It most certainly is. And what I like to do on a Sunday morning is I get out of bed, I put on my pants, and then I watch a Counter-Strike grand final. And that is why we're here on this Sunday in the Amazon Arena here in Riyadh of Boulevard City to see who is about to lift this trophy. And I've been excited about this trophy all week. If we look at it, of what the words say, nothing is granted, everything is earned, which translates to...
Nothing is...
There you go. So somebody, and both of our teams backstage are holding their keys right now. One of them will go into this trophy, one of them will end up crushed like this. Not just a key, but their dreams of being the first team here at the Esports World Cup to lift this trophy.
It's an absolute honor for anybody to be here, but especially at this magnificent stage. The trophy, a big chunk of $1 million waiting. Who can grab those? Well, we're going to introduce our teams.
We certainly are. Let's get the first team out.
Let's get our first one. Navi! Many would say it's against all odds here, but they are on this grand final stage at the Esports World Cup. Live in Riyadh, please, Ime. Wonderful. JL. Alexi B. And Bet. They are Navi!
They are indeed, and as my man here said, Milos said, they're not a team people were betting on to make it to the final. They are the favourites, but they take on a team which theoretically was supposed to be in transition, supposed to be just coming here to learn how to play. Their coach, Taz's smile has got bigger as the week's gone on. If one of their players, a man called Nico, plays like he did yesterday, well, may God have mercy on their soul. Please welcome here to the Amazon Arena, it's G2! Let's bring the team out, carrying the key, coming out onto this stage. Please welcome, it's Malbs! Nico! Monacy! And Hunter, they are G2! I do believe, Milos, we have a game on our hands.
We absolutely do. A best of 3 to decide the best team here at the Esports World Cup and who will get to lift the trophy, the big chunk of $1 million, and crush their opponent's key.
I love how we split this up. Let's just find out who's winning this. Is it Navi? Is it G2? We got a game on our hands one more time. Is it Navi? Is it G2? Let's get it on. Now, normally I would shout the words, "Are you ready?" But I feel like we should do it in the host language. So I will hand over to Milos to give us the shout to get this underway.
Riyadh Hadrin!
They're ready. Let's get it on.
And as always, OJ Borge with the smooth translations and Milosh to get us on stage. That's right, Navi and G2 situated now, looking to find their way through a grand final, a riveting one, a best of 3 at that, where in which we do know the maps, we know where we're going, and really, when you start to pick apart some of these key core components that we've gotten here, I want to know where it goes right.
Well, I think for G2, it's been their T sides have been great on Ancient. That's why it's their pick. They understand they most likely have to start on the T side as well. They were 9-0 up against Spirit, really, and then against VP it was also 9-3 T side, I believe. So very confident on this map. It was also two different T sides that we saw. We saw some of those A hits to change the pace against Spirit, against VP. It was a little bit more of default play, focus on B and Cave. So interesting to see how they approach this time.
What Alexi B said in an interview really resonated with me. He said, sure, they have incredible momentum, their confidence is sky high, it's a honeymoon period, but they probably don't have the backbone if things go south. And we haven't seen that quite yet from G2. If you're Na'Vi, you want to stress them, put them down 0-4, 0-5. Force Snacks to try and find some of the strategies that they don't have right now, that they didn't have the time to train, to prepare, to perfect. This is where you have something to do. You cannot allow yourself to have a slow start the way you did it against Mouse. G2 will punish you, they will crush you. Na'Vi know the rules of the game.
Yeah, a lot of crushing going on around here. I'm not just saying someone likes someone else. I'm talking about keys at the end of the road. And perhaps you've already pledged your allegiance, that is, on our STCplay.gg results. We can take a look at fan
I told you, buddy.
G2, I guess.
I tried to tell you.
You tried to tell me, and I tried to listen, but now the proof is in the text, I guess.
Yeah, I think the key for Na'Vi is what I predict they're going to do is to be aggressive early on, right? And their individuals need to match the players from G2.
But do you think they do currently? Do you think they do?
Well, they have to. I don't know if they do or don't, but they have to. That's the key for them. That's what absolutely has to happen. And like you said, for G2 is if things start going south, how deep is the playbook? You know, how many options do they have to really win rounds playing from behind?
Yeah, I agree, because when you said, you know, Nico's playstyle is very revealing. It's like it's calm, it's controlled, that we're not crossing smokes, we're not going all in. Well, it's easier to do that when things go your way, when you are in confidence, when you are in the comfort of, you know exactly what's going on, you're following your A plan now. When that gets a little tighter, a little closer, a little harder, then this is when you have to rely on some strategies that maybe they don't have ready in the backpack quite yet.
Well, neither team, specifically Na'Vi, can afford a repeat of how they started the series yesterday. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I agree. I agree, because I don't think G2 is going to be as lenient as MOUZ were in, oh, by the way, guys, we could see it was hard on first map, so we're going to give you the courtesy of waking up on map 2, and then we can handshake on map number 3. I don't think G2 would do that. If G2 pummeled through Na'Vi on map 1, the way Na'Vi bowed out yesterday, this is a quick 2-0. This is what's going to happen if Ancient goes G2's way easily.
And
we'll hold it right there. Hold your thoughts, Yanko, because it's also time to hold the phones. We're ready to jump into a grand final. We're going to determine who is the champion of the Esports World Cup in CS2, and we're going to be doing it with Na'Vi versus G2. To deliver that action, it is the ever so awesome. It's Machine and Sponge.
CT start for Na'Vi and the attack for G2. Chad, I'm excited to see whether or not we do get a strong start out of G2, or will Na'Vi truly show them a little bit more struggle? We haven't seen G2 have to break too much of a sweat.
Yeah, both these teams, 3 best-of-3s, make this one the 4th, only dropping 1 map in their campaign so far. Nico in his best CS2 form so far.
Oh, what a map. What a tournament.
Really
His second highest rated performance ever yesterday.
Interesting bits investigated A main, call completely clear, being able to rotate back towards Donut. So starting to piece this one together, Na'Vi, a decent amount of information. U2 in the hands of Snacks. That's going to draw the eyes, the rotation, and now the gap. Bit and Alexi tending to A, but slowly, here they come.
It's up to Bit. Needs to find something to get first blood, and he's been overrun. Nico the one to put between his eyes. It's Monacy that seals the deal. The A side is theirs. And now an uncomfortable one for the remaining. Those 2 heavy investments, those dual Berettas and Kevlar on Wonderful and Ime respectively, but fighting back into Donut, these 2-man holds, it's going to be difficult. G2 look to play this one safe. Time, their greatest ally. Pressure on Na'Vi. Nico, because he's that shadow, he has the information. I think he knows that both coming in from that side. One from CT is going to be going down first. Down and empty-handed is Wonderful. And we could have a perfect pistol here from G2. Monacy makes it so. Triple kill to start, Chad. I'm not ringing the alarm bells yet, but if this kid is on fire, it is going to be tough without Wonderful doing the same.
Yeah, G2 have had a lot of contributions, obviously from Nico, as we were just discussing, but Hunter's had some great moments. He's looking more like his CSGO form, finding great impact. Malbs Obviously, in these anchor positions on the CT side, that's where the bigger conversation is, but the T side, he's so much more comfortable on those rifles. And then Snax, obviously, in the in-game leadership role, and well, that couldn't have been a better pistol, could it? Fake the A pressure, walk out mid, catch the 2 A defenders off guard, and have a flawless pistol round as well. It is just going to be a full eco from Na'Vi before we see the rifles come out. Alexi offers himself up to Snax, so a bit of in-game leader on in-game leader action there.
Yeah, Snax, he does like an eco frag. It looks like Nico might get himself a couple here himself. Oh, lovely. Just lining up for him. And nothing to celebrate for Na'Vi. As the second round is converted comfortably, Nico loves an eco, feels good.
Feeling good is something that G2 have had throughout this event, right? Boot camp before coming here, roster on debut, honeymoon period, everything has been going fantastic for this team. But Na'Vi, they've been in fine form as well yesterday. Sure, you take Dust2's 13-1 out of the equation.
I've forgotten all about it.
Yeah, they made light work of Mouse. They're underway with the gun rounds. Elbow smoke insta from Spawn. Molly's nade and running through the flames. Hunter good for the first.
I want to see saved Hunter there. In there, had a sideline, pulled the trigger first, lost vision. And they're stubborn. The fact that you're in first gun round going to be showing that you can fight mid.
Oh, Na'Vi as well. This is the CT side of Ancient. You need to invest in some utility so you can see Famus, MP9. They need the nades to try and block or go for the map control, and it hasn't worked whatsoever. Now a bit of B pressure and already grouping up. This will be quick from G2.
Oh, it's very quick, and yeah, JL understands the situation, tucks in behind the smoke. Beert needs a multi-kill, does catch a nice timing onto Snax in the air, but traded out by m0NESY, who doubles up.
They'll still be expecting Alexi.
Yeah, they know he loves Cave, lives there. m0NESY doesn't overlook it, and just closed down by
2v2.
Wonderful and Alexi B. They're taking some outrageous individual duels there, and their advantage is squandered in an instant. Malbs coming in pursuit of Alexi, however, at that angle, the MP9 is favored. Wonderful looking to live and let Alexi take first fight. It's coming his way. This is where Malbs' individual prowess is tested. If he can get past Alexi, the round is on. And the pre-aim, the pre-fire clean from Malbs. Wonderful, ahead of the smoke, does isolate the jewels! It's Malbs to save G2. High impact round from the Guatemalan.
Honestly, getting fired up there. Likes the way that one feels around, where they had a massive advantage, almost drawn back by Na'Vi. Wonderful was on fire with the AWP yesterday and doing some fine work there with the rifle. Just not enough to put Na'Vi's first round on the board. It will have to just be another partial buy off the back of that round loss. 4-0, looking likely for G2.
Oh, that's impact from Malbs. Especially for m0NESY, who's probably sitting there going, kicking himself like, I didn't need to take that fight, didn't need to take it, had the bomb. Well, slate's wiped clean by Malbs in his handiwork. Swallows a nade this time, 50, but out.
5-7s, Alex. A couple of deagles. And no early opening kill for G2. So let's see how this one peters out. There's still a whole lot of utility for G2. They've got full mid control. They've applied the B lane presence. Smokes are starting to fade over towards middle now. So what is the next port of call? Going cave against pistols can always be a little bit risky. Still want to try and flush out stage 1. The molly from Snax. Nade to the left side, being really diligent as the second layering, and that, well, couldn't be better placed.
Still a notable absence of presence in mid, and so with a resmoke red, they regroup. Strength in numbers in this one. Nico just the contingency plan.
Gambled incorrectly, Na'Vi. Should be a free bomb site, m0NESY. Okay, wonderful. That was sharp. First on the deal. Can he find the second? Hunter will deal with him. 4v4 sure, but all the advantages to G2 as the bomb's going down.
Yeah, he needs someone else. Just like that from Wonderful for this round to be a conversation. And JL, he weathers the storm of the Hunter spray. Now bit onto Nico. It's a big fight. And losing his rifle. They could lose this round, especially now. Snax has been brought low. 5-7s have connected. Snax on 15 HP and a 2v2, but time sensitive. You don't have the kit. Do you want to just take the rifle? You might do now. To Bit, walking into Snax. Well played by G2, keeping a cool head on their shoulders as things went a little awry.
Yeah, 2 rounds that got a bit stressful back for back, but now can Na'Vi crack through. Second rifle rounds already, 4 in the hole. AWP for Wonderful now dons the server, and the same can be said for m0NESY. These two both extremely quick on the AWPs, and m0NESY tends to be a whole lot flashier, but yesterday, Wonderful, we saw him coming out of his shell in that regard. Ancient can be a difficult map to do so on the AWP. especially with all the utility usage, and you're seeing that again here. Molly towards mid, elbow smoke. T's respond with a heaven molly. Their red smoke in play, just the cat and mouse games, the mid control. Snacks behind the cave smoke to pop through and fight towards middle. Alexi's come through, back turned, and Malms has found an opener onto Imma. So again, another opener for G2.
Bit's under so much pressure right now. He backs into Donut, but little does he know, there's a whole G2 squad walking contact into his domain. He takes a passing glance, and now the timing window's open, and Hunter is climbing through. Bit has no idea whatsoever that there's an entire team on his bomb site. Oh, he's lucky to get away with that. Goes wide into Nico. Massive from Bit. He lives on. He's gotten his opening, he's got the information, and now this round is falling into place for Na'Vi. Wonderful's here with the orb, quick scoping his way into the site. Double kill, m0NESY, however, still in the play. And now with Snacks revealed into the red room, they could make a round out of this 2v4. The Molotov's brilliant from m0NESY. Is he going to survive on 2 HP? The spam does not finish him off on Alexi. Bomb loose, though, with 45 seconds. This is uncomfortable for G2, make no mistake.
Yeah, fortunately, the time so they can pause things out and talk their way through this. Snacks was the nuisance. Alexi having to address the slip through red, but Snacks repositioning, joining m0NESY. The two of them going to attempt to take this bomb and site back together through A main.
Alexi B falls off of Temple, acknowledging the potential from Snacks. They're not to know that they've regrouped, and with m0NESY so low, this is going to really hinge on Snacks and his proactivity with 15 in the magazine. And m0NESY rewarded for his patience onto Alexi Bit. However, the first man here, he could close it out, but Snacks has done it. Taz in disbelief. How many rounds have we played, Chad? 5, and every time we get a little question mark as to whether G2 have fumbled.
Yeah, Na'Vi are definitely putting up a threat, just not able to finish these rounds. G2 keeps snatching them away.
Oh man, yeah, these last 3 rounds, it was 4 kills from Na'Vi, into 3 kills, into 4. Coming down to 1v1s.
Really fortunate that Bit's able to get that opening. You can see Nico, they're quite surprised. They should have had the jump on him. And then late within the round, they're all worried about Snacks. Right, you had both Alexi looking towards red, Bit looking towards Donut as they just regrouped and waltzed out A. m0NESY gets an absolute sitter onto Alexi, stepping for information. And now it just has to be, again, another Na'Vi partial aggression. Nico not going to have any issues dealing with Bit, slamming down the ramp in a second. Nico keeps him coming, but Hunter, he wants to get involved, so remove him for now. Shouldn't be too many dramas. They want to keep the rounds interesting, don't they?
Yeah,
to the content team.
Puts his cousin down, says it's my turn.
I think that was a positive sign from Wonderful getting the first and then pushing him for the second. Those were scenes of what we saw yesterday against Mouse. Happy to take those fights, go in with the swings, quick on the AWP, but the fact that they weren't able to convert off the back of that, G2 were already going to have 6. Just need to find Wonderful and Imma.
Yeah, the power of a good reset.
I think one of the keys within this game, and the reason that the scoreline isn't going to be completely indicative of how this half might end, is the cash hasn't built up for G2 just yet. So any more kills that Imma is able to get in this round is fantastic. You can see residual cash at the moment is only 2.3 for Snacks, and he's in the grave. He's got the high end. They will get the winning bonus for this round. Outmaneuvered is Imma now, but at least Na'Vi have limited the cash, so they will need to get around on the board, and then we can start having that conversation of breaking them going forward. And then it's about the recovery for Na'Vi. How many is necessary, and how many can they get on this CT side? Be curious if we see them turtle up, maybe go for A main aggression with 2 players, leave middle, allow G2 to use the red donut smoke, take that space, try and get their own territory. Because we've seen them go for a bit more standard approaches in the last few. 2 players out the red smoke, you know, you have your first one jump towards donut, maybe your second one stays behind red. Those fights have been going in the favor of G2 so far. This is a fantastic start for the roster on debut here in Riyadh. We do talk about the honeymoon. There's lots of positives that come with that. Obviously, the mood within the camp, everybody on their best behavior coming out of a boot camp, limited tape on the team. But this squad has bolstered its firepower. There is no doubt about that. The addition of Malps, a costly pickup, sure, but seems to be paying off, and they might be able to pay back a lot of that with a win here.
Yeah, no doubt
400 grand on the line.
400 grand for first.
Nothing to sniff at.
$1 million tournament. And for coming from Malps, it's been so nice. You have him on Twitter, you just see first semi-final ever, first grand final ever. I mean, he is just, I'm sure, absolutely riding this wave.
Well, we've seen this one before. The Strauss were throwing that. That's to extinguish that mid Molotov and allow them to flirt, or at least apply that pressure. There you go. See the A main aggression. That's what I was talking about, but dealt multiple bodies. That's a whole lot of information. m0NESY and Nico's name in the feed. and they're not going to be the traditional individuals watching the A push. So Na'Vi made the call to play off of middle, go for A main control, but G2, whether or not they were ready for it, they've dealt with it.
And what's interesting as well is that Bit probably didn't do that alone. Probably a safe guess that the AWPer was escorting him. So knowledge as to where Wonderful's whereabouts were. JL even cheating over towards the big box for a defense.
Yeah, and it feels like it has to be a gamble because G2 didn't actually have any space. They didn't go out middle. They weren't even in A main. They were setting up for something quite A-centric, but now with all the utility left, the opening kill, they should be able to whir this one into action. Go through their nades, grab the space required, and then look for a round finish. And it is a gamble for Na'Vi, sure. It's a bit of a coin toss, right? It's, well, hopefully they hit this bomb site where the stack currently resides. Getting a little bit more active now on that radar. Will they send a Canary in G2 to play for info? It might be Snacks to have a look over towards B.
It has, that spam from Nico has led to a rotation of the AWP. Snacks the Canary, as you described. 30 seconds as he goes looking. Safe from the flash. Alexi caught a glimpse of him.
Oh,
no, he didn't. He doesn't know. And a headshot from Snacks. That's going to be very uncomfortable now, but the A hit coming in as Snacks opens up the wrong bomb site. They have to defend now. JL, what have you got? Solid onto Malps. Bomb on the hunter back. Swinging into this and losing it. This is G2 conceding their first round of the grand final. 9 seconds to get the bomb down. There's no one that can even get their fingertips on it. You've got 6 seconds. You'll have to get the frags, and Immer's not giving up anything. And it crumbles. A bizarre taste, a bittersweet round there. Snacks hitting some crazy shots. Nico a smoke spam on the way out the door, but Na'Vi, they have broken through.
Okay, well, at least they limited the amount of rifles carried through. And yeah, talking about the Canary going into the site, well, it's meant to draw the rotation. He's not just meant to get both of the kills that easily. And because of how late that was in the round, there was no opportunity for that A main presence to rotate back, so they weren't in a position to seesaw across the map. You couldn't ask for that fake on the B side to go any better. It was just problematic that Na'Vi at that point, well, they're not going to rotate over. How are they going to get into that round? Imagine if all 5 of you were there, it would be a 2v5 B retake. But for Na'Vi, sure, you get the round, but it doesn't feel good. You lose everybody bar one player. The finances aren't fantastic. It is going to be a battle to get back into this. G2's money still on the ropes. So this is a turning point within this first half. Here's that opener. Bits aggression dealt with by m0NESY.
Good friends outside of the server are those two. But here in the grand finals, it's all business.
Bit was even playing Face It with the G2 guys coming out of the break. So going to be somewhat familiar with these players.
Yeah, I like this from Bit. That's some proactivity with the deep door smoke and him calling lane essentially clear.
Yeah, and that info just piped through to Wonderful, who's going to drop out his incendiary to block A main. That's well timed. It's going to allow the rotation of multiple members to come on over. It's the AWP of Wonderful, the MP9 of Alexi, and now blocked. It's going to have to be G2 pushing through this, or they cancel and reset.
Oh, it's a horrible feeling committing through the smoke, but they've managed to flash their way into some space. Malb's dead to 1. Snacks using that Tech 9 to great use. He's gotten across to Brokey. A molly would be huge, but surely Wonderful's got his number. He's smartly thinks twice about it. This cross is getting easier with m0NESY's contribution. Takes down another. Imet gone. And the smokes have landed now. Uncomfortable for the CT's Bit. Trying to be proactive. Through the smoke fade. Nico pre-aim perfectly. And all onto Wonderful's AWP. It's noted towards the donut spot.
Has to reload the AWP. Probably just considering a save at this point. They have multiple bodies there. They had 3 players. Obviously, the Alexi pushing in, getting caught with the timing of G2 coming through that mains. But they did a good job blocking their Na'Vi, but weren't able to punish them coming through the choke point or the grey screen.
What I loved as well from Snacks is, you know, as soon as they're committing to that, he commits to the full cross. He's not expecting to survive. Look at this. Look,
yeah.
He's already at Brokey. Now the donut players know CT's a vulnerability. Things are scary elsewhere.
But that's one of the issues right now for Na'Vi. You had all the information that there was nobody mid, there was nobody B lane. You knew that it was going to be the A play, and you still couldn't hold on to that round. Obviously not helped by the lesser weaponry, the FAMAS and the MP9.
Yeah, sure.
But out of position with the timing that G2 just brute forced through. And that's the thing, it was a minute 22 left on the clock. They could have full reset.
Yeah, I was watching that big box to Brokey cross, and I saw an AWPer in donut. I'm like, you're not getting past. But m0NESY catches Bit, things start to tumble out of control. And we know m0NESY's no slouch on the rifle. However, it does have a preference for the big green. We'll be whipping that out into this one.
Well, G2 showing their comfort on this map. It's something they played in every series so far in the EWC. So looking to make that 4-0 in the ancient win column.
Oof.
identifying this as a bit of a home map. We have Nuke coming up next. That's a guarantee. Inferno as the third and decider if we can get there. But how many rounds can Na'Vi get on this CT side at the moment? It's not looking good. And another opener almost for m0NESY. Emma will get the better of him with this 5-7. A round like this just to spark some confidence for Na'Vi. That would feel good because G2 are having their way with them currently.
I would have said it's not possible if it's just Wonderful Zorp, but now you've had Imma's contribution early. This is where Wonderful Zorp can start being the difference maker. Starts to maneuver down the ramp. Nico anticipating this is a possibility. He catches a whiff, fires off a shot prematurely. Reveals the orb's location. I can see immediate reaction. Look at this from G2. Charge towards the other side of the map.
Bit has a smoke to block here, but he's not going to get it off in time.
Yeah, just going to hide out, try and play for the timing peak. Oh, this could be good. Cover is there. Hunter just sitting on top of the planter, and it's a double from Bits Deagle. Wonderful another. G2 crumble, and already the defuse comes through. That is a Na'Vi round. You say confidence booster, Chad.
It's a 10-seconder. He might be able to spam them off the plan if he's quick.
If he's quick, it has to be now. Pre-aim spam, not enough. Na'Vi take the second round. A must-have second round for their CT side. Could we see a little path into redeeming themselves?
Well, we've been discussing the finances of G2 never really having a chance to settle because of the close nature of these rounds. We're about to see the ramifications of that. Saw it starting to break through with the Snax Tech 9, but they still converted that round. Now there is going to be a few more omissions, and this one could be the round that gets them back into winning ways. Na'Vi, second of 3 tactical timeouts now called for G2, and considering how good things have been going, it is surprising to see this to be the second called. But we'll be discussing those finances. And, well, I know this one isn't called from Na'Vi, but every time Blade had the opportunity to get on the mic yesterday against Mouse, he called the knockout blow. The 30-second timeout into the map victories back-to-back against Mouse was one way to put more stock for the Ukrainian coach.
Yeah, G2 are just going to try and do something back.
Yeah, this is where we need to discuss what the buy looks possible with, and you can see an AK being dropped into the hands of Nico, a couple of Deagle upgrades.
Thank you, Hunter.
I'm going for this A main to push again, Wonderful and Bit, so they're going to have all this space, and this time they won't be greeted. Unforced error with the missed incendiary, and Bit's just going to keep on searching into Malves. Should catch him off guard.
He wasn't ready for that at all. So quick. 1 minute 30 on the clock, and they've already pushed out of A main. Nico, the only real threat in the Kalashnikov. Deagle on m0NESY, sure, but no Kev. And this Na'Vi reaction is perfect. You just park Wonderful in mid in case anyone fancies their chances up heaven. Bit elbow, containing spawn.
Well, you can see just how much of a lifeline that light investment win for Na'Vi is as far as the finances are concerned. There's residual cash for buys, even if they were to have some struggles, and they shouldn't in this round. Snax offers himself up, jumps out to try and open the lines of sight. Now all 3 of them to come through Cave into Alexi.
Yeah, this is perfect setup.
Emma needs to bait for Alexi, otherwise, you know, this is an easy clear without any harassment.
Timing is perfect from Alexi. Emma and him strafe out for 1 each. And Alexi wraps it up neat and tidy for his 4th kill. You can see the crushed keys of teams that fell in pursuit of this grand final.
Surely you're only putting teams you beat in there, right, Alex?
Oh, if I was choosing, yeah, no doubt about it. I'm sure perhaps if you had a little rivalry, there may be
there's a bit of
else.
a beef.
Yeah, if there's some beef. Quite a beef-free zone in Counter-Strike.
Everyone seems to be quite nice to each other. I guess once the intensity of the game, that's where things change.
Yeah.
G2 into the rifles once more. A couple of Galils. Harassed towards heaven. Bits through this.
This is hyper-aggressive. He needs a flash, or he's just going to walk to his death. Snax happy to collect.
Lucky Imma got one at the same time. 4v4.
Yeah. He's going to take his place as well, so keep them on their toes here. You on Cave, you're going to have to get past me. Imma potentially pincering in with Alexi B. Snax been sharp here today, 11 frags, and he is going to go down to Alexi, so Immet doesn't even reveal himself, takes the fight onto Nico, forces him back. Oh, uncomfortable for Nico, just a Galil to his name, half HP, Wonderful taking down m0NESY. This is falling apart for G2 as Na'Vi look to rectify a slow start.
And first time we've seen Na'Vi be able to pull off the full press, right? Being able to lock down middle as well as B lane, even with Bit offering himself up for that opening kill. Hunter took a lot of space. Playing over towards that A main position, he was parked very forward, knew he had to make a bit of a play, literally in CT spawn, but dealt with, so that's a nice one. As it will just be Nico in a 1v4 situation. Galil in hand and fights about to come his way. Not expected. Alexi finishes that off, and now some confidence for Na'Vi. We head into round number 12. 7-5, that would really be salvaging things, losing the pistol. It was quite literally 6 straight for G2 out the gates on their T side.
And don't forget how close some of those rounds were. We talked about the 1v1s, even a 2v1. Majority of those rounds, Na'Vi did manage to put up a fight, albeit with lesser weaponry and less of an advantage, but it's just the other side of the coin here. Just Tech9's in pursuit of a lot of utility. We'll see double red smoke. That's a mistake. With your limited resources, you've just exhausted all of your smoke options bar one. Nico, the only one with it still on his belt.
And just letting Malbs search, so putting his aim on display on this T side. More than happy to be aggressive is Malbs. He might be past the expectation of Wonderful.
Yeah, Imma's accounting for it as well, so his options are going to be limited. I say that, yeah, if they kick up a fuss at B, he could catch a timing.
Yeah, Imma's been drawn over by this B utility, so Malbs continuing to crawl, has been able to find a bit of a gap.
And look at that, perfect utility. Monacy just a white screen.
There's Malbs.
Down, Malbs' Deagle strikes, and a long-range jump with JL, he finds the headshot. That's a round changer from Malbs. A double kill on the Deeg, finds that timing window. As now it's up to Wonderful to try and get back into the site. Smart play from Malbs. He doesn't need to fight. The bomb is now ticking. It's the CTs that are on the attack, but that incendiary forces his hand wide. Wonderful baits the shot. Malbs, could you really get another one? Wonderful doesn't think so. Nearly lands the follow-up onto Nico.
Bomb's halfway gone. Got to get a move on Na'Vi.
Yeah, they got the kit. Bit. And Wonderful. But Nico, too good for Wonderful, clears him out, and it's not going to be easy for Nico as Bit hit too.
He knows where he is.
He knows exactly where he is, Chad. Holding the bomb, hoping Snax overplays his hand. A 5-second defuse in front of his face, but Snax denies. An 8-4 half for G2. A statement start on their map pick for this grand final of the Esports World Cup.
Ready, set, go.
into the second half of this grand final of the Esports World Cup 2024. A trophy will be lifted this evening. Championship Sunday in Riyadh. Na'Vi on one side of the stage and G2 on the other. It's Ancient, first map of the series, and it was picked by G2, and they've managed to justify it with an 8-round haul.
Impressive stuff on the T side, and I think you got to see Malv's Deagle on display, something he was known for. And delivering on that in the final round of the first half.
Central American donk.
Yeah.
What he calls himself.
I think if you were Na'Vi, you would have been happy with the recovery if you managed to get 5. The way that last round went down, maybe not, and that's the pace. We're seeing a bit of tenacity out of Na'Vi now, just running it towards the side, smoked off, Molly's in, Nico trying to flirt around in the grey screen, but it's Hunter to find Alexi.
That's a gift. Hunter has given G2, and now the Spam's hitting on Wonderful. He's going for a quote-unquote safe plant. Still chipped away at.
There's no kit, but the bomb has just gone down. This is a very difficult post plant for Na'Vi now.
It's Snags' flash I'm intrigued by, but he's actually going to... Yeah, I was think twice about that. Try and set something up. Flashes towards the cave position. Hunter will investigate, and wow, clean work from the Glocks. It's Na'Vi locking this site down. A couple more required, but Nico, he's kicking up a fuss. He wants to take this one into the site, not planted for Cave. They're both in Cave. If he can hit the shot, which he has. JL running him down, though, on the defuse. Nico's got no bullets. He's got the knife, though. No time for the defuse. A lot of money. A knife kill from Nico. Quad kill from Nico. But it will be Na'Vi's pistol.
I'm surprised that they wanted to go into Cave off the back of that flash anyway.
Yeah,
I thought that they would just use that to try and cross in towards the side, because you saw it once it got down to that 2v2. The CTs are in a much better position. The Ts actually have to come out. You can take the fights from range. Look, Nico did a great job to make that one interesting, but with the 10-seconder always having to come in, Na'Vi being gifted a couple with the initial fight, that is the pistol round.
I'd credit JL as well, just his movement to try and close that gap, make it as hard as possible for Nico to hit the clean head.
Interesting as well, because Nico did so much damage there, got so many kills, and the knife as well. He could have brought him with an M4, and they could have made this an interesting looking force buy, but they are just going to take the save. I think the reason behind that could be next round he can drop the AWP across to m0NESY, and they can bring out the AWP almost immediately. So pistol round got chaotic, and I thought they had the advantages in that retake if they were to swarm the side, but Na'Vi, they hold them back and they pick up a big round. Now it's just about putting it in. We get a P250 and a Deagle. 3 players over towards B right now. Snax passive on red, and Malb's pushed all the way up in towards A main. They're diligent with their utility, which is quite limited, to be fair, Na'Vi. They should be able to finish this one off. m0NESY's starting to get a little bit aggressive. JL should have tabs on this. Oh, that nade is perfect. Look at the damage. Nuclear. JL will remove 2 with the help of Alexi B's HE.
Oh, it's like they're following the script, but Nico, the script flipper. A headshot from Nico. Strikes fear into them for a moment, but they will plow through. JL, an important headshot, brings him down. The only investment, $700 pistol. So minimal casualties as well. The name of the game from Na'Vi. They maintain their Galils, even keeping that MAC-10 for Alexi.
Well, let's see if Nico does opt to facilitate m0NESY with the AWP. I can tell you it's immediately purchased and dropped across to m0NESY. So do they want to use this offensively? AWPers on a map like Ancient, you tend to see them throwing the elbow mid smoke, or maybe they're going to throw the B door smoke, and then they play a little bit more supportively. But if m0NESY has a good spawn or feeling for a pick, we might see him get activated. I'll spoil the party again. I'm on him on spawn, and he is just lining up that elbow smoke. So the AWP shouldn't come as a surprise if Na'Vi have been keeping tabs of the finances.
Oh, I'm sure they're aware they got knifed. Here we go. What's Alexi cooking? Some early space to be taken. Bit throwing out an early cave smoke, so is Alexi going to try and go through this? Testing mid. Lots of flashes into mid-all, and m0NESY the first casualty. That's something JL can do wonderfully. Just walks up the ramp, demands the site. Takes it. Snax has to react, and that's what Alexi's counting on. And now with one back, Nico regains control of the B site. I say that, Wonderful was there too. Snax is a dead man walking into Alexi B's crosshair.
They don't have to commit. They can still pivot back, even though they've had somewhat side control. There's a rotation available. Nico, almost lethal damage onto Alexi.
Same for him, though. Very low HP after his 2 engagements. He's going to be wanting to be a little bit more cautious. Him out on the search. Hunter. Tucked in CT. Aware of the possibility of a temple walk. 45, bomb through mid.
No utility for Na'Vi. This is very difficult.
This is a big one. Hunter, he's been biding his time for this. He just has to try and choose the perfect moment. Disrupts the plant with the kill, finds the second as well. Solid work from Hunter, but Immer, he's not going to give up. He goes for a second. It's Malbs. Stands his ground. An important frag and brings home 9 for G2.
Does, with the proud father look on his face right there. Saw that once we were in the final round of the first half, he was either marveling or stressing at that Malbs push in towards red, but enjoying what he's seeing right now. The first gun round starts pretty wonky. JL, a great opener onto the AWP. You don't have too many options when that lurk smoke comes in. So honestly, playing with the pillar and the AWP, you think it's a pretty safe weapon for the job, but Hunter, I think he heard the steps of Immer as well, transitioning towards Temple, and then just sat, waited, and operated perfectly to shut down that push from Na'Vi.
And the timing, it was almost as he swung, the bomb got touched. And it meant he had isolated that 1v1 to a millisecond of perfection. Isolates them both, takes those duels. Good work from Hunter, that's an impact round. And the crowd agrees.
Yeah, that's one of the things in this event. You've seen definitely more impactful moments out of Hunter. Him and Nico were really struggling. So both in much better form. Nico especially, MVP form for Nico. Same to be said for Wonderful on the other side. But they have to break the curse against Alexi B. Undefeated against his former team, G2.
Yeah, not for 1 or 2 samples, but 6. Curses only work if you believe in them. Let's see if new G2. Snacks didn't get the memo.
Oh, he hasn't felt that before. Malbs and Snacks on debut, a trophy. That would be something special.
I'm sure the G2 org are watching this one in disbelief, just how quickly things have gone well. Never mind Dallas.
Or they're patting on themselves on the back thinking, we are masterminds, one of the two.
Yeah, sure. Bomb through mid early.
Off angle from Monacy.
Yeah, he's back in his aim in this one, but some sharpshooters on the other side of things. Smoke donut, so... Oh, the clear. Anticipated by Immer. A quick adjustment and a headshot into Hunter. That's a disadvantage. G2 off kilter. Pressuring Monacy. He seems alert. He seems ready. He's very flashed. White screen. He's going to get run down. Clean team play from Na'Vi. In trouble is Malbs. Good timing on the smoke. It does mean that they're going to have to try and push through this. A flash again. The team play perfect from Na'Vi.
Yeah, immaculate work there. I think Immer making sure he takes down Hunter, that's huge. It also helps them head over towards that A site, knowing that Hunter tends to be one of the mid players, so he's always going to be supporting that A bomb site.
But like both of those A defenders didn't get to defend. Yeah. It was just a white screen and a nice wide swing.
Yeah, tough for Monacy as well, because they're playing on that fade. You're also worried about the red slip. Your B defense is already quite light because you were playing 2 over towards A, so lots of questions. So bouncing back Na'Vi. Can they rip away the MP9 and the rifle of Nico? Well, they have a good idea where one of them is.
That's tough. Snacks has got no HP left and covered by Nico.
You shall not pass. Line in the sand from Nico.
Oh, imagine. Snacks actually does some significant damage. Doesn't manage to find the aggressor. Only losing his MP9, but it would have been nice into the next.
Yeah, well, at least they kept the bigger of the two, right? So what can Nico do with this rifle? He's in good form, 16 kills. At the top of the server right now, keeping up the form from earlier in the event. Honestly, not too upset about that one. You know, he was wrapped on within Donut. The util use was perfect. I thought Malbs, you know, blocking with that smoke, and at that moment I'm like, all right, well, here he is. He's anchoring the site. He's being tested, but just so many numbers coming his way.
Felt like a HE, a flash, and 3 players swinging him. I mean, that's that's a numbers game that's not favoring him.
You can see Nico waiting to break the smoke and take a fight towards middle. What's the timing? There it goes.
Wow, he's done well with that. Immer down. He's going to try and be everywhere here. Now, they left the B site wide open. The fact that he shows up mid and then immediately gets over to long.
And there's no gaps available for Na'Vi at the moment. That was the initial space they were taking. They have B lane. Alexi in stage 1 of Cave, but we discussed this in the first half. It's quite risky to go through Cave against an eco. Imagine if they have a 5-7 in that position. Rotation being drawn back now. They have heard enough. Everybody scampering over for G2 to try and support Nico, but the bomb transitioning just the other way. So swings and roundabouts as they might be dodging each other's ships in the night.
Yeah, just needs someone to scout out the site, report.
The biggest issue, I think, for Na'Vi is if they take too long. They don't know that A main's clear. They don't look like they're going to send anybody in through Donut. If the push from G2 starts to come through B right now, they might even be able to get a jump on this. Sure, it's only USPs behind the saved M4, but time could be a bit of a drama. They are combing forward.
Yeah, they know what's up now.
I don't know if they clear Alexi.
from. He's moving a bit too quickly. Nice work onto Hunter. Alexi B hears this. Nice tracking, but there's the Nico rifle. Still a 2 versus 3, but just Nico really with the chance to hit a couple of headshots.
Just do damage, try and take more of the guns away.
Snacks would love it. Imagine if he could find one. Alexi B's rifle is in middle. JL could hold that cross back, and Snacks tries his luck.
Not the safest route to get to those guns, was it? But that would have been a nice little boon to carry forward into the next round, because it is about to be a 1-round game. Na'Vi, they have stayed resilient. They were down 6-0, pistol losses, close rounds going against them, a couple of clutches in the mix, tight moments. Battled back with 4, could have and should have even been 5. But now a pistol conversion, losing the first gun, bouncing back, breaking the money of G2. About to see another rifle round Dom this second half of play. When we settle into a few more of these rifle rounds, I'm interested to see the approach of Na'Vi. Yanko on the desk talking about, hey, you know, be aggressive, get in their face for Na'Vi. I'm curious if you want to try and stress them, really force them to into these late rounds, fake them out a little bit, see if you can really put pressure on the comms. This is a new team.
Well, it's more direct right now. Oh, blocking each other, cancelling plans, burning a lot of damage. That's a misplay. Could have been worse, I'm sure, if you maybe committed, so who's to know? Snacks, that's hyper aggressive.
Yeah, and this is a different setup. 2 middle, 2 A main, just 1 over towards B being Nico. I think they'll just park Snacks here for the remainder of the round. He's not traditionally the A holder, it is Malps. So a late jump up Tetris, warded off by the Molotov for now. It's allowed m0NESY to rotate back towards B, so 2 of your sharpest tools in the G2 shed ready to lock down this bomb site together.
Yeah, he flashes himself into the site. JL on that power position up the ramp and still searching. m0NESY tested, pre-fired, Bit owns him. Nico in his power position himself, down after 1. Plan for long, rotations are long.
2 mollies remaining to block this off.
And Hunter should be dead. He does do damage though. A dink into Bit should go down. Malps doesn't swing. Now the Flames is going to go through. Drive by, in, down. Snacks no kit. And you can see he's second guessing the approach.
I'm not sure we'll be able to catch that one on the replay because it was m0NESY getting sat on his ass, but you see he's using that little pixel gap.
Yes.
I don't think it's two-way either. I think he quite literally has a bit of an advantage there, like, especially with the boost on towards the box, but just a little entry in towards the site.
Yeah, there's no better QA tester than m0NESY. If you wanted someone to go and find all of the little gaps through the walls, he's your guy.
Well, we're tied up, 9-9, Na'Vi. This is what we want to see, some good Counter-Strike. Swarming that B bomb site. Quite a team effort so far. Wonderful, the high end on 14, but then you've got JL, Bit, both on 13, 11 for Alexi and Immet on 10.
Just a moment's hesitation from m0NESY on that fight there. Bit, he knows his adversary well. And wonderful coming into the side behind Bit. They are a deadly combination. This 1-2 punch. Bit gets into the site. JL's there. And wonderful to sweep the rest under the rug. That is the 3rd timeout. Last tack timeout from Taz of G2. Takes 30 seconds just to try and screw their heads on tight to close out their map pick.
Well, max loss bonus going into the next, so they can invest a little bit more than they traditionally would into a round like this, G2. You won't see the full buy. You'll see them leaving themselves with about, wow, 1.5 to 2K. One saved M4 on Snacks. Will he be active? They're actually prioritizing a lot of utility over firepower. Make this look like they have a little bit more than they do. There's a B door smoke from spawn that you see, an elbow smoke towards middle. They'll be able to molly, they'll be able to nade. They can get up close and personal with the pistols. There's some fights that could be in their favor.
JL, his favorite hidey hole. This time Nico down and out. Na'Vi making light work of this. Just no respect up the ramp. And Snacks caught out throwing smokes. That M4 doesn't even get used. Just sent straight back to spawn. 5 alive for Na'Vi as they take the lead in this grand final.
It is quite interesting that they favored this B bomb site quite a lot, and especially going up the ramp. That's the position that Nico's watching a lot of the time. You have Snacks over towards the cave. JL's had some decent success roaming up, removing heads. Now now building a streak of their own in the second half of play. We are talking 6 out of the 7 rounds played in favor of Na'Vi and getting fired up. The major champs looking to add some more silverware to that cabinet. It's B again.
Yeah. This time just going to basically aim map over his Molotov.
It's great to have JL confident to take on an aimer like Nico in this form. He doesn't really care who it is. Take the nameplate off. This is my job, this is my role, and I want to take these fights. It's the same setup again, so the double mid Hunter Malbs. Snack's aggressive A main. Monacy helps set him up early. Nico solo B. Snacks might find a time in this round.
Big frag from Snacks. Integral to a G2 rebuttal. So the man advantage facilitates Malbs to just tuck in. Bit always diligent with his clears though, and a drop, an audible one for Malbs. He prepares himself. Active jiggles, anticipating a clear. Actively holding his red room, turns his back, Bit overlooks the possibility, and then Monacy is there for support. Mid on lock. G2 a clean 5 alive round at this stage in the game means everything. We're talking about JL and his proficiency up the ramp. Well, that's all he's got now. No bomb. He's got his ramp. Nico says you can have it. Uncharacteristic overlook of Malbs' position there from Bit, and it just spirals.
I think he's just worried where Snack's gotten off to.
True.
And that's the second time we've seen G2 run that setup. And suppose with all the pressure they've had towards B, if you can't win the full mid and B lane press, let's find the gap, right? They're obviously using a lot of their resources to take B lane, to take middle, might be able to find the timing, and only just. Immet was aware that it could have been a possibility, turned around, did 55 damage, but Snacks with that kill, it put the entire round into disrepute for Na'Vi. We're tied up 10-10.
And that's something that Snacks has been doing, you know, to a volatile amount of success. It's up and it's down.
But this is the question mark for Na'Vi. How do we respond to this? Do we need to send 1 or 2 individuals in towards A main to get that control? Do we expect them to go for that same type of play? And if we do, then that's going to make our B lane and mid control lighter in terms of utility and bodies. And that is what the conversation will be right now from Blade with Alexi B, the team. Taking their 3rd tactical timeout. That's every timeout used in the server so far until we make it, or if we make it, to overtime. And we're talking about the proficiency of Blade with the timeouts and the adjustments resulting in round wins. Can he do it when we're 20 rounds deep? Notes being read. You can see everybody with the homework in front of them.
We've got to get that TAC timeout conversion stat for the coaches.
Immediately with stats, you know, as we like to do, there's always these problems. It's like, okay, but what if they take it on an eco and then they go into a gun round next? You know,
it doesn't. I mean, it would still give us a number, you know, regardless of how.
Something's better than nothing,
exactly.
I suppose.
That's my mindset on this regard. Flashes for middle. Immet mollies to jump up early. Standard protocols as Immet is going to be tested, and JL kept at bay by the flames. He's looking for Hunter. A little bit of chip damage lands. Snacks in cave makes no secret of his occupation.
But there is A main pressure.
Yeah, a significant amount of it.
Setup seems somewhat ready for this for G2. Multiple bodies.
No incendiary for Malbs. This position, he has the shadow advantage, but smoke won't keep them at bay. He'll throw it early.
I think they'll think better of this, Na'Vi. Right? We saw G2 within the first half all in through this, but Na'Vi, they can play the round out. They still have a bit of map control utility, there's no smokes in play, so that is going to be the most difficult part of trying to finish this round, but at least they know that A main control is theirs. 60 seconds on the clock, coming for the full mid clear. G2, 2 through red, 2 through donut.
There's a lot of faith in Snacks to keep hold of his part of the map, so Nico can focus here. Pre-fire, pre-aim, destroys Nico. Monacy, he's taking fights, he's confident. And now the support is here. Malbs swings through, would have loved a second, puts Bit on notice, but the frag's converted for Na'Vi.
Should go towards B, but the bomb in limbo.
Yeah, that's the bomb on Bit. He's holding for the angle. It doesn't matter if JL's as sharp as that.
I think that's a bit disjointed from G2. When you want to go for that mid control, it's a pretty common approach. When you lose full mid, you want to go, all right, we're going to have multiple members donut, multiple members red. Red was fighting and donut wasn't contributing.
Yeah.
Donut contributed too late. So they were disjointed in this mid clear, and they were just able to stand and aim map. Like Alexi had plenty of time to stand there and take that duel top mid against that of Monacy.
And just how confident they were to just call the cancel, you know? First plan doesn't seem like the best plan now, and well, this is
into
actually,
the AWP.
Yeah, straight into Monacy.
Shadow.
Early warning, takes down Alexi. Does get a second, the no-scope into JL, all onto Wonderful, brings that bomb through, needs blood first. 4 versus 3, and now, ooh, Wonderful. Down and out, looking locked down as Malbs and Hunter arrive on the scene just in time. It's a G2 11th, and Monacy's double delays and destroys. That's impact from the AWPer.
And a pace shift from Na'Vi that gets shut down immediately. I think these faster rounds against a team with the firepower that G2 has, that's the type of Counter-Strike they want to play. Run at me? Yeah, I just have to focus forward. You play the mid-rounds, you force us into common, you put stress on some of our players in newer positions. That's a different story. Na'Vi looking for a knockout blow, but we're tied up again. 11-11, still buys available. Na'Vi with plenty of cash to get the AWP back out for Wonderful. We're locking horns and hopefully destined for overtime in map number 1 of the EWC.
He's looking for snacks. He fancied his chances. Protocols from G2 seem solid. Cancels his plans. Laid it down to half health. Snacks stands confident. Where's Wonderful's health going? Just peppered. Look at the damage. Malb, Snacks spamming away. Na'Vi, shadows of their former selves as JL again. Look at that. 11 HP. They are no longer the same men that left spawn.
Bit the only one on full HP.
Unconfirmed, Chad. They have no idea just how much damage they've done. They might have an idea.
That's almost all of the cash invested this late in the game, with the loss bonus only going to be 1,900 into the next. Na'Vi have 60 seconds to piece it together. Limited utility, no space across the map, and 4 players who just need to have a stiff breeze come their way and they will fall over.
4 members of Na'Vi die in a single bullet, and Bit, to an AWP, the same. And down, oh dear, missed shot from Monacy. Monacy down to Bit, making light work of the situation. However, Hunter's hit.
They can't brave this.
They definitely can't brave that. An extinguish necessary. 30 seconds, it is uncomfortable. He's re-aiming the boost and acknowledges that's a possibility. Hunter going for a real hero play here. Looking for the 12th, they spam him away. How on earth have they found him there? JL up and over. Can't believe Na'Vi are doing this. Nico doesn't seem to think they are. Nor does Malbs.
Save.
Has to be. They gave it a good shot, a good crack. Bit making it look realistic. By dispatching of the AWPer, but yeah, just the damage, the echoes of it. And it will just be the saved AWP from Wonderful.
Fortunate JL went down before time there. Would love to have held on to that, could have dropped an AK, and still arguably could. I've seen him buy it in immediately. It's going to be one emission for Alexi, AKs for everybody else. Util a little bit skimp, lacking Molotovs. We'll make it just one, so they have been able to pull this together. Alexi being able to get a Galil in his hand, so still pretty decent buy for Na'Vi. Need this to take us to overtime, or G2 will be picking up their map choice.
So much pressure on one round of Counter-Strike for Na'Vi. Will G2 bow out quietly? As Hunter has been silenced, back from Malbs in mid. Has he got the aim? Yes, he has. He prevails with only the 2. Alexi humbles back. Quick one with the Galil. Necessary trade from the in-game leader. There's a reason Alexi hasn't been losing to his former teams. Can he secure overtime with Bit and Wonderful by his side? You've got to get past Monacy.
Yeah, and they've lent on this AWP towards A in multiple rounds. Will they expect it a third time? Taz watching on helplessly. Blade the same. Util available for Na'Vi. Plenty of time to work with. Information lacking for G2. Massive voids. Donut, red. Those slips are possible while we see the likes of Snacks and Nico, the B defense, pair up and look for space. It's all going to come down to timing. See, Monacy's having to pivot back now. He's worried about the flank through CT. They could come out Donut.
Oh, he's hit the shot. Takes down Bit. What's that? Gets himself to big box, but loses his life in pursuit of it. 2v2. Snacks from Donut. Nico joins him. Bomb's gone down. All to play for now. Util favors them. That's a great smoke from Alexi. Buys time. Forces the hand of Snacks. Nico trying to pivot back through mid. He's lining up some nades for him. He's only got a HE.
Well, they can break it.
That can work. That can work. Wonderful tempo. Alexi opts for main side. This is the clear. They have to move through this.
Smoke for the bomb.
And the kit. They can piece this together. Throws out the flashbang. No smoke used. Instead, it's wonderful. Snappy with the AWP. No time for Nico here. A smoke and a hope that they can miss their shots. He's going to get peeked on by both of them. Alexi holding the cross, spams away, doesn't get his fingers on the defuse. He's punching in the code, trying to cut the wires, and surely he doesn't get away with this! Oh my God, Alexi was confused, as was I. There was a millisecond in it.
Thought he was invisible in that smoke for a second. Bomb ticking down, defuse coming through, a nail biter to take us to overtime, and this is the type of Counter-Strike we want to see.
How close was that?
No more blowouts. Competitive CS, individuals on display. Thought Malbs was going to be the hero in Ancient late again.
Bang, that's a big shot to post under pressure, did wonderful.
What's the change up? Na'Vi not investing in the AWP that helped them through the last. Wonderful's just going to operate here with an AK-47. It'll be more direct. They think the rifle tussling around these smokes early could be the difference. Snacks just going to push on out. The timing, Nico's ahead as well. Aggression has been matched. G2 in the face. Get B lane.
The 1-2 punch of Snacks and Nico.
They're not taking a breath, getting stuck in immediately.
Oh, the distraction, perfect. And just like that, the round comes home for G2. That's clean, that's convincing. What does that do to your T-side when you've just been faced with that aggression? Is that immediately going to take some pace out of your rounds?
I think we'll see them still keep locking horns.
Okay.
Because that's that type of round for G2. They've been struggling to get some of them going. That's why we had that revelation round where Snacks went for that A main push, was able to find that timing, and then Na'Vi had a tough time pivoting back. We've seen some different setups from G2, obviously playing Malbs and Hunter towards middle, having Snacks go aggressive A main, ushered in by that m0NESY AWP, Nico solo B because they know how strong he is. But Na'Vi in the early stages of regulation, they were going over towards the B bomb site a lot, but that's when the money was a little bit rockier for G2. Right? They didn't have everything they needed. Maybe there was a few omissions. So we see how they pivot back.
Alexi on the mic, all eyes and ears on him. Second round of overtime. 2 more attempts from Na'Vi to get an attacking round on the board before we swap. Battle of wall bangs here. Nothing to report.
And Malb's going aggressive into A main on his lonesome.
What a flash. Na'Vi, they've definitely got their protocols lined up, but are they accounting for Malbs going hyper-aggressive? Tames the spray into the headshot machine himself. Last time we saw an A main push did slow Na'Vi down to a crawl.
Well, this time it makes a bit more sense. It's actually the A anchor. It's not Snacks in that position. So Na'Vi, a man down, plenty of time, sure, but this is a tough round to piece together. They've been able to slip red, but that's going to be noted. Hunter likely going to have to deal with that one at range. And while JL trying to take a bit of pressure away from the slip, gets caught by Snacks.
Wow, that's a quick shot. Onto Hunter, who was responsible for red, so now G2 have to react to the loss of it. It's a powerful position for the attacking side to occupy. But the bomb disconnected from this. Alexi B counting on Imer and Wonderful. We've only got 30 seconds. Honestly, hearing these steps towards the CT alley, and Malbs going down is a big pick from Imer.
Alexi can rotate.
From behind! He strikes with one, a second is greedy. Alexi B hoping that's enough of a distraction. He gets himself into Donut, gets himself into the A site. The bomb will be planted. It's Nico and Snacks again.
CT plant, this is nice.
Planted for Imet. No smoke this time, and you've got to get past Alexi B on the AWP. Connects nicely. Swamps out to the AK to finish off the job. Nico, though, he is robotic with his precise aim. But not today. Na'Vi keep us level, 13 each.
Yeah, pieced that one together well, didn't they? Exactly. And it was a 4v5 for quite a while. There wasn't a trade immediate at all. It took that red pressure. It was actually a 3v5, right? Because JL went down, searching towards B before Wonderful was able to pick up that kill with the AWP. Focus from Alexi, thinking on his toes. Changes the plan, knowing the position that Emma has control of. Planting for him, but he's the one who does all the work. The in-game leader. Impact in overtime.
JL going for an extinguish. Great HE work. He's going to play a dangerous game if he sticks around. Oh, the flashes mouse completely deleted. A necessary trade back. Hunter of that mid pairing, and Snax is feeling frisky. Out in the smoke, aggressive. Pokes his nose out, finds one onto JL. Alexi finds one back. It's just individual duels all over the shop. The dust will settle. Bit and Alexi. Nico Monacy.
Oh, Nico is actually going for a really heads-up play. I think he'll be completely unexpected with a maneuver like this, but the gaps that Na'Vi leave may make them question the flank. What is this rotation time from Monacy? He might be able to plug this gap.
Yeah, he's considering it, and it's the perfect weapon for the job. Oh, nails the shot. Bye-bye Bit.
Yeah, Alexi's not going to expect this.
Full wrap. Sound cues given. He's worried about Heaven. He's definitely not ready for Nico. Doesn't choose to use the smoke. Thinks he's got enough time to punch in the code. He's not wrong. Gets it down. Smokes the site. Still not considering the speed of that flank from Nico. Around the world in pursuit of 14, and it pays off. Heads up's a word for it. 14-13 at the half.
You have to reflect what was going right for G2 on their T side. Well, the pistol, the conversions, the close nature of those early rifle rounds, a couple of them coming down to 1v1s. Both of these teams really locking horns around the smoke. There was multiple chaotic moments, difficult for OBS to catch. Mid fights through smokes, B lane, Snax pushing through. Somehow JL staying alive with all that nade damage and then being caught. 2 more rounds for G2 to pick this one up.
Max fancies his chances, and Barrage doesn't catch him. Relatively unscathed as Alexi V's got his lineups. Overlooking Nico completely. That's a brave walk back to take the trade. Proactive from Nico. And wonderful, they are testing him. The shadow advantage is huge. Him to bait. Malbs to shut down. They know where the AWPer is as well. Huge opportunity for G2 here. JL, he's in 2 minds. Do I worry about B? Do I worry about the flank red? They know it's a possibility, but Malbs already on the move.
Blocked ramp for now, but does that mean we'll see aggression? As they pivot back, JL should be dead to Malbs.
Oh, not JL! Hyper aware of the possibility, gets himself an equalizing kill and the one-shot headshot potential.
Still would like to see them just finish towards B. They've got all 3 of them here. Hunter through cave. You can have Monacy and Nico come up the ramp once this smoke starts to fade.
Yeah, suffocating util limits their options. Bit basically has to be here in limbo. More towards the long side. Nico knows that. Hunter moves first, unable to hit his shots. Bit good for it onto Nico. Monacy, the late piece, the only piece for G2 in this first round of their attack. Nails a wallbang. 20 seconds. Gonna have to make his move. Where Bit was towards the cubby. Masks the pickup, swings through, observes Bit. Knows where he is, hits the headshot. 10 seconds, the fight comes his way. Wonderful panicking. He could get this down. This could be another masterclass from Monacy. The 2 young guys. He delivers another impossible clutch. Up against everything. 3 players, no time, no problem for Monacy. Again and again he delivers. Blowing the minds of Counter-Strike fans around the world.
The kid is absolutely masterful in those moments.
Oh, 10 seconds he takes down Bit. Swaps to the AK, his only way, a wallbang onto JL out of nowhere. Look at the time.
Yeah, and then you've got the swing for the trade. Can't get it done, stays alive, knows he has to punch in the digits. And they drop a massive round. 15 confirmed for G2. Monacy coming in clutch on Ancient again. He's had a couple of special ones throughout the EWC. Add that one to the list.
Just farming highlights.
Doesn't just have to be with the AWP, does it? You can do it with everything.
Making the impossible possible. Increasingly probable for Monacy. Well, there's confirmation of the AWP. Well-placed flashbang from Snacks gives them a whole lot of info. Oh, this is good timing from Bit. Monarchy's not going to be ready for this kind of peak, and he looks to double up. The spray transfers massive 4 bullets. Chill your beans. Job is done.
Good resilience. They're going to get out and play the number advantage. More utility to slow this down in case the fight would follow. Everybody for G2 now grouped up. Monarchy down. Who's going to clutch this time round?
There is a little space. It's Bit that's cleared out, and he's actually fallen to Snacks. That's a big find. Lead onto JL. A dead Snacks. A bomb plant. 2 on 4. JL just calls, waits for the full rotation. They
They're
can
in a
come
box.
from every angle. These fights happen in sync. He's in trouble. Hunter. Mouse. Group up. Isolating Jules, though. That's a misstep from Imet. His team weren't ready. Alexi's good for 1 back, and now Malbs is surely a dead man. His days are numbered. He still starts to hit the first. So Lexi that keeps a cool head on his shoulders for the close, but G2, even in a 2-man disadvantage, they get the plant, they get Navi's palms sweating.
All right, well, they can only take us to overtime number 2, thanks to Monarchy's heroics. That one you have to attest to Bit. 20 kills for him. Aggressive push down the ramp. 2 big kills, finding the AWP on the elevation.
Perfectly timed aggression.
Well, what's the call from G2? Are they just going to keep allowing their players to play, or is there a knockout blow? Everybody from G2 heading towards B. This isn't a default.
Yeah, this is far more a direct approach.
B rush, when in doubt.
Bit lines him up and knocks down 1. Team killing.
Oh!
It's Malbs! Flattens Na'Vi in his wake in pursuit of taking map 1. It's all hanging in Malbs' balance. Throws Na'Vi a knockout blow map 1. Taking down teammates, taking down 3 members of Na'Vi, just running and gunning. 25 frags, but those 3 are game-winning. Taking the map, Nico confirms it. Malbs justifies his presence in the jersey.
A statement call from Snacks to close out map number 1. They stay undefeated on Ancient in debut in Riyadh. G2 1 up, 1 map away. A Monarchy clutch to secure 15. A Snacks call to close it down.
Now that is what competitive Counter-Strike is all about. My goodness, we've got a great first map here. In the first one of our grand final, we're trying to crown someone here in Riyadh to be that champion of the Esports World Cup. And, well, they're fighting, no doubt.
Now we're cooking with gas, Trace.
Yeah.
Now we're playing some counter. What an exciting game. All over the place, right? G2 dominant in the first half, Na'Vi clinical in the second half. It felt like overtime was fitting for this game, and then just a little bit of magic from the individuals of G2 to close it out.
Yeah, magic for Monarchy. I don't even know what to call it anymore. I don't know if that was magic or like he should go buy lottery tickets.
Oh, my Jesus Christ. What a traumatic moment for the Na'Vi camp to lose this 1v3 against Monarchy, and the timing of it is absolutely insane as well.
You could see just there at the end of the game, Monarchy is not happy, and I think he's not happy with himself.
He didn't play a good, that was not a good map.
Because he was making some weird decisions, man. Towards the tail end of that game, end of regulation, beginning of overtime, some re-peaks or the AWP, you know, swinging with the AWP a little bit unaware of the situation or where the opponents can be. I think he understands that, you know, he cost his team a couple of rounds, but I think he made up for it with that clutch.
I mean, he closed it at the end, right? He bought himself back into this game for sure, but I agree with you. I think he started as a quote-unquote weakness for G2. You saw the amount of times Na'Vi were trying to find duels on the B ramp. Sometimes it was JL, sometimes it was Bit. Monarchy, open hand twice, do not find a single kill. He gets deleted. And then it's interesting to see Na'Vi maybe second-guessing, overthinking a little bit the situation, thinking now we're going to divert from B. We've had a couple of rounds, we're going to go to A. And I don't know if it's Monarchy, Snacks, or Taz, but someone had the right idea. Someone read that book, someone saw that movie, they knew the ending. They started placing Monarchy a couple times on the A side, and he closed the door on them.
Yeah, there was a setup call, a change there, rather.
Yes.
And it had to have come through, and it was to send Monarchy Donut. It was to send Snacks to push A main and kind of get that control and maybe do the seesaw effect a little bit more.
And this is where Counter-Strike becomes beautiful from a tactical standpoint, and we talk about a chess match between IGLs because Na'Vi were firmly back into this game. Like, you just relive the pattern of what we saw. It's a good start from G2, a couple of key clutches, one from them, 6-0 up, they have everything they need. Na'Vi buys back in, and suddenly in the second half, you start seeing what Na'Vi is made of in terms of protocols and execution. There's some of these rounds they're winning. We're watching the green room thinking, oh my god, G2 couldn't do anything. Pop flashed 3 times, shoulder check, shoulder peeked, flash, grenade into smokes, Mabs on the A side, he doesn't see the light of day. This was Na'Vi firmly in place, and then somehow G2 were able to figure out the puzzle and place the right people where they needed to be.
You get that smoke down, and then you see them just hard clearing m0NESY out of the donut. Like, that's
beautiful.
It's these moments where, like, hey, we're going to get him off the map. Got to get him out of the way.
And that's exactly Navi's style. You know, it's slow, it's methodical, it's suffocating, and you can see in the mid to late round, if it's still a 5v5, it comes down to 1 kill, really. You know, which way the round is going to go. We had the round where Hunter breaks the smoke right on mid, dies, and after that, it's just a clinic from Na'Vi to end with an A split. And a couple of times, G2 was able to throw a spanner in the works, right? And come back. Bro, I think we need to talk about Snax.
Yeah.
Because he had insane impact in this game. I mean, the first or the second round, the G2 wins on the CT side, right? Is him pushing A main and kind of getting the kill on Nima, giving them a man advantage. Also around Cave, around those smokes, just sneaky beaky-like, as Taz said in the interview. He's just been very, very important for G2 on this map.
I agree with you, and also his impact in these first clutches that we're talking about. Some of the advantage, G2, 4v2, suddenly 2v2, a little bit out of your gourds, not exactly in line. Snax immediately just calmed, cool as a cucumber. That's the value that he brings to the table. You could always debate where's the mechanical skill at. Is that at the very same level of the very top of Counter-Strike? I would argue in these moments, it doesn't exactly matter. You have someone whose value is to remain calm and know what kind of move can I make or not. How do I make the most out of this very situation? And he was so active and impactful early on for G2. I don't care if he doesn't have incredible stats at the end of the day. He was pivotal in the first half of G2.
Yeah, and that first half started out quite well for G2. I mean, 6 rounds, you get the pistol, you end up splitting pistols, but 6 rounds right out in front, you're like, oh no, not this again. Please give us a game.
Yeah, and then they lose to pistols. That's the first round they lose. Works great for Na'Vi because it helps them build a lot of economy, and I think that was ultimately, we saw what we expected from both teams, right? From G2, we saw the individuals step up in key moments, like you mentioned early on. I think it was Snax and m0NESY, or Snax and Hunter.
Snax was involved all the time.
2vx, right? In both gun rounds, really, they managed to win 2v2s to secure those rounds. And for Na'Vi, it was more from a team aspect, just controlling the map, being a step ahead, especially on the T side. But in the end, the X factor from G2, the players have made the difference.
Yeah, and when you get down to the late round, it's about whether the kill is found or not. You can make such a hurtful comparison for Na'Vi. You can think about round 22, m0NESY posted A main, 2 shots immediately with the AWP, that's 2 kills immediately. And then you can go to the clutch of m0NESY, the 1v3 where Wonderful misses 2 opportunities with the AWP to put down m0NESY. And then suddenly that's a clutch. Yes, sometimes Counter-Strike comes down to that, whether you hit the shot or not. When m0NESY in a 1v1, White swings with the AK and Wonderful has him set in his side. You have to hit that shot. It is a fantastic clutch, and we're going to rejoice about m0NESY's ability to create madness out of nowhere. But you cannot miss that sitter when he swings you with an AK.
Yeah.
That is capital, and that's how we end up in this situation.
I mean, he takes that fight the hard way. Like,
he has to.
He just goes.
He knows he's got an AVP against him. He has to. Like, speed is his friend. But he should have never been put in that position in the first place. Bit is committed. Bit is committed in the situation. Wonderful cannot play the shoulder swing. Like, he knows there's going to be a moment where m0NESY has to come up. It's 10 seconds left.
Right.
2 misses. That's it.
Oh, man. And for the side of Na'Vi, that's not what you want.
Yeah, and I feel like m0NESY got Bit back for that round where he's just holding from long and Bit just deletes them coming up ramp. You know, that was also a huge round. Bit had a good game, but yeah, this is going to be tough for Na'Vi because it's a game where they didn't really make too many mistakes. It doesn't feel like, you know, it's just they fell to some of the great individual work from G2.
You guys think we can give our flowers over to Malbs? Definitely impactful if you had to ask me.
And I absolutely love the fact that even if on the CT side, as we prefaced, he didn't exactly shine. He had a couple of moments where he was abused by Na'Vi in positions which you could see he wasn't exactly comfortable, but it didn't matter at all. Like, when in the department of games that we needed him to step in, he did it. Last round, leading the charge, running in, taking the duels. 1, 2, 3 entries with the AK, just absolutely gunning. That's what he brings you. He brings an explosiveness to the game, and he loves to take these duels. It worked out.
Final round of the game. Final round of first half as well. Well, G2 has a hodgepodge buy, and he gets the deagle kills. There was 1 or 2 rounds on the CT side, mostly when he was mid, that he was able to win the fights, and that's it. Like, sometimes that's all you need, right? Nico has been consistent on this map as well. He's been leading the way for G2, and everyone had their moments, and they were able to eke out a win.
And so, just really quickly before we switch attention here to the next map of the series, I'm curious about that B site. It seemed like Navi just wanted to go there. And was that the game plan? Were we targeting anchors? Like, what did you think?
But what is confusing and interesting at the same time, as my transmission makes its way to you, turn into a Martian for a second. What was really interesting, you're not supposed to have a weakness on the G2. You maybe have Nico and m0NESY who was playing together here. That's not supposed to be easy. And somehow they found the kills.
Tell us more.
Are you sure you paid your subscription? Because currently, right now, this is the best week.
Oh, of course we're on camera for that part. I thought it was off camera. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, okay, screw it. Let's just skip on down to Navi's pick.
It's for their premium.
Yeah, I think this series is far from over, right? Navi, a very good Nuke team. We saw it yesterday versus MOUZ as well. Full control, especially on the T side. And this is the problem for G2, is because they just weren't really close to winning some of those rounds on the CT side. Yeah, sure, they were in problem with the economy. They got reset once they won the gun round. But they need to have an answer for this slow style of Navi, because Alexi has been doing a great job of finding the gaps, making the correct reads, always putting his team in a good position. A little bit more from m0NESY would help to be disruptive on the op, as we saw wonderful against MOUZ yesterday.
Definitely, and you could see that solution coming out of G2 on Ancient. Like, they started being in Navi's face. They started to be a bit more committed in the duels and the fight they were taking. 3 down B lane, into mid fight. They fight 2 Navi, and as I send it to you, if you catch it, maybe.
Oh, I'm going to catch it, and you're going to like how I pivot with this one. Now, check this out. I'm going to put a QR code up on screen, and now is your time. You don't have to go to the Reddit forums. You don't have to go to HLTV. You don't have to just pick the forum of your choosing. You can actually scan this QR code and give us production feedback, because that is how things get better. Carry on.
I think the timing is absolutely the timing is
absolutely beautiful. Yeah, it's you can't really make that up.
No,
comical.
This is what you call live.
Yeah, live TV? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So speaking of live TV, Yanko, where are we going here on Nuke?
Well, I think Navi is still very much in it. We saw yesterday the resilience from them after getting smashed on the first map, 13-1, able to just forget about it, coming into the second map, turn the series around. This one, in a way, it's even more difficult.
I think it is, yeah.
Losing a close game, but I think they've shown us that they have that ability to reset mentally, right? They're right up there with G2. They're going to their map pick. Just no reason to hit the panic button or anything like that. Just keep doing what you're doing. Believe in yourself, and I think they can take it to a third.
Okay, and what about an MVP? I mean, it's hard to say after one map, but let me just
candidates right now.
Let me just sweeten the pot up a little bit. If you become the MVP of this grand final, you guys want to guess how much you're gonna get?
I know that answer.
$50,000 maybe.
$50,000. Yeah, $50K for the MVP. So that's sweet stuff. But Maniac, does it end here? Do we go to Inferno?
No, it doesn't. No, we play more Counter-Strike. I would like to say, or I would like to see a Navi be more efficient and proficient in the clutch situations. I think this is really where they paid the heavy price on Ancient. When we went on to Nuke map, they're more comfortable on hopefully less mistakes in these last 2v2, 3v3 situations. And if they can just clear that area of their game, of their own game, I think we have enough for map 3.
Navi has shown me enough to say that their Nuke is really good and they can take this into a third. But I think m0NESY is going to play pissed off after that first map. So if him and Nico turn it on, that might be a problem for Navi.
And that's got to be scary, just about for everyone, unless you like frag movies, which is what we're building up here in Riyadh. That's right, the Esports World Cup, the culmination potentially in that next map. But before we do that, we go to a quick break. We're going to come back, and we're going to settle the odds here, potentially between Navi and G2. You're watching the Esports World Cup, BRB.
Come to fucking farm. Nice! Nice pose. I will do the exact same thing on D now.
Go Sicko.
Up in the mid.
Come and go.
They're saving, guys. Nice! Take the open front of my feet.
I'll try to.
No, sorry, don't.
It's a boost.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
The very first map has gone the way of G2. Now we're heading to Navi's turf, the one and only CS2 major champions up against GNU. It's an interesting one, Chad. The panel are experts, Yanko and Maniac, both thinking that this one has legs to go the distance to 3. Do Navi have what it takes?
Yeah, I think so. If you take a look at the run so far for G2 in this event, right, the only map that they have lost so far in their campaign against the Mongol Spirit and Virtus Pro was Nuke against Spirit. And that one came down to a very tight game, 16-14. But again, it's the only map they've dropped. So if we're looking for weaknesses with this new roster in its prime of the honeymoon, Nuke could be it, and it's probably a big reason why we saw Blade and Alexi go for this pick.
Well, when you were talking about ways in which you could exploit G2, one of the things you pointed at was making their communications stressful, making it difficult to keep track of your opponent, and there's nothing that's harder on Nuke than keeping track of your opponent, especially a well-executed T-side like Navi's. I imagine there's going to be lots of deception and lots of kind of manipulation of the CT rotation.
Yeah, look, I'm sure that we're going to see a whole bunch of that, but I think one of the factors of this that got away from Na'Vi in the first map was the clutches going against them, right? Obviously, the Monacy one is the one that stands out the most, but there was a couple in the early stages that were very tight 1v1s as well. If they're able to avoid having those calamities, should see Na'Vi be able to push this one to Inferno as the third and deciding.
Yeah, something panel discussed as well was wonderful. We got to see him out on Yard before, and he was taking a lot of proactive fights. He was getting these double peaks, and to double peak against the world's best, that's confidence right there. You think, I know you know where I am, but I'm still quicker.
This looks like a similar opening as to what we saw from Navi's pistol yesterday. The waterfall smoke on top of main, multiple players on top of silo. Might even be the same pistol because it has the P250 in the hands of Wonderful to search outside.
Starting to lower.
Yeah, so there is a fight available. Take a look at the utility Snacks has, a smoke and a flash, and he will be able to set them up. But they're quick, they're ahead of the secret push, and they're already swarming over towards Heaven and Hell.
Yeah, Snacks gooshed. He's got the util. And wow, Monacy, he's taken off his silencer. He wants to be feared. And takes down Wonderful. He's looking for more heads as well. Gets his opportunity, but brought down, humbled by Bit. Alexi B, Imet, will chime in with theirs, finishing off what MS started with the Goosh, and now JL flattens Hunter. Well-structured T-pistol to continue Na'Vi in pursuit of a third map.
Oh, last CT pistol, Nico had a knife kill. What can he do this one?
He can hit a couple of USP bullets to the legs of Bit. That's about all we'll be getting in this one.
All right, well, Digits to be punched over towards the top site for a heaven side plant. And they're going to slowly close down on Nico's position. JL next to take contact, and, well, the last to take contact. That's all that's necessary. First round for Na'Vi, map number 2. And I think we'll see G2 operate with a 4-spy. They've definitely still got that punch in them. I want to see Scout to try and get those early tags towards Yard. Yeah, you're right. He's loves that flare, doesn't he? Oh, Monacy.
Yeah, you gain absolutely nothing by removing the silencer. Categorically makes the weapon worse.
I guess if you were in a tight corner.
Yeah, yeah, maybe. I think
it might go overlooked.
It's just a flex. He wants them to know it's him.
Well, Nico's Deagle and Monacy Scout. That sounds like a potent start of a story. As a smoke wall dons the Yard. Oh. Molly didn't land where it was intended. Still have plenty of utility available now, V. Looks like they want to set up for what could be a top play smoke towards main. Molly towards CT vent, top hut as well. Redeploy of the smoke towards door. Well timed, and last smoke used.
Yeah, he's going to get tested, but he's ahead of the util. Can he track? Snacks so much damage. He's going to be screaming. 1 HP on site, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Miles to be frustrated there. You can see he just hit the hitch of the ladder and popped up. And Bit, he'll take his chances. Should see Nico, Monacy, and Hunter look to save. 2-0 for Na'Vi, good start. We saw the resilience yesterday. That was one of the other keys that Des was discussing. You lose 13-1 on your map choice of Dust Hill and you come back and then you absolutely dismantle Mouse over the next 2. I think the first half of Nuke was where it was the closest, right? It went 6-6, something along those lines. But then the blowout started. And in the last 2 series that you and I have casted, it's been, yeah, a lot of blowouts. Out of the 6 maps played, 5 of them have been very one-sided. It was just that close affair with VP taking it to almost quad overtime.
The never-ending story, we thought.
And they were the ones to bounce back in the next 2 maps against Vitality and take care of business. They were stopped by G2.
Well, we had no blowout in the first, a full 16-14 extravaganza, rolling it back to MR15. And you can see how close Alexi got to death, those flames so close to his toes as well, but just threaded the needle, avoiding Snacks and converting the round clean. So what was it, 2 Deagles saved? No, excuse me, just the 1, 5-7, and that Scout.
I think Malbs would have been dropped across a Deagle, so maybe Odyssey was able to pick that one up. Because he only spent $300 in this round.
Special treat.
Yeah, so there's still some landmines. I think Nico's Deagle on display, and Malbs's. That is a very potent conversation. Now, obviously, Malbs's, as far as Tier 1 goes, that's being tested in front of our very eyes, but Malbs has always been known to have a great Deagle, and the same for Nico and Alex. This round is very difficult for Na'Vi now. Bit is the walking wounded, down to 11 points of health. I'll probably see him change weapon with one of these MAC 10 players. They might lose this round.
Yeah, this would be a gut punch to Na'Vi.
Yeah, they just swamped out, so Bit onto a MAC 10. Smoke's available. There's 2 of them. They could operate with a standard smoke wall to get down secret. But now Na'Vi, this is a stressful round. What was meant to be a little bit easier is very tough.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable. And Nico actually re-advancing to try and disrupt their crawl. He's got game sense unlike anything. Crosshair placement. Beauty from Nico, and he does do damage. 2 shots hit JL through the box. JL hits the necessary shot for an equalizer. They are walking, and they are testing Snacks. Some significant damage, not really. 23 for JL to work with. He still finds his second.
Time's becoming an issue. 25 seconds left on the clock. They need to find a finish.
Hunter, he may overlook Bit's positioning now, and that low HP may not matter if his back is turned. Heading down lower, this is the right choice.
This is touch and go.
Bit's been noted. Piecing out, knows just surviving the name of the game. Malbs trying to hit a pop shot on the cross. Good work from Wonderful on that Galil. Na'Vi, an impressive feat to get away with all 4 bodies alive, considering the damage, the early loss of Imet. Potency in this round from G2, it wanes.
And there's so much focus on trying to take down Bit. You could see there in that cam shot we had of Hunter just coming up a storm to Monacy. They're just trying to track him down, finish him off. He'll offer himself up. The knife comes out, and Bit will take care of Monacy.
A brotherly biff.
It is surprising they were able to keep every... on the ladder, Hunter. Grabs one, traded, and a smile on the face of Bit. He played a bit of a cat and mouse game there.
Yeah, they spent 30 seconds looking for him, a bit of hide and seek.
But they did a very good job of maneuvering. Nico probably feeling unfortunate he didn't get another kill towards Yard. This was the opener. And I think was there a team dink in the back of the head? I saw sparks flying, could have just been bullets hitting the box, but still, it was a very, very light investment from G2. Now we get the rifles out, away with the real rounds, door blown off. We saw JL put Brolin in his pocket in this position yesterday.
Yeah, it's a set piece into the top side. Look at the flashbangs, look at the destruction. JL, oh, he's gone into 2. And the site crumbles. G2 left wanting. Just the ramp player left as they kick open the front door. Stake their claim to the A-bomb site. And as quick as it began, an RV4th is theirs.
We'll see if they're able to get off to a 6-0 start like G2 did on their map choice with the T side of Ancient. But that's nice, that threat towards the top side, that's something that G2 need to keep in the back of their mind. Hey, they can just swarm, it wasn't just a default opening. They popped in and they dismantled us. JL, fantastic work, 6-1.
That flash that caught Hunter, was that just kind of similar to the Hut flash? It got him right by Tetris. Perfectly timed for JL's swing as well, just really beautiful to watch. Na'Vi, and we saw it in Ancient as well. Well-drilled flashes, I think JL was responsible for some of those. This time he's the one that's getting the kills off the back of it. Heard JL in an interview praising Blade, and one of the things that was Blade was very critical of JL's game was his use of utility. He had to completely relearn how to utilize those nades in game. It's not about what you know, it's about when you use it.
Stax has invested an awful lot. Obviously, loss bonus going to be coming through 3,400 into the next, but there are some light investments. Scout, MP9s, Deagle, G2 always going to be threatening.
Yeah, they want to be disruptors in this one. They want to try and rumble Na'Vi.
I like Mal's being active. Now you could just see the Rampanker sit back, but he's the one with the saved rifle. Let's get involved. Let's see if we can make a difference in this round.
Nico sees that smoke as an invitation. If no one's silo, I've got a freedom to start to patrol.
Well, Bomb looks to slip down secret. Joining Emma and Wonderful is Alexi B. The late element, the late piece will be Bit. He'll cover their flank and activate late. Smokes on Hunter and Snacks, but they are the A defenders, so probably just going to continue to pipe those towards Squeaky Door. Malbs, if you swing this one open, oh, you don't need to now. They've telegraphed their position. You have confirmation that there are bodies down secret. G2 cannot rotate down the vent to assist unless there's a bit of fuss kicked up by Malbs when he takes contact.
Potency and Bits lurk towards red as well. Nico's anticipating that arrival. Oh, asleep at the wheel. Bit finds him. It's an important frag to find.
But Malbs has stalled them. Might try and pivot back up the vent. This could be risky.
Risky, yeah, absolutely it is. These SMGs in the height, it's going to be hard to get past. Up Squeak, audible. Scout from Monacy, hitting shots. Hunter's found one towards the site. Oh! Just like that, Monacy's flash of brilliance on the Scout. Headshot after headshot, he gets 3 in that one.
He's quick, he only gets quicker with the Scout in hand. The movement doesn't stop, absolutely bangs them out. The vent rotation to top, it was just some light investments behind the saved M4. Malv pops up his chest towards lower, and they go sending themselves straight into their demise. Another impact round from Monacy, the desk, saying he had some tougher moments on Ancient, came alive with a massive 1-on-3 and a statement round in a low buy. Bang!
Oh, outrageous. Yeah, he's even impressed himself that the third one landed. We talked about disruption. Consider Na'Vi disrupted. Now they're the ones on the back foot coming into this one.
How much of a momentum shifter can it be? Can they put together back-to-back rounds off of the Monacy moment of magic?
It's a lot of damage. Malbs trying to get away. Has Monacy in support. Bit well aware of the potential rotation. Monacy lines up his wall back, a bit premature on that. So they concede ramp.
Yeah, on the chessboard, they've taken a key piece. And with Malbs low, he can't really risk the re-aggress. Now Alexi. Continue the deception. Smoke towards Yard. Landing top main, waterfall down will give Emma a little bit of room to move. Also, Nico won't be able to see if a player limps through that in towards main. 45 seconds left on the clock. Alexi B still with the smoke, flash, and a molly for the finish. If they want to head down towards ramp, sure. Get the smoke towards Decon. Molly in towards the double doors. Just need to flush out Malbs.
Yeah, Alexi's selling something top as Malbs with only 15 points of health has got the whole team coming up from above.
20 seconds.
In the catwalk, yeah. They should find Malbs cleanly here.
Bomb loose.
They don't! That's the bomb! Malbs should go down, overlooked by Bit. Eventually, they find him. Alexi onto Hunter on the top side as well, so he's completely locked him out of vents, and Monacy's barrel betrays him. Doesn't go down. Snacks actually punishes onto Alexi, but quick from Imer. And now flanking is Nico. Takes them both down.
Just defuse.
Imer can't even get onto the bomb. He can't stop it.
No, oh, he's got the kit. Picked it up.
Fakes it, fakes it, fakes it. Imer doesn't know that. Swinging open the doors. There's going to be two of them looking at him, and he's going to go down to Monacy. An incredible round for G2 to take. Felt like the writing was on the wall that it was Na'Vi's. But just the patience on Malbs and JL overlooking the Stralis corner.
Yeah, Malbs has done a good job under towards B in 2 consecutive rounds now. So the fact he gets one onto JL, that's huge. In the last round, he was the kill onto Wonderful that sent them back up the vent into Monacy's scout. Nico just appears. He can't be getting away with the double there because they were double guarding the vent rotation. Emma through main, obviously Alexi through squeaky door. And they did good to stop Hunter, right? They stopped one of the rotation points, made it so it wasn't possible. That is a bit of a fumble there from Na'Vi. Great work from G2. That one's going to feel great.
Yeah, time to get a talking to. Probably a stern one from Blade.
Yeah, and it's tough if you're Emma in that situation because you're rotating down into the unknown. As you mentioned, you don't know if they're on it. Could have been trying to sit it. They knew your last position.
Yeah, and there's no good choice there. You can try and fake some sound cues, swing open the doors, confirm it with gunshots.
Probably looks like a lot of your PCs at home. 1 FPS, but is there gold?
Slideshow.
The blues.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi will be feeling blue after losing that one. Molly, smoke main. JL wants to give this a look in, but if he goes down the vent, he's a dead man. And if he doesn't, he is too. Hunter, good catch. Aware of what they were trying. Caught by Alexi and just jumping into Nico. That early vent drop rewarded. 13 bullets for Nico as he's aware that Secret could be a threat. Trying to take this fight just by time as Immers setting duck. Wonderful lands the trade. 1-on-1. Got the bomb. Snacks down the vents next. Actually, look.
No hesitation from Snacks. Absolutely none whatsoever.
He doesn't care. He wants answers. And he's gotten them.
Oh, he's gone looking the wrong way, so we'll be able to call B completely clear. That'll help them understand where the fight may be coming from. Bit to mantle up and over.
Glass isn't broken. Doors aren't open.
That's good information, sure. But Monacy's not in real position to defend this top side. He has to batten down the hatches. He's been left high and dry. But now Malbs and Snacks can start searching elsewhere.
Yeah, it's this fight. Bit versus Monacy, and Bit catches Monacy off guard. Escorting the bomb in. Vent's occupied. Snacks trying to do as much as he can from afar. Malbs will join him to clear out the potential for close vent. Wonderful. To try and deliver a headshot, and does so. Takes down the Guatemalan. Snacks, however, standing strong. Has he got a clutch in him? It doesn't look good. Caught in the movement. Bit makes it 5.
Well, they get their own back, don't they? Surprising that Monacy just walks out of HUD in that fashion. Had to have known that it was a possibility that they could have gone up heaven. That's why I was saying that he just has to hunker down in lobby, in hut. So he offers himself up for free. This one here, Nico, it sounded like he got a dink. Must have been through the corner of the wall with that bullet onto Wonderful. Solid close from Bit.
Big round. 8 for him.
Limmer just down to a Mac 10. Khalil for Alexi. Alexi's been having a couple of moments finding important kills. I think he's taken down Hunter on a few occasions over towards A. Helps the ramp play, getting some freedom to go start secret. Forces the rotation point of m0NESY to have to deal with ramp.
Feels the same top, but it's a ramp they won.
Spotted him.
m0NESY noted, and he could be dead any second now, forced to extinguish. Just delay, takes a fight through the smoke. Alexi B, the one to combine with Wonderful's AWP. An advantage and ramp gained. This is big for Na'Vi. JL and MS still lingering towards the T roof and lobby. Anticipating the CT's trying to take this space.
Has to be a gamble from G2. I think they just have to pick one of these two sites and hope that they've gambled correctly. Nico up ladder, Snacks, Hunter in a site. And Malb's clearing yard through secret, so we'll look to combine. If they lose the site, number disadvantage, no defuse kit, limited util for the retake. Might see them just go for a save. JL again with another wave of util. Smoke in towards main, notes one player's position and almost takes Malbs down. But meanwhile, Alexi calls the troops into battle towards B. Clearing this one out diligently. Time again, more than happy to allow that clock to sink on down. JL might go down here to Snacks' MP9.
Bomb planted.
Does that entice them in for a look?
I don't think so.
Something with G2 once upon a time in these scenarios, what they would do is they would be in limbo, right? They would go fishing. They'd hang around in some of these choke points, see if a player oversteps the mark, and then be able to go for the retake late. With no kit, I think that's going to be a little bit too difficult, too tall of a task. We're going to be looking at a 6-2 scoreline in favor of Na'Vi.
Yeah, and considering it's 4 rifles as well with Snacks' frag onto JL. Highly competitive into the next.
Loss bonus also falling in the favor of G2 now. 2,900 going into the next. They keep 4 rifles up. They can drop one more for m0NESY. If they keep 4 up, hold up, Nico.
It's a nice idea. He was hoping the blast would bring him low. The HE could finish off the job.
Wonder if this is a good point for G2 to have a timeout, right? Because I'm saying, yeah, they can drop a rifle across and make sure that everybody's bolstered again. But do you want to get the AWP in the hands of m0NESY? Do you think that's necessary? Because it's not going to be possible going into the next. You have got full util. Other than 1 incendiary for m0NESY. Diffuse kits now plenty. You had none, now you have 4.
Making sure. Harvey's T-side's been looking very well drilled here. Everyone seems very affluent in their role, position. They know exactly what to expect of G2.
Yeah, that squeaky lurk smoke with the top molly, harass, just how much pressure Na'Vi put with these openings, and then they can just show different looks from it.
Yeah, this is a head-to-head for Malbs. If he wins this, it's massive for G2. Thinks twice about it. Yeah, doesn't want to be conceding it in a 1v1, a head-to-head duel, but he's got the aim to back it up. His first grand final for Malbs. On his first event in the G2 jersey.
It's interesting how G2 have approached ramp. They've called this same setup again. Malm's getting to start secret immediately. m0NESY having to be a bit of a caretaker of the ramp position, but they're hedging so much towards secret and top side.
I'm just trying something different, or Snacks, excuse me, and it is going to pay dividends. Catches JL on his aggress, standing, and unable to deliver another. Alexi B equalizing. This is a fight for m0NESY. Takes down Bit comfortably. Nico as well catches him on his advance, and one by one they fall. Alexi, the last piece, taken out of the equation as G2 find a convincing third round, 4 alive.
It's interesting to see that, right? Because we've seen a few rounds where Na'Vi have actually pressured through ramp, but they're calling a gamble to have nobody ramp. Right? They're sure they have a player down towards B, but you're giving away a lot of potential territory, and you're not even minding that position all the time. You're keeping in the back of your head that, hey, this could be open. But Na'Vi didn't even explore it. It wasn't even part of their plans within that round whatsoever.
I find it impressive because I know that it would be easy to overthink. When you give up that much space, you know how easy it is to just start averting your gaze, worried about potential flanks and getting lost in the ifs and buts. Second timeout. Blade's burning them early here.
I think something else within that round is you had him across towards Secret, but it didn't feel like there was a lot of pressure down towards B either.
He didn't do anything other than kind of hold the stairs.
Yeah, and I think the key to get him across in that conversation is, all right, just make sure they don't have vision from Secret to say yards clear, which they had. Nico over towards Red Pole and back a Warehouse, Malps down towards Secret. Again, it's just the fact that they had ramp open. I don't think we'll see G2 run that same round again. And I was talking about that Monacy AWP. It's in play. Na'Vi Cash starting to crack. 3 MAC-10s, a Galil and an AK.
It could be pacey.
Sorry, it's a Deagle. 2 MAC-10s.
Looking like it might be quick. Flash out Hut. MAC-10's charging. Nico.
So blind and dead.
Long range from Alexi B with the MAC-10. Snax looking to hold on to the site. Good support from Hunter from the heavens. And only JL remains. And hunted down by Malbs. Quick to occupy the lobby. Na'Vi off the back of a timeout. This one does not hit the mark.
Well, they almost had everybody.
Snax smiling. He knows he kind of owned him there. I'm sure nothing feels better, and we know it from our own games, that when you call, they could try this. Be ready for this.
Get the shutdown, yeah, for sure. Especially losing Nico over towards Mate immediately. The Hunter raining down hell from up the ladder. Snax getting to survive on top Hut. And you force them into an eco. So a chance to tie the half up at 6-6 is still possible for G2. Oh, there's a Hero AK.
Hero AK that's taken some damage. 69 for Bit.
Well, when you don't have any smokes...
What can you do? A flash?
Yeah, and they're just going to have to try and pop and deal with Malbs.
That's what he got for us. He's only got the one. Brought down by JL. Good work from him. They want to run down the AWP, and a missed shot from Monacy. Worried about losing Heaven. Dumps his util. And the loss of Malbs puts another rifle into the mix.
Yeah, no Kevlar behind it. It's still something to work with. They will just park JL. Another 3 grouping up, seeing if there's been any lobby aggressions. Hunter's dropped down towards B. Monacy up the ladder. Snax backside on the jiggle. 38 seconds. Hunt now blocked, and back and forth at least was the consideration. He's going to have to be late from Na'Vi. How does JL get involved in this?
Been making late work. Bit further damage from the shrapnel of the HE. Here comes Snax's opportunity. He's tested. Anticipates another, bit too quick for him. Bit found another headshot, taking down Monacy and making this round a reality.
Sneaky.
Eco ahead of the play. Can't transfer. JL no Kev. No Kevlar. Surely no hope. It's Nico. Rock solid on the retake.
Nico's found 2 really good timings in this game so far with multi-kills. There's the one down towards B where he snuck in behind Bit and Wonderful at ramp and got the double, and now out Heaven in a timing in a desperate moment. That was an AK invested, very light otherwise. Malbs going 1 for 1 at ramp. The pressure was there, but it's Bit with the kills in towards A that made that one interesting. So no easy rounds for G2. They're putting the honeymoon under a bit of pressure early.
Your first argument over dinner.
Didn't like the way he talked to the waiter. As mentioned, 6 still on the table. Been a tough half for G2. Na'Vi playing some late rounds, piecing things together, playing off of their openings.
You'll take a 6-6, given how this one started. But you do have to take it by force. Clear of the smoke does not bear fruit. Monacy, no info. But they are having a walk around.
Well, they know they can get this space, right? It's just they didn't do anything with it last time. But okay, so I think Monacy caught a little whiff there, and Nico will exchange some bullets. But take a look where the bomb is.
Interesting.
Yeah, so is the finish going to be towards B? And then if so, how do you get JL with the team? Well, they might even get cleaned out before they get there. Here's the Cousins.
Nico. Can he catch him with the same time, the same fight? Hunter confirms no one's looking! And the Kovac Cousins spray down 3. That's teamwork. JL tries to make his play, bomb on his back, but the entire squad against him. G2 locked and loaded to recover this half at 6-6. That was not what Na'Vi bargained for. Miss Molotov. Snax gets the fight from the corner, overlooked by Wonderful. Unforced error. Punished by Snax, puts it all onto JL. And he's not even getting a frag. Snax snatches it. 6-6 on the half. This Esports World Cup final for the Counter-Strike world. We are all watching as we look to see if Inferno is necessary.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Our very first Esports World Cup. It's 2024 and we've got a grand final to conclude. It is the second half of the second map. We have Na'Vi on one side and G2 on the other. Many didn't expect things to be going so smoothly so soon, but the well-known honeymoon phase. And this one, it's not far away from G2 phasing Na'Vi out of this grand final. A map to the good, a 6-6 half, swapping sides. It's G2 on the attack and Na'Vi to defend.
3 pistols played in this series so far, all won on the T side. Will G2 keep that record? 5 sets of Kevlar, no tricky business with Yuto, and the conga line towards ramp being passively held by JL.
Main objective, 1 tap and 4. He gives it a go, but you can see just m0NESY making it as hard as possible to find the head. Looking down, facing away. Lexi B on decon, will swing open the door. Looking to take a pot shot, but it costs him his life. That was a quick response from m0NESY. Bomb will be planted by Hunter, safe from the windows, and m0NESY, he seems to be hitting every shot he takes, puts Bit on notice, but still Bit adjusts. Clears out the vents, partners up with JL, wonderful with doors pressure already. Malbs on single, is he accounting for this? He will now. Here's them coming, but deleted by Bit. Bit is having a huge pistol round here. Cut down by the low HP. Nico in the clutch, has he got what it takes? He's only got the 2 of them. JL secures it for Na'Vi.
Massive trade for JL there. You could see how they were segregated by their own smoke. The fact that JL gets that kill onto Nico, he was heating up for the 1-on-3. To keep him calm, bomb went down, and there you go, we buck the trend. Just as I was asking the question, we get a CT side piss around, and that's both for Na'Vi in this map. The recipe for them to take us to Inferno. They're starting to cook, one of Blade's favorites.
And m0NESY started with every shot. Like, he hits 2, and then he gooshes Bit. And I think what Nico was saying to him was chill. You got to chill.
Yeah, there's been a few moments with some m0NESY over extensions, right? They had done a great job in getting in, and if they'd just played that post plan a little bit tighter, because Imma goes down, they have dual Berettas, right, that smoke that he lost. If they just had taken a bit of a breath, it would have all been okay. But we're back with the 4 spy. G2, shove all those eggs into the basket. Plenty of Galils, Deagle, and Snacks with the utility. Now this boost for Bit, yeah, look, it can be powerful, but the pro play, they tend to path for it and are aware that it's always a bit of a possibility. So if he gets more than 1, great work from Bit. Speaking of great work, JL closed the last, opens this one. Found Hunter and continues to harass through the smoke. Snacks now put on notice.
Nico, that's unbelievable work. Finding wonderful. Ratting through the smokes, but he's caught by Alexi, humbled down, and man advantage for Na'Vi to convert this second round. This would be essentially worth 2. G2 want to fight back, but losing both Nico and Hunter already. It's up to m0NESY to make the difference.
I feel with this type of a force by sure. Okay, that's an awful lot of damage. Imma counting his lucky stars. JL to the rescue.
Gets 1. It's not a lot, but it's something. From behind, they are getting strangled out. Bit should have a free frag, make it 2! Snatches the round away with a well-timed flank. Yeah, Na'Vi in full control now, my friends.
Yeah, I was going to say, obviously with that type of a force buy, they lost the player early, so it already becomes difficult to function. You want to make sure you're doing quite a lot of damage if you're not going to win the round. And unfortunate on the spam there that they don't get the better of that. No bomb going down. Bit with the perfectly timed flank. He dismounted from the boost, stayed active. Well, let's keep your eyes on the Nico Malbs digs. I'll keep saying it.
Yep.
Because when it happens, it happens. And Na'Vi went into the break with confidence. They're in a grand final. Blast London against Spirit. Spirit able to bookend the first season. Katowice, London. Snacks getting up to some funny business. We'll have to keep our eyes on that if it start to manifest. But confidence in the roster, right? There was conversations around Na'Vi, the major win. Won the major by, over the entire event. They lost more rounds than they won. They won the entire event, right? So, you keep that in mind.
They won the important ones there.
Exactly, right? There you go. Well, there's one of those Deagles gone wonderful yesterday with the AWP towards Yard was a monster.
On your head, son. Not quite.
Couple of Zeus's. So, looking for comedy, G2.
In my mind, I think m0NESY's trying to catch a window where he can jump off of the roof and Zeus the main player. Now that is dreaming big.
Yeah, audacious. Imma at the moment is far enough back where he should just get plucked out of the sky. They are using every second in this one. So it should just be mop up aisle topside. Just Hunter to find.
Ooh, 2 bullets connect. 99 in 2. So how much does this gun round indicate how much more Nuke we're going to see? Is it as cut and dry as this is it?
I think so, right? When you look at Na'Vi's T side, because of the start that they got by winning the pistol with the conversions, it gave them time to build that pattern, right? It wasn't like, okay, we're going to the gun and we have to do something now. They essentially need to set the tone with this round because Na'Vi, they have the ability to buy again into the next, and apparently they know that with this aggression. So going for a bit more of a heads-up move on the CT side, wanting to take the fight to G2, not let them set up a default round. Lots of pressure and telegraphed. Deep incendiary. Malbs calling for some support.
G2 weren't fighting for lobby, though. Malb's tasked with maintaining it.
I know they weren't fighting for it, but you take it as a bit of a given.
Walking now.
Time to fade.
Down. Big frag from Alexi.
Well, it wasn't Nico that he took, so that's information.
He's saying the same thing. You can see his mouth moving a mile a minute. And already he's reacting to that. He said, I'll do it myself. He knows another likely slip. I was trying to put the pressure onto him. JL in support of him. What can you do with an MP9? JL's very proficient with the weapon. It's actually wonderful that's caught Nico lower. So now they test him at down after one. Malbs cut out of the round, and it looks great for Na'Vi here. A bonus of sorts, and a team ace for Na'Vi.
Forced their hand, didn't they? Took that lobby control, said, yeah, well, if you want to take this back, good luck. It's going to be a tough fight. The angles are now in our favor. So G2 say, all right, well, we'll go yard. We'll take the space. Hunter getting caught on the slip. And not only that, because the nameplates, that information really helps Na'Vi piece the round together. And then everybody contributing, as you mentioned. Bit having a good map, 16 for him, 11 for JL. Bit's been in some good form as well. So much more comfortable in this team. The Nico scout. Put that in Monacy's hands, mate. Don't you remember what he did within that first half?
Oh, no.
Some absolute bangers.
Yeah, the full investment of Hunter has gone nowhere. Hero rifle.
We touched on Nuke being the only blemish on the G2 record so far at the EWC. A couple of chances there, didn't he? It looks like that might be rearing its head again unless they can find their way back in on the next rifle rounds.
Yeah, look at that from Malbs.
Damn.
Everything indicating that was JL's frag, but still recovers the rifle and hits the shot, but he's lost everyone else, and with no Kevlar, a single bullet going his way, he's going to really rock him.
Map seems small. When Alexi was that aggressive on the CT boxes fighting into T-Spawn, Malbs is going to have to worry about fights on all fronts. Alexi's backed off.
Early in their development. Clearly rough around the edges.
Well, they've played quite a few of the maps. The only one we haven't seen G2 play is Anubis. Right? I'm pretty sure Vertigo is going to be their ban, and they had the luxury in this series, as Malbs takes a couple of woods, that Na'Vi also banned Vertigo. So they got to move Mirage, which there's a good conversation at the moment that maybe Na'Vi is the best Mirage team in the world. Especially going up against Mouse, who are very proficient on the map as well, and panting them the way they did yesterday.
Yeah, you can ask Furia how Na'Vi's Mirage feels as well earlier in the tournament. First hack timeout called by Taz, and whether or not it's too late.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Were there points for it in the game? I'm sure that can be debated. Just one more round for Na'Vi to secure overtime at a minimum. They deal with this rifle round. They make sure the bomb doesn't go down. Even with the max loss bonus, they're going to be sitting pretty. And these rounds have been somewhat dominant. You look at the spree. The pistol round was close. Came down to that 1v1 that JL just snatched away. Nico in the conversation for a 1v3. But since then, we're only talking 4 kills over 4 rounds.
Oof.
He just, without the pistol, you don't feel like you've been able to get this T-side going at all.
And they had a real case for that pistol. Let's see. He overstepped in it. Now he's overstepped into the line for Alexi B, locking it down outside. He might get another here. Hunter. He's aware. Audible reload from Alexi. A well-placed flashbang, but Hunter reverts his gaze. Goes fighting Alexi B, a triple on yard.
And if you look at the stats for the tournament, Alexi B is the lowest rated player for Na'Vi. Makes sense, he's the in-game leader, but he's had some maps where he's looked like he's been struggling. Against FaZe, definitely tussled with Carrigan. Those in-game leaders were powering up, but this is good impact from Alexi. He plays a key role on the CT side as they mop up Snacks. One more round for Na'Vi, and we were talking about blowouts and maps. Well, apparently we're back on track.
6-6 at the half, and then you're just unable to find a footing. The attacking side of Nuke, it's a cruel mistress.
Well, we've spoken about Snacks being hungry before, and even the Big Apple. That was the last time he lifted a Tier 1 trophy. SO1 New York 2018. Playing for Mouse.
6 years ago.
Yeah, where's the time gone?
6 years ago? Good grief. Skinny jeans were cool back then.
See a miss smoke. To be lurked for Squeaky. Kind of sitting in the sky. So things are, I don't want to say falling apart at the seams, but not going as G2 would have hoped here.
Give it everything it's worth. Nico being set up by Snacks here. And he's ahead of the smoke. Wonderful, plucks him. Sting JL and Imma, but what a position it is, and he commits to the spray with full confidence, nearly takes 3. m0NESY hamstrung for the rest of this round, and he's got the bomb, but he has to be a playmaker first. How has he lived through that? Nade does chip away at Alexi. Smoke will arrive. You can see Bit on that X-ray. He's knife out, starting to take his place in lobby, so now the pressure comes from every angle. Wonderful. Actually, partners up with Alexi, but that smoke's going to limit their options. Do they have the HE? Yes, they do. HE, spam, m0NESY gets it down, staring at the floorboards, but a precise shot from the AWP. It's wonderful, double up. Snacks in a clutch. Hoping they don't push the smoke, but still catches Alexi on the way through. Bit out hot, he's going to be overlooked. Nice angle from him. Is there any way Snacks can find a multi-kill? Bit finds it and takes us the distance in this grand final. Na'Vi will not go quietly. Inferno required.
Class performance, both pistol rounds, dominance on the CT side, their map choice, it works out. And up next is Inferno, a map that we have not seen Na'Vi play since that major grand final in Copenhagen. Third map versus FaZe, where Bit put on a clinic. G2, G-Nu, the honeymoon, it's looking a little bit shaky. Can they bounce back going into map number 3?
Okay, and now we have arrived. The protocol being that third map, Inferno, in front of us to separate these two teams. However, we're going to lock in on the nitty-gritty of Nuke right here and right now. We've got Maniac, I've got YNK, Trace, and we've got a grand final, we've got a competitive grand final.
We're going to map number 3, but before we dive into the technicals and tactical side of this second map, remember some of the conditions that we painted for G2. We said G2 with momentum and confidence, impossible to play against. Incredibly quick at pacing, putting rounds together, individuals catching on fire. But one of the avenues, one of the ways we looked at this grand final is, what if G2 doesn't find the good start? What if Navi has a pistol round and a conversion? What if that happens on both halves? What if you push G2 to dig a little deeper than maybe they have currently at hand? And I think this Nuke encapsulates exactly that idea. Navi actually having the financials in their side, forcing G2 to play the slow game, forcing G2 to have some rotations, mid-round ideas, the blood just flow a little slower, and this is where Navi strike, and this is where their experience as a team gets the better of G2.
Yeah, I think we saw as well why, and I think you're exactly right, and that's why the pistol rounds are so important for G2, and they had a chance to win both of them. I mean, in the first one, m0NESY gets an entry kill and then goes on a mission, you know, outside of main for honestly no real reason, because the jig was up already at that point for Navi. They used the smokes, they made noise, you knew they were doing something. On yard, you had 2 of your teammates in secret. I mean, they tried to push at the same time, felt a little bit unnecessary, and then in the second half, you know, he gets the trade kill on Alexi, dinks one more player, and then runs into vents instead of just playing stairs, and the round falls apart from G2 for that point on. And I think you're, again, right in a sense of they don't have, and we saw that a deep playbook at the moment, and some of those reactions are slow in the first gun round where Navi crunched lobby, right? It took them so long to do something on yard that already 3 Navi players were backyard, and Navi was just one step ahead in the second half.
Kind of nightmare fuel, because it does just fall apart at the seams. I think we just heard Alex say that. That's kind of what's happened here for G2 on the map that, like you're saying, the depth might not be there yet.
Yeah, definitely, because Counter-Strike gets more and more complicated as your opponent stacks up the money and you are actually looking for a solution. As the leader is getting the advantage over yours, you feel like you're being predicted. This is where, as a team, sometimes it will help you dig yourself out of a bad situation to have 1 or 2 strategies that you have worked hard through. Like, the protocols are absolutely ironed out. You know exactly what you got to do. We know that G2 isn't exactly at that state. We know that this is a department of the game that Navi can actually bring to the table, and I think their first half showed that a couple times as well, when they had the money advantage, a couple of very fast A hit as well, to the point where they almost regretted it. I feel like Navi almost forced the door towards inside. We had the Hunter Snacks duo stop them a couple times, but it was enough. Like, they already had built enough. And when you move on to the second half, when G2 don't win their pistol round, you can see they're kind of scrambling. We don't have the money advantage. We're scared of a wonderful AWP. Outside, Alexibi is doing whatever he wants with the rifle. He's getting multi-kills because the utils are a little bit dry. This is the other side of the lack of fun for G2 and the lack of prep.
So, Yanko, let's look at that first half. Tell me a little bit about this first half and what you derived from it becoming such a close game in the first half versus how it fell apart after.
I mean, we saw why Navi is so good on Nuke, right? After they win pistol and have a couple of clean rounds, Alexi switches it up with a pop in the first gun round. And that sets sort of the scene for the rest of the half, because now if you're G2, you're paranoid about that. You're like, okay, they can come back to this, they can come back to this. Instead, they slow it down. They play their own style where they take map control and sort of slowly suffocate you really in rounds. So a very good half from Navi. It was actually pretty impressive that G2 was able to bounce back. The first round they win is that half buy where m0NESY gets 3-6 headshots with the scout,
Yeah, definitely. Remember how we talked about the Marbles versus Bit? That was one of the ways we looked at it at the beginning of this grand final. This right here was a strong contrast in favor of Bit. And you can see, one, the autonomy that he's got in his roles on the CT side, how he pushed a couple times into the radio room. He had that multi-kill with the MP9. And Malz, unfortunately, comparatively to Ancient, a bit more constricted in his approach on the T side. He was sometimes relegated, waiting at the beginning of lobby, not exactly being involved in duels that he wanted to. And this was a moment for him to very visibly be less comfortable. Comparison pales, it was Bit who did an incredible job for Navi, who provided with a lot of opportunities as well on the T side when they had to open. Unfortunately for Mabs, you start to see a little bit the limits of the honeymoon and what he can bring on day one. Because, hey, we got to be tolerant with the man. Like, at some point, we have to be realist. And this was a worse example for him.
And, you know, you talk about a honeymoon period. You know, if you're watching for the first time, sometimes teams come together and they hit a flow state that works, right? That's what we mean by honeymoon period. But the honeymoon period does come by with a few detractions as well, because it's not like they have all their P's and Q's in line, right? That's kind of where it falls apart and where you don't have the answer if you're playing on Nuke.
Yeah, and the communication, you know, some of the reactions are a little bit slow. You just haven't been through that many situations as a team yet, right? To go through it and to know what your protocols are. But now as we move on to Inferno, right, is where it gets a little bit more interesting. I think for Navi, the reason why this isn't one of their best maps, because it doesn't suit their style as much, right? Because the map is not that big. Like, the only places on the map that you can take and play around, you know, like on a string is banana and mid, and that's not a lot. They're very narrow choke points as well. So in that sort of a situation, you know, you can limit what they're able to do.
You know, when was the last time Navi played Inferno?
At the grand final.
The grand final of the major.
Yeah.
Quite literally, it was 4 months ago. 4 months ago that we got yet to see Navi on the side of Inferno. So you're hoping that they've put obviously a whole lot of work on it. A little bit of a team talk. Here we get the images live. Taz trying to get some fire underneath the belly of his members, of course. I don't think the mood necessarily doesn't have to change for G2 right now. Like, you knew, I'm not exactly sure how pissed they are at themselves, because I don't really know what they were expecting of that nuke, but it seems pretty harsh, like the body language.
Seems pretty intense, to be honest.
Taz is in there being Daddy Taz, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it doesn't really have to be at the moment, right? There's one.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, one more map left. You're going to Inferno. Also, don't forget, of course, you're in this game to win it right now that you're in the final, right? But no reason to be super stressed, right? When it's your first event with the new lineup, I think when people are relaxed is when they'll be able to perform better, especially, you know, even m0NESY, he's still like pretty young, right? And obviously he's going to be frustrated with some of the mistakes that he's aware of that he's doing. But what are you going to do now? Are you going to talk to him about it, you know, into the details? No, just tell him, hey, listen, just do whatever you want in Inferno. You still have this. You're going to wreck them, right? You want him to play with that freedom.
But I feel like it's kind of an interesting topic. I don't know if it's just contextual to this very evening and there's going to be nothing else to it, but I've rarely seen m0NESY being wrong or on the wrong side of the decisions so many times in a row in a best-of-3. This was more a beginning of career, put on the G2 jersey, and sure, he's got to figure out a little bit, he's got to have the craziness out of his system, but he became so clinical in like his decision-making very quickly, always knowing when I can take a risk, when I have to really back in. This grand final, he's been off the mark, which is not to say he hasn't had any impact, because we know he can even throughout his spontaneous type Counter-Strike, but more often than not, we catch him kind of making the wrong step, taking the wrong duels, giving his life away. Is it just a consequence of a bit more chaos, a bit less like Iron or streamlined protocols that they're going through? This is a little bit odd, and for G2, it's not something that I expected for this grand final.
And I think if you're, you know, now we're coming into Inferno, you're thinking, oh yes, I remember G2, insane on Inferno, maybe the best team in the world on the map, and they're the favorites in this one. I think there's some cause for concern from that game against Mongols that we saw. What made them the best team in the world on Inferno was the default, the banana control on both T and CT side, right? Nico and Huxi had that nailed down to a T, right? All these different combinations, and in that game against Mongols, that was the thing that didn't work at all, like on either the T or the CT side. Snacks seemed a little bit lost himself, you know, individually. What are the timings when they need to do what? Because banana is so crucial and so timing dependent that sometimes you need to sort of be ahead of what your teammate wants to say.
But I need experience.
You understand what they're doing. You know that he wants this flash, or when you need to throw it for him to peek, right? And that takes time to get that sort of a connection. So for Navi, probably the best way to approach Inferno is to just force those fights a lot, because probably at the moment they will be able to come out on top.
Yeah, and you want to force them into that mid-round.
Yeah, I mean, to a point, but to join what Janko is saying, I do think that Navi has the stronger protocols from the very first second.
Yeah.
I think if you're Navi, you're walking into this thinking, hey, whatever cycle of grenades you're going to throw towards banana, whatever cycle of rotations you're going to have, we will beat you to the punch. Like, you guys are not going to be as optimized as we are. We can just change our pace just a little bit. We can bait the first wave, then try and retake banana from you. I think Navi needs to do that. Navi needs to impose like tactical dominance very early on, because if they don't have that and they open the straight duels, it's going to get complicated.
And so far we've had on map 1 G2 ceiling come out on top and win them the game. On map 2 it was Navi's floor that really showed up and got us to map 3.
Which is where we are going, gentlemen. G2, Navi, any thoughts? Just one or the other?
Just one word? Or
just one G2 or one Navi? That's all I need to hear. What do you got?
I'll take a Navi.
Okay, after that?
Navi as well.
Okay, well, I've already stuck my guns to the G2 side, so I guess we're just going to be going down with this ship, aren't we? Speaking of this ship, we're going to be leaving the port for a little bit, but we're coming back, and we're going to find out who's winning this grand final. That's right, it is Esports World Cup, and it is G2 taking on Navi when we return.
Being his fan is one hell of an emotional roller coaster. It began pretty good. No. Great. He quickly became a star, especially after his 5 perfect shots during the European qualifier. Then he got a perfect contract and transferred to the new team. Roster was solid, first major trophy in reach. 2021 was going to be his year for sure. And then, one crucial miss, a lost potential for a 1-1 with a comeback that never happened. At this moment, everyone felt that luck will never be on his side. But in the end, I'm sure he'll make it. Just look at his performance and ultimate victory in the 2024 finals, despite his team captain being replaced. And that was a completely different game. Actually, it was. CS2 is no CSGO, I'll tell you that.
An esports player can inspire like any football player. Meet your new sports icons at the Esports World Cup 2024 in Riyadh.
Go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. Na'Vi and G2 both battling to lift the inaugural Esports World Cup trophy for Counter-Strike 2. And it comes down to Inferno. Historically in Counter-Strike, one of the very best deciding maps in a best of 3. And this one map of Counter-Strike, essentially for $225,000. One single map of Counter-Strike, the difference between first and second place, as well as, of course, that coveted trophy where the crushed keys of your opponents, you can throw 3 of your choosing into the very base of the trophy you take home. We're live from Riyadh. And coming into Inferno, a map historically strong. Our experts discussing it. This used to be G2's playground. We've seen a little look as to how they fare since the changing of in-game leader and bringing in Malbs. And it wasn't, to our experts' opinion, quite as tight.
A little bit rougher around the edges. Yanko touching on just how good their banana control on the CT and the T sides can be, but this is the second dip of the toe. Let's see how good it can be. For G2 on the CT side, they won the knife. They elected to start here. That means Na'Vi will continue the T side campaign. Both pistols on Nuke. Can they keep that spree running? U2 in the hands of Alexi. Wonderful. Also donning a smoke grenade. Flashes, smoke, molly, and well, a tempered start. Just seeing if there's any CT aggression. And it looked like there might have been a little bit of aggression from Taz when they had that team talk. Definitely looking quite serious for a new roster. But you're in a grand final. You're competitors. You've played some fantastic Counter-Strike throughout.
You want to talk about fantastic Counter-Strike, it's that Inferno. The last time we've seen it, Bit was having a mad one, and he started with the same aggression.
On his own.
Taking down Monacy. I mean, that is just such good pressure towards the B side of the map.
Molly for the pit, Alex. This is trouble.
To head towards A, and if that molly lands, Malbs, he's going to, hit the headshot regardless. Snacks has done well to find another as well. The double up in pit is disrupted. And the site is theirs for the taking.
Sure, a couple of crispy ones. The aim looked good, but the util was better from Na'Vi, and Bit just being able to waltz in, exploiting that smoke. You can see it didn't land perfectly for the entry. Now it's Nico. A 1-on-3 situation. A very, very tough way back in with the bomb already down. Not halfway gone just yet, but heading there quickly. Steps heard, one spotted, needs to get a move on.
Yeah, he's just going to have to charge in and hope the headshots come his way, and that's a quick start. Bomb ticking. Time against him. One long, one abs. He has the info now. Has to fake and force these fights, but it's just so cruel. They're playing with their food here. JL and Alexi B risk averse, and they lock in the pistol. There's nothing there for Nico. He leaves with a kill, sure, but it's Na'Vi that picked themselves up the pistol.
Throw that one on the tally was definitely a key factor to Na'Vi getting a nice start on their T side of Nuke. And we saw G2 opt in on Nuke with a CT side 4 spy. I think we'll see that again.
I think Bit's got m0NESY in his pocket in terms of head-to-head across this series.
And the desk were discussing m0NESY looking like it was his early days donning that G2 jersey, being quite aggressive, overextending. That wasn't just with map number 2. Had a few of those moments on Ancient as well, but then his impact with the scout with that 1v3 for number 15 on Ancient. So you gotta take the good with the bad, I suppose.
Yeah, they got this reaggress set up. You can see Snacks, the flash pulled. Ouch, Alexi B hanging on by a literal thread, a single nerve ending, 1 HP.
Well, you'd love to find Bit, but he's getting up to his standard apps control, and I say that because he has the only SMG in the hand. You could swap that over with Alexi, see if you could put the rifle and what he could go to work with, but he has to take this boiler control. Been able to do so. Nico now on the reaggress. Flash turned. Banana called clear. Good information. m0NESY and Snacks can now start rotating over. More good nade damage. This is good from G2.
I mean, perfect considering your weaponry.
And Nico might even get the jump on them. Look at the timing.
Yeah, as you're having a conversation about the finish, JL seems like he's considering it.
There's 2 smokes on A. m0NESY and Snacks can use these.
JL, he wants to clear you out. He just gets caught out, overlooks it. Nico connecting, a double on the dig. Na'Vi left wanting, empty-handed. The second round of play here in the third. Giving it a good go is wonderful. Caught out by Snacks. That'll get the juices flowing. Galil's for free as well as a round.
That really comes down to, obviously, the early damage put onto Alexi, but Nico just turning the flash, calling Banana clear, and just continuing to push.
That JL clear. Look, he just turns his back. He gets a shadow. It could not have been better for Nico. Could not have been better, and even getting the second.
Jow's going to be keeping himself. But the ball's on Nico to go for that type of a play.
Some well-placed HEs and well-timed pushes.
Well, let's see. Is there going to be a tussle back and forth for the economy? Na'Vi thinks so. Forced by Tech9's aplenty, Deagle P250, U2, and a slow approach. Can't really contend for banana control without the bottles of flame, so they'll just smoke up towards the half wall, force G2 through their nades, and you can see Apps is where they've been able to grab some control early. He's one of these anchor positions with Malbs over towards Pit. Once occupied by the likes of Nexa. The two of them have quite contrasting play styles.
Seems well timed. You can see Wonderful was just pulling out his nades to start and facilitate the Tech9 waterfall. But well placed, smoke delays.
They can leave Nico towards B on his own again. Looks like they're about to pop out Apps.
Here comes the flashes, Malbs turns it. He's got a multi-kill in him, spamming the smoke. Tech9 get the better of him and into the site successfully. If they could get past m0NESY. It's Alexi B with the double on the Tech9. Na'Vi break and enter.
You see Malbs turn the flash, sure, but coming out of the smoke, you expect him to get one in that situation, so Na'Vi doing a great job. Simple approach, simple stuff, and a bit of a classic Alexi B call. When in doubt, Apps pop. So in multiple different iterations of teams for this kid. I'm not a kid anymore.
So when your teammates say, let's Apps pop, that's what he wants. That's what he's looking for.
Yeah, and it's always so hard to get out that first choke point. So that's the key. The fact that they waltz past Malbs, then everything falls apart from there. m0NESY down to the pistol trying to fight, and they get absolutely nothing. So flawless rounds, back-to-back fashion.
You could potentially be critical of playing Balk up against what you expect to be a pistol in some variety. A longer range, perhaps less likely for an instant headshot, but it was Alexi through the smoke. It's not easy. Must have just got vision. Good first bullet accuracy, and they do just break in. We'll see this again in the replay. Now starts his spam. It was Bit, in fact, it hits that first. It's Alexi onto Hunter.
You wonder from Bit's POV if he's just pre-firing in that situation. That one feels pretty miserable. But considering they kept 3 alive on their own, forced by G2, they can facilitate some rifles around the saves. MP9 for Hunter. So this one still looks pretty tidy. We're straight towards the guns. We're back with aggression. Nico down mid.
So G2 smoke, you've been surely well aware that this is a possibility, and I say that, Bitcore off. Oh, and he's not far off of wonderful. No trade. In fact, Alexi B catches Malbs going searching. Hunter, he's not going to stop. They're going to keep this aggression up, and Hunter could find another exposed player. Finishes it off.
Flank though.
It should be Im's frag. Honestly, though, this is just going to go back and forth. 2 on 2. Early doors. Alexi again takes the fight ahead of the smoke. It's wide open. Good grief, what a round. Just pedal to the metal. Now they know where you are. Snacks is screwed. Na'Vi's round.
Oof, well, we were talking about who's going to come out of the arm wrestle for the financial control. We've just had the answer. G2 have to take a save. Lost pistol, win the force buy, lose the follow-up, have almost full rifles across the board, have a big trading game. And there's the frustrations, the classic G2 on display. There's been lots of conversation around this team. People can't keep their name out of their mouth, and it's about, you know, the future. What do we expect? The Snacks edition. Nico almost goes down to the flames completely. Jao gets 2 completely blind. Now it's just going to be a mop-up. Wonderful proficiency on the Famous, and one more to find of Hunter.
Well, he even gets a kill for his troubles there, Hunter. Just his second. Avoiding the SMG. Silver lining. Minor.
Oh, I feel for Malbs going into this rifle round. He has a Famous. So
again.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good, but as the pit anchor, you need the util. You definitely need a smoke.
Fair enough.
And the way that G2 over time, and I'm going to be curious to see what type of setups they have on their CT side. Nexa was extremely passive as a pit anchor, would just play there consistently. I hope to see a little bit more variety out of the likes of Malbs. Aggressive down banana is Nico, so he just wants to get in all the fights, doesn't he?
Oh,
and exposed, dead. JL takes it easily.
Perfectly timed. He heard the spam coming, immediately pulls out the HE, clears Nico, caught in the open. Trying to get a fresh magazine. Now we've got this mid setup. Malbs trying to be intermittently cognizant of that balcony. It is wide open. Snacks now covers it. So the setup's strong until Short gets smoked, but Malbs should have vision. So they've gone for the long smoke. This means m0NESY will be able to contribute. Snacks can't go down. Snacks can't go down. It's bit perfectly. Opens up the A defense. m0NESY reacting. He can't even finish off one. Malbs is doing a lot with the FAMAS. How's he done that? He makes a round out of this, all onto Hunter.
No kid, 40 seconds has already started.
Well, that gives him some info. That smoke came from the mini pit side.
It's really tough retake.
I don't even know what you're supposed to do in this. You're walking through a smoke into 2 players.
Well, this is the thing. We're only in the first half, last map, and the scoreline is starting to get away from you, but saving is the better option. The loss bonus, 2,900 into the next. You lose this, well, then you're just going to upgrade him with some pistols again. At least if you keep it, you might be able to put yourself in a threatening position. Interesting with Nico going all the way down banana for full control and also having the porch boost. They wanted top mid as well as banana, so trying to control the entire map there, G2.
Yeah, JL had the answer.
Lost it as well. Huge round from JL. Opening onto Nico, closer onto Hunter. Massive work. Bit of a wry smile on the face of Blade there. Let's call it a smirk.
They're going to give him the phase treatment if it keeps up like this.
It is crazy to think that Na'Vi haven't played Inferno since then.
Yeah, that blew my mind when you said that.
And an earlier timeout this time round from G2. You were discussing in Nuke where it only came in the second half. And sure, that half ended 6-6, but you want to get ahead of your problems, G2. So finances, we can take a look. Malbs at the high end with 4K. At the low end, Nico and Hunter. And there are going to be some light investments, understandably so. As we discussed, the next round will be the 3,400. It was 2,900 into this, so there can be a few upgrades. And it tends to be a priority on a map like Inferno to get smokes, right? At least try and block the choke points, soften up, and see if you can get that stack going. They will lob a smoke out from spawn down towards logs.
Good damage.
There you go. So that's a great start. When they did nade damage to Alexi previously, I think m0NESY with the tag as well, they converted. So can they do it again? Doesn't matter how you get the rounds. This is the grand final. You just got to get them.
Malbs versus Bit. He knows his angles well. But the flash comes ahead of it. Bit's still prepared. Malbs removed. m0NESY a headshot angle. Couple of pot shots. Knows Bit's aware of his position. Smokes him off and trying to remain active.
Oh,
Alexi. That's a miss one from Alexi. Won't be happy with that one. It could spiral out of control, but fortunately, Imet, he's got stable hands, controls the spray, takes two. As does Bit.
Well, they know that Nico's not coming from behind. JL's got that completely covered. Has to be coming from arch side. Could potentially slip top middle, but that'll be accounted for as well. And you would hate to see another blowout, especially with how competitive Ancient was. We went to overtime. Nuke first half competitive, but seems to be a story of quite a few of the series that we've had. JL, he might remove this.
He did it once. Can he do it again? JL.
Oh, that's
JL,
annoying.
Indeed.
That is very annoying for Nico. I know there's going to be enough money for the buy. That's not the problem, but that's his weapon of choice.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Not going to be a happy bunny about that.
Alexi B looking to keep his streak alive. Has not lost to G2 in the Na'Vi jersey. That's an impressive record. It's not once, twice. This is the 7th time. As far as maps are concerned, 11-3 in favor of Na'Vi. It's pretty staggering. As Na'Vi run, scalping Furia, FaZe, and Mouse. At G2, the hottest coming out of the break.
Going for this app setup. Bit's been causing so many problems for Malbs. They've called in the backup, the cavalry in m0NESY. Now, Bit was ready for the flash play. Is he ready for the AWP play?
Oh!
He's a beast! He's a monster! Frankenstein's creation! And he is alive.
Save, boys.
Final. Good God.
Or at least try. Bit has concluded this round in the blink of an eye. The game changes. Just trying to hold on to two guns are Snax and Nico.
I mean, what else can you do? 3 balcony? You can't just stop Bit. Masterful. Nico, he's been here before. Can I keep the AK this time? Just something to wield into the next. Save from the flash. Knows they're coming. Molly. Means they'll be peeking him. He's ready for the first. Alexi B's trade is good. Nothing for G2.
It's actually massive to take away guns that they're trying to save, right? With max loss bonus in play, we talk about it a lot. A team who's great at it traditionally is VP, and that's why they're always a threat. But if you're G2 and you keep losing them, you have a couple of players who are in that zone where they might be able to buy, right? You've got Snax at 3.7, you've got m0NESY at 3.7, you've got Nico at 4.4. But I think you save the two guns, you can drop a couple across, then you have all the utility. Now you're going to go into a round where you can maybe get out a couple of rifles, but if you want the util, you need some SMGs around it. And yeah, how? That's a great question.
You saw it from Bit's POV. I mean, just a knee and a little bit of elbow. He finds the head. Mastered that crouch peek, the pre-aim. Bit back into his flow state. Alexi B fragging. I mean, everything just aligning. Wonderful doesn't even have to be the hero.
And I love the intent that Na'Vi have come into this season with. We touched on the fact Major last season, that's fantastic. That's what everybody dreams of. JL's still waiting for his trophy in game. Then you have a final in London before the break. Then you have a boot camp and you come in, final here. Well, all right, double nades.
Oh, Nico, that's incredible. You would have loved the second headshot to really secure the round, but with JL down to just 15 points of health. Flash, m0NESY wants to try and finish this off and spots a little bit of JL. Dissuades them from committing.
Well, Bit's still alive. Oh.
Oh, no.
Hunter jiggling with the smoke. Big comes through, back turned, and still has the ability to course correct.
Oh, no.
Nobody is on the site.
No, this site's lost and this retake sucks. This is already feeling a bit awkward unless Snacks can somehow catch this Bit Hunt. Yeah, that's not happening on Bit's watch. Another multi-kill round takes shape, and despite some nice attempts, the double nade to start, Nico extends it despite the flames at his feet.
It cannot start better on a round where you only have deagles and nades. You land the nades, you get a 1D. You have a 2-man advantage. You think you have everything you need and more.
Oof, gone.
8 rounds for Na'Vi. Domination so far, and this is beautiful work.
RV Inferno, third map decider. It was poetic the first time, and this is just a thing of beauty. Watching Na'Vi, a team historically, just as an organization, would always have a potent Inferno, and this Na'Vi no different. Alexi B, top of the tables as well here on the third map. Bit of redemption from him as Blade makes sure his troops know he's behind them. He's watching, and this from Bit. That jiggle out from Hunter, he seemed like in two minds, and he knows that death signaled the loss of the site.
All right, could this be the difference maker? Monacy's AWP is out. They need something, and they need it now. He's had a spark. He's had 2 massive rounds on Ancient and Nuke. One with the Scout. A 1-on-3.
Now that Molotov forces a decision out of him. He opts to fall away. Nico sandbags, easily exploitable. But doesn't seem Na'Vi are focused on the B side of the map. They're showing a rather bit of a pep in their step towards the apartments. Hunter throws out the flash.
They own apps.
Oh, they absolutely do. But that is an ownage from Malbs. Takes down Alexi B ahead of the plate. Hunter needs to reposition. It's all Malbs. A multi-kill from the Guatemala. And oh, it could be the ace. Malbs has done everything but 1 point of damage. 4K, 99 damage on the 5th. It's his ace, we know it. Just the scoreboard won't show it. We said it had to be Monacy. Well, we've got a new start in that jersey. And, ooh, in there. Nice shot. Going to overlook this, though. Nico closes it down. Malbs, a massive round when G2 needed it most. He delivers a high-pressure 4K.
Yeah, I'm keeping my trap shut until we see that from his POV. There was some typing in chat. I'm sure that was a nice shot.
What's he done to them there? That was rapid. Just a flurry of frags in the kill feed, all from Malbs, under scrutiny from multiple angles. You see the first clip was clean. Oh, the second, the third as well. All headshots from Malbs.
Yeah, beautiful, right? And not anchoring down towards pit in a bit more of an active position, playing under porch, taking duels on multiple fronts, has his favorite weapon in hand of the AK-47. Another aimer in the G2 jersey. A statement round, but the question now, is it too little too late? That one's going to feel good. The young gun, first grand final, S tier, from M80 to G2, and delivering when the pressure is on.
That's what G2 needed. Let's see if there's anything else to be said about this half. G2 electing to start on the defense, and they've got 2 rounds to show for it. Bang. That's a lot of damage from Monacy to stomach, and Nico.
They just keep coming.
Swallows another, an airstrike down Banana. Brave from Nico to still throw bullets down range. Falls back. Different feel to this one, isn't it, from Na'Vi?
They've abused apps so much. Finally getting shut down. Malbs makes a statement, gets up to double digits. You don't know exactly how much damage these nades have done top Banana.
Does Alexi B think he can out-aim Monacy on this angle? Oh! A flash across Alexi B's screen. Now forced to watch from the sidelines. It's too quick for my eyes to process.
There is a massive gap, and they're actually going to play on the fade of this long smoke. If they're able to entrench themselves over towards CT spawn, and that gap is still not being tended to, it's such a lockdown for G2 on the site. Arch smoke.
Slipping.
I don't think you'd expect 3 players to be hunkered down like this from G2, so it's a calculated gamble that looks like it can pay off. They know that the orb was towards B, so you don't really want to traverse the mid to B against the AWP.
From the util is Malbs. On the way in. Many angles to clear. Hunter deleted. Good damage, but it's JL and Bit.
Nico's unknown.
He's going to be hard cleared. No, swaps to the bomb. JL caught out with only 15 seconds. Survival integral. Rotation on the way. They're trying to flush him out. Good wallbang back from Bit. Smoked off his snacks. Trying to disrupt the plant. He can still get it down. Wonderful punching in the code. Good flash, but Bit still supreme. It doesn't matter about the bullets. He's managed to find 3 kills, 2 of which on the 10 HP. And m0NESY, what's he supposed to do with the low HP of his own? Those stack nades towards Banana leave him wanting 20 points of health, a single bullet in his AWP. He's only got 1, 2 to find. He'd have to hit the first and swap to the pistol, looking for anything. A bullet will do it. Gotta hurry up, has the kit, using this AK, can mantle up, he's held, and Wonderful locks it down. A sigh of relief for Bit as Na'Vi secure a 9th in the first half of this 3rd map.
Stressful round for both teams, but Nico obviously not being cleared in that situation, being one of the B defenders, right? So you're not expecting that 3rd piece, especially Nico, to be lying backside, but the fact that they've just gone for the 2-man crossfire, you wonder what could have been if there was more bodies fighting. That first one on the way in, not this one from m0NESY. This was quick. The lack of X-ray really shows. This one here from Bit just keeps smashing with the aim. This is JL running in, probably getting a bit of a jump scare. It could be 9-3 or 10-2 on the half. We're into round number 12.
Oh, it's already problematic. m0NESY has opened up the account for G2.
Didn't matter last round.
Yeah, let's see if it makes a difference here. Lexi B testing, Snacks good for it. He loves the chaos, does Snacks. Looks incredible when it works. It can look foolish when it doesn't, but playing around those smokes. So his opponent spammed away his Bit. Reveals himself with the spam of the smoke. Not expecting Nico. Wonderful only trades 1, but he's got 3 more on the agenda.
But the site's open. He can get in and get that bomb down.
Not if he pushes through the smoke. Hunter ready.
No way!
Oh, Wonderful. Catches him off, and now only 2 remain. This kid's brilliant as he got it in him. Got to get past the 2 best from G2. Malbs, m0NESY, Nico as well watching. They work it out. Looking good, looking good. A team kill required, but m0NESY gets it done. It's only 3. Na'Vi in prime position to collect. 4 rounds separating them from lifting the trophy here at the Esports World Cup. Just a single half of Counter-Strike now separates us from crowning the very first Esports World Cup champions. Counter-Strike 2. It's between G2 and Na'Vi, and Na'Vi have already done a lot of the heavy lifting in that first half. Chad, for those that missed it, what did they miss?
Bit came alive in classic Bit fashion on Inferno, hitting some absolutely clinical shots. Apartment was all his, and Inferno looks like his domain as 9-3 reads the scoreline. Na'Vi win this pistol, it's 5 out of the 6 across the series. Sure, they lost the force buy in the first half, but that was no problem. They won the arm wrestle for the economy, and they have put themselves sitting pretty to add another trophy in the cabinet for 2024.
This has to start strong from G2. Staying the obvious, sure. But Bit, he plays the apartments on both sides, and he knows these fights all too well.
I wonder if that's bad information. How much did he catch on the jump?
They're aware it's a possibility, so we'll see how this information jiggles fair. He's gotten the information safely. And it's actually caused a large rotation, so Alexi and Wonderful react to the early info.
Smoke on Hunter and a flash. Now that they've garnered Halls and boiler control. Oh, Smoke's actually been dropped across to Nico. He's got the P250, so is he not going to be entering in? Back and forth they go with the rotation. They're doubting this.
Yeah, it's only Emma. He has no idea, but what a shot! Takes down Monacy. He's been having a nightmare in the pistols. Wrapping into Bit, hard to track. Malms versus Bit, a battle of the aimers, and a one and done from Bit. Not bad, taking down Nico. Then Alexi swings into Malms. Oh, they're running out of players. Snax has got no hope, and Na'Vi flatten G2. That's surely it. Nothing left for the Samurai here.
No bomb plant, only one kill. They're in trouble. 3 more rounds required for Na'Vi. Alexi seemingly having this cause number time and time and time again. New in-game leader, new Hanka.
Just can't get past Alexi. Time after time, he emerges victorious.
Well, the honeymoon cut short, I should say. Coming out the break, a boot camp for G2, wanting to put their best foot forward, played some fantastic Counter-Strike.
Yeah, sobering reminder that there's a lot of big teams out there.
And just first event for a new roster, and they make it to a grand final. It's not done just yet, is it? This round should be. It continues to dominate Apartments. 2.5.
Too clean with it. No problems for him at all. 16 frags for Bit. Just putting on a clinic. The way Imer looks at him. Find you a teammate that looks at you like that.
A conversation coming into this final. Wonderful and Nico with the 2 in contention for the MVP, but Bit's been a monster come this third map. To 16 kills. Look, it's not 30 bomb, but the impact that he was having in key rounds.
Yeah, you're going to struggle to drop 30 when you're winning this quickly.
Yeah, and putting that aim back on display. All right, well, G2, the guns are out. Will this conversation continue? Nico edging.
Hale gets info off that jump beacon. Nico smartly repositions just ahead of the incendiary. He wants to fight off of the flash, but they get away. Ooh, 3B. That's a lot of info.
There's nobody really towards A that can make a play. It's just Hunter in Apartments.
Yeah, he could have a go. He could have a look. Bit, though, throws out a well-placed smoke grenade. And the spam, not bad. Hunter reveals himself, but chips away at Bit. It's forced a heavy rotation, so this is now the game of Inferno. Fakes, obscuring the information that they want to sweep through mid to get. JL's only got 35 points of health here.
They're playing a retake setup. Information top mid will fall in the favor of Alexi B when that smoke fades, but it might come too late for the rotation. Smoke Coffin, smoke CT, and they should be in.
Yeah, what's JL to do? He's going to spam some smokes on the timing, hope he hits the headshot.
Still awfully quiet.
Walk on in. Starts to unload. Backing away, looks like they'll accept that this is not their round.
Okay, well, Navi are definitely understanding the position they are in. They don't want to give any opportunities to let G2 back into the game, and maybe it looks that way in a 5v5 and not going for the retake, but they are protecting their finances. They know that they only need 2 more rounds, so let's play it as safe as possible. Sure, we gambled incorrectly. They didn't come A. We played retake on B. They waltzed in. They got the site for free. We didn't make it interesting. G2 will take their 4th with ease.
And consider how proactive Nuke was on Banana. The fact that he lives to tell the tale of this round.
And this is the strange thing about a round like this. Both teams are going to be happy just holding onto their rifles. G2 know they need to hold on to everything they have. They don't want to go into the next round with a wonky buy. So everybody will retain their guns. A unicorn round, you don't see those every day of the week. Navi will take their 2nd tactical timeout. Now, we were talking about the proficiency of Blade against Mouse yesterday, calling these to close games. Well, this one's only for 12. So what will the coach impart upon the team for their defense? There are 2 MP9s, Alexi and JL. They were unable to get that banana control as they had hoped. Nico did a great job of warding them off. And his info, well, it caused that seesaw back and forth, the over rotations. G2 then eventually finding the path of least resistance. 10 seconds left. What do the spawns look like for these SMGs? JL, well, he's facing over towards B. I think we'll just get a bit more of a standard start, and we'll just see the standard tussle for Banana. So a 3-2 split of the defenses. Wonderful and Bit to lock down A. The SMGs to try and fight for this banana control on Alexi and JL again.
And just Hunter alone on his own towards the apartment side. There we go. They want to test Nico, and despite the full flash, he gets him. He gets JL. Alexi, ooh, covered by Immer. Lovely smoke spam there. Had a good read as to what Nico was looking for. Knew Alexi was vulnerable, but Immer bails him out. They do lose top banana, though.
And again, the conversation will be 2 towards B, 2 towards A. Fortifying top middle as Immer looks to harass Sendry. Forces Snacks back for now, but the boosted half-wall position from Malbs. That's great to hold on to this real estate.
Yeah, Hunter's not to know that he could worm his way out towards that balcony.
Malbs being asked to move to one side, so Snacks can drop the most potent of the smokes towards CT. Going to pop on the wall, cause some issues for vision for Alexi. But trading out smokes, and Nico from the grave, communicating a lot. You can see the mouth moving, helping them micro this round. He can flick through everyone's POVs, help them understand the lay of the land, who's got what utility, where the blocks are coming through. Time, an issue, 35 seconds. Yeah. Wonderful in a key position to shut the round down. He gets a multi.
It's leaving.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It has to be more than a multi.
Just one man on a mission, trying to get away. Despite the flashbang does some damage, he needed more than that. And yeah, Bit's considering it. Seeing if he can catch anything on the cross, and he will. Oh, Monacy finished off. Not being planted, though.
3v3, at least find yourself in range to do damage. Make sure G2 can't save, and if they slip up... Oh, no, okay. Playing it safe again. Well, at a certain point, we'll be looking back on these rounds and wondering if Na'Vi should have taken their chances. But right now, it's not a problem. 11-5, G2 stringing, it should be 2 together for the first time in this map.
Yeah, you talked about the micro there. I mean, Inferno, it's all about this understanding your opponent's reaction, finding the gaps.
It's just moments earlier, though. They had 2 players there. So you wonder why they've gone for that gamble when they seem pretty confident in the setup they had. Just enough for Alexi to call Bit over. Wonderful stranded top mid on the balcony. And Nico, he's doing a very good job of making Banana a tough task. But it is quite clear both teams want to fight for that control, and Nico's done a good job this round with a kill, in the previous with the presence and the information. Wonderful, slightly frustrated there, that flash catching him as they brave that mid-smoke.
But the work they did in the first half, Chad, I don't see a world where Nico can manage to pull it off every time. It's just asking so much of him. All the way.
Especially when they're starting 3v round after round.
All it takes is, you know, one misstep from Nico and this game is over. We're crowning champions.
He's been so hot throughout this tournament, so his decision-making and aim has been on point. And he's a big game player, so let's see if he can keep G2 in this for a few rounds more.
The retake util designed to secure half-wall control, and, well, looks like that hasn't gone to plan. Neither of which have gone to plan. JL, he wants answers. Confirms barrels occupied. JL and Ime swing through. It's beautiful from Ime. Nico down, empty-handed, and just as we discussed, this becomes a huge problem for G2. And you've got to get past Bit. Wonderful. This potent pairing with a crossfire that is increasingly hard to break. This is where Malbs can do some more of his hero maneuvers, affix the red cape and save G2. But it would have to be something special. m0NESY in support has the molly for potential pit, but Bit just slinking around these angles. Mini. Here we go, folks. G2 giving it everything they've got. 20 seconds and they do go down. Too clean. Only m0NESY remains. And he's going to get run down, overrun, no HP. And a 12th round on the board, nice and early in this second half. The writing on the wall. Championship point. World Cup point. Thumbs up from Blade. That's like the coaching equivalent of typing GG. What are you doing?
Yeah, you were just talking about it, weren't you? The fact that how many times can they pull it off? Well, this time, Na'Vi win out that banana control cleanly. 2 huge kills. A 2-man number advantage. Nice crossfire from Na'Vi on the site. m0NESY letting out his frustrations as he goes down as the final frag of that round. And just 5 more kills for Na'Vi.
Why not?
Aggression.
Why not? You've got so many opportunities. 7. Why not throw in this bit of aggression? And Hunter's received Bit well. It's the first time he's been tested, and he does pass. But Ime, he's going to be overlooked. This aggression with that aggressive mid-smoke has caught Hunter off guard. Now JL, he activates. Snax will trade, just running him down with that Mag-10. He anticipates a second player, and he's not wrong. Second oranges for Alexi. Snax gonna get caught off, beheaded by the Finn. Is this really where it ends? Can G2 muster a 2v3? Or a Na'Vi take it home? The Esports World Cup. Chipped away out, good find, it's Malbs. Malbs and m0NESY. Trying to piece together the extension of play. Safe plant, covered by m0NESY. In there, looking for the headshot. Malbs new box, this is a good crossfire. It's going to be about the timing. They are wounded. Wonderful, and Ime. Smokes and kits, though. Gets uncomfortable when that smoke lands on the bomb. And instead, it's a headshot from m0NESY ahead of the smoke blue. Looking to go double up. It's m0NESY. Impact round extends play.
Well played. Playing off of each other quite nicely there. Did get awkward, stuck towards the back of the site. Na'Vi knew exactly where both those players were. But it's tough. These aren't easy rounds for G2. Having to dig deep, having to work hard. But aggression met by Hunter, traded back by Ime. Down to a number advantage situation for Na'Vi, but couldn't close. Those saves playing in now. A little bit of extra cash. Famous, 1 MP9. How much of a lifeline is that for G2? What can they build off of it? You win this one, you will force Na'Vi down to an eco. Could bring the game to a 12-8 scoreline. And then the comeback is well and truly on.
It seems like a direct call. They want to test Wonderful and Bit. Under-equipped, FAMAS, MP9. Worried about everything. No information as to what brackets holds, and now with Snax lining at this up util. Take the long side.
Well, it looks like the right call, doesn't it? We get all the luxury of the X-ray. If this is the finish.
If. Hunter, he is going to go searching. Good idea of where they are, but sitting through the smoke. Bit collects a freebie. And Hunter's death is going to catapult them in towards the underman's site. Just JL and Ime. What can they do? Oh, they can do a whole lot. That's what they can. They strike in unison. One after the other. filling the feed, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Na'Vi reigns supreme at the Esports World Cup. It's Alexi B keeps the curse alive.
Ancient Fall 16-14 in favor of G2, but it's back-to-back 13-6s on Nuke and Inferno. Dominant stuff from Na'Vi, class Counter-Strike, playing by the book.
Alexi remains undefeated against his former teams. A hell of a honeymoon from G2, but Na'Vi, that's just class, outclassed in this final.
And clear intent coming out of the break, a boot camp, a final just before going on leave, a major trophy. Add another one to the mix. This is a team that means business in the second half of 2024.
Hell of a performance from Nico throughout this tournament. He definitely looks more comfortable, but so does Bit. His form seems to have returned. JL adding more silverware to his collection. May not have it in game, but he'll have it at Na'Vi HQ. Wonderful's legacy growing with some of the performances we saw today and yesterday in Riyadh, more importantly. Impact from Ime, cool head on his shoulders. Big smiles.
Na'Vi get it done as a team. It's what they embody at the moment, everybody contributing.
Na'Vi disrupt the honeymoon of G2. So join me in celebrating. The very first Esports World Cup champion!
Everyone who played against, they felt like we were the underdog, obviously, but I think we put up a good tournament. Each one of us, we had a very good game plan every time, thanks to Andre and Alexei. And I don't know, Valekchik said that he doesn't want to lose the key ever, and then we kept that.
Absolutely. Now, you know, map one looked a bit rough, but then you came back, but you came back in force. What was that catalyst behind you that dropped you for 13-6 2 maps in a row?
I think it's kind of the same story like semifinals game. I mean, obviously it's not the same because we lost 13-1 but in the semifinal, but this game we just lost on small mistakes. We maybe didn't push whenever we had to push, we pushed whenever we didn't have to push and so on. But yeah, we kept our mental, and then that's the most important thing, and we came back.
There you go. Anything you'd like to say to the fans and everybody watching in here?
Thanks everyone for support. It's amazing. Even the haters that hate a lot towards me, but I still love you and thank you for support. Let's go Na'Vi.
There you go. Congratulations to Ime, your EWC winners, Na'Vi! There are winners here, but of course we have yet another winner on the stage. Back to OJ.
thank you so much. And it is one of those moments right now to speak to somebody who has come up maybe a little bit short in this final. First off, before we talk about MVP, what happened today that didn't happen yesterday?
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate Navi. They were clearly a better team today, and it's amazing how they managed to bounce back both yesterday and today after losing the first map. So, yeah, I mean, what was the reason from yesterday and today? I mean, we have faced a better team. That's probably the most important thing. On the other hand, I think we gave them too much space, maybe too much respect in some rounds, and they were like pretty good at abusing all the space that we have given them, and yeah, I mean, we're just not ready to beat them. We had high hopes, and we played some good Counter-Strike, but they're showing some very good consistency throughout the season, and yeah, something is just not clicking versus Navi as well. We always manage to lose versus them somehow, but what can you do? You have to learn and move on.
Well, exactly that, and you contributed what was a fabulous final of this first ever Counter-Strike tournament here at the Esports World Cup. Just a moment, because I'm about to announce you as the MVP. When you get an accolade like that, but the team loses, is that bittersweet? How do you explain that emotion?
I don't know, I've never experienced it before, so honestly, I didn't really care about it too much. I really wanted to win this event, and we were playing good, and I just wanted to win it so bad, and but yeah, at least MVP did something.
Well, it's exactly that. Let's put a round of applause together, not just for G2, but for our MVP who wins $50,000. Congratulations, Nico. It's a pleasure and an honor to watch you play every single time. Thank you.
And I know this is a tremendous moment for the side of Navi, but you can kind of see that surprise on Nico's face too. What, 50K? What?
Yeah, usually you don't get any extra cash for the MVP, but here it's a little bit different. Yeah, had a really good tournament, came up a little bit short in the grand final, as he said himself, to absolutely the better team.
No, I agree with him. I think he's pretty much down to earth in what happened in this grand final. Were they hoping to do more? Sure, assuredly. They had higher hopes than what happened, but we got to give it to Navi. What an incredible bounce back it was from him. I think Nico is on the money. The resilience that has been brought into this Navi squad, losing a map, bouncing back, playing your best Counter-Strike after you've been smacked around. Would it be the 13-1 to Mouse or the overtime affair here in the first map? Always capable of resurging from that Phoenixes and playing a better Counter-Strike. That is in itself very impressive.
I think it's a clear difference. You know, you could clearly see that there was one team that's been together for over a year at this point, and another one that's had 6 days of practice together and been together for 2 weeks, right? So that confidence and that ability to reset comes from being there before, right? And having a lot of things in your playbook that you can fall back on, just having the confidence that you know what you're doing. And now it was definitely the more dominant side on the final 2 maps.
The better team and the team that became, I think, aware of that very much early on in this series, at least maybe in the second map.
Yes, and this is the danger. If you're G2 and you go up against Navi, as long as they get themselves out of the courts and they can actually fight back and individually they strike back, then this is where the things get out of control. Because you have on one hand a game plan that is very tighter than the one of G2. We know we've established it for how long they've been together. But the issue for them here as well is that you have individuals who are popping off. I was watching the first 5, 6, 7 rounds, and I took a second to think, am I rewatching the grand final of the major? Is that what's happening? I'm starting to see Navi players finding 1, 2 opening kills back to back, accelerating the pace when they have to bid in apartment, just being a non-negotiable landlord, not letting anybody live in his building. Wonderful, finding a couple of entries towards the middle. This was the Navi that got in control very quickly, a good cause when knowing how to slow the pace when they had to. Listen, it was never really a game on Inferno. It was spectacular from the side of Navi.
I think when you look at it, you know, G2 loses the pistol, wins the force by flawless round. I also think, and then Navi forces back. If you're G2, you know they have 1,400, right? That's all they have. So it's pistols, some nades, maybe Kevlar, no head armor, and you lose to an Apps pop without getting a single kill on the A-bomb set. You know, that's just some of those lack of protocols, maybe some lack of communication, unsure how to play that round out. After that, G2 tries to hit back with some aggression. Again, a little bit of miscommunication, a little bit unfortunate. Alexi kills Malbs through the smoke, right? And when that fails, you feel like once Navi is up 4-1, it's 5-1, it's pretty much a done deal for G2.
Definitely, and there starts the vicious cycle, right? And I don't want to just pile on m0NESY uniquely. I think it would be reductionist. I think there were other factors that played into this loss. He definitely ghosted this final as far as I'm concerned, but you have to realize when financially things are so dry for G2, that also means m0NESY gets less and less AWP. He's got less and less moments where he can actually make the move, be a bit more commanding on what's happening, take risks. I don't even know if I saw him like with 3 ops at all, if anything, on the CT side.
And then he gets it and Bit just wrecks him in apps.
So like, come on, man. Like, can you imagine how he's supposed to handle that mentally? It was very complicated on the side of m0NESY.
And there's several rounds where Bit was just delivering, and by far. And it's sometimes when he's getting in there and really just shutting them down in their tracks, like, yeah, you start to feel helpless as G2.
Yeah, and he was very aggressive, taking a lot of space, right? Just constantly a thorn in G2 side. Hunter had pretty much an abysmal, you know, CT side as well. Didn't have a great final in general, but these are all things that G2, you know, a couple of months from now, a couple of tournaments from now, should look a lot better. Something that they definitely need to address immediately is like when this stuff starts happening, how are they going to respond to it emotionally, in-game, in between maps, right? Individuals like m0NESY, like Nico, right? It's okay to be frustrated. You're frustrated because you care, right? I mean, if you don't react to anything, if you don't care, that's a problem, but you need to temper it, right? Like, you need to be careful how much of that seeps through to your game, how much of that impacts your teammates, and that's some conversations that G2 needs to have, because you need to nip that in the bud, right? You change 2 players, like that's as big of a reset as you can get nowadays without completely rebuilding your team, right? That's something that you need to address after this tournament and sort of do a better job in the future.
And without even getting into the minutia of it, you know, is this a good building block? Was this a good start for G2?
Yes. No, indubitably. I think this was a good start from G2. But where I agree with Janko, and I think we have to be very critical of it, is that this tournament had every element needed for G2 not to be tilted, for G2 not to be frustrated. They came in here, a bunch of days of practice. We used the term honeymoon a bunch. They knew they were going to give their best. They're probably not ready. It's okay. We in this together. We compensate for our teammates, and we act together friendly. If you start to see moments of frustration and you then maybe just like my connection, Index a little bit disconnected on the G2 side. You don't even know.
No, you don't. And sometimes...
You never know.
That's yeah, I was real curious how...
You got to be ready on your toes.
How it was going to pan out, but yeah.
Oh, don't pay the bill.
What's up, Yango?
But also on the other side of things, I mean, an incredible start, the best possible start of the season for Na'Vi, right?
Yeah.
$400,000, also not too shabby, right? And sometimes it's just that added confidence you get from a tournament win, right? That lifts all of your players a little bit individually. You know, Bit had a great tournament, stepped up tremendously. Wonderful was consistent throughout, but the other guys also had their moments on different maps, right? There wasn't a player who let the team down and was carried by the rest of them. And I think that's always a recipe for success for a lineup. I mean, we're already talking about they might be the best Mirage team in the world. Their Nuke is looking super solid.
Inferno, right? they just win when they play it.
Yeah, they don't play it often, but when they do, they win. So Na'Vi, we have a lot of teams in flux, you know, your phases, your vitalities. Spirit and Mouse seemed consistent, but faltered at this tournament, and Na'Vi might just break through into that contender status.
I do wonder if Na'Vi isn't the healthiest group that we have currently in the scene. Like, if you really want to... Spirit, we don't really know about them too much, so I'm not going to dare, like, an evaluation. I don't know exactly how they work from the inner standpoint, but Na'Vi, you watch them and how they've been displaying their attitude in the last few months, this is extremely healthy. It's a lot of resilience. They're very grounded.
Well, a little attribute to health here, right? And, you know, yes, you have won that big 400K. Yes, Na'Vi do walk away with the World Cup trophy in their pockets. And also, Bit hitting that PlayStation player bounty for 30 frags against Furia. He's going to net himself some sweet cash, too.
How much?
Yeah, well, how much cash is that?
That's a crazy question you've asked right there in the moment. And I think any number that I give might be legally binding. So perhaps we don't do that. But yeah, so there's something in store for Bit. And obviously for a guy that's one of the driving forces over at Na'Vi to get them to this point, I think it's fair.
I like the term hunting for glory. That's exactly how I picture him in apps in this last map. He was just hunting for glory.
The last round, or maybe the second last round, fighting from library.
You know, it's great.
Nobody, y'all think about saving? Hold my drink. Hold my Pepsi.
Yeah, and I think for Bit as well, such an instrumental player in this Na'Vi team for his positions, right? The anchor on the CT side, sometimes the tip of the spear on the T side. Even when he's, you know, anchoring on the T side, like we saw on Inferno on Apps, he can be an absolute menace. And if he can play on a high level consistently, that might just be what tips Na'Vi over into that contending status team.
100%. I mean, let's just say the trophies that we have seen from Na'Vi all included Bit with some kind of phenomenal performance.
Oh, yeah.
That's just it. It's a constant now. It happened in Copenhagen as well in the grand final. It happened here at this event, and they leave with a trophy. So there's a very obvious sort of caveat that you have to explore here.
So when I go on the forums, or if you go on the internet, you go on Twitter somewhere.
You go on the forums sometimes?
It's scary, by the way. Be careful if you do any things I just said. People look at Na'Vi. There's a little bit of question about maybe discredit. Like maybe they want to look at Na'Vi and say, like, are these guys the real deal? Yes, they have trophies to prove it. Yes, they have that accolades now. But why? Where does that come from?
Well, the problem is lack of consistency, right? They go and they win the major, then okay, at Pro League they lose to FaZe. That's okay, you get one tournament off when you win the major.
Was Dallas.
And then they go to Dallas and lose to Heroic in the lower brackets. And you're like, what's going on? Okay, back in the final at Blast, but gets banged by Spirit. So now they want here again, back on the horse, right? Going great, but what's going to happen in Cologne? You know, that's the big one where you're going to look at Na'Vi and say, okay, are they finally here, or is this again going to be a roller coaster type of?
I would be immensely disappointed if they just missed the mark in Cologne. But I do think that with the grand final in London and this trophy here, that in itself invalidates the concept that Na'Vi is not a top 5 team in the world. If you still maintain that claim now, you're not paying attention to the game, and I think they've already sort of wiped that clean. That narrative doesn't exist anymore.
Good, and let's keep it over there. Meanwhile, narratives, I don't have much more of those for you, but what I do have is Taz standing by.
I'm here with Taz after the grand final to talk to him about what that match represented, what happened here. That one, a little bit of a tough one, right? Going to be some tough feelings right now, but overall, a great first event for this new G2 roster. What are your takeaways?
I think that Na'Vi just played way better as a team. Like their style was really hard for us. Like we just lacked some protocols, and you cannot do everything in 6 days. So I'm just proud of the guys that we were fighting.
Now, we did have a little bit of a window into the room in the break between map 2 and 3. It looked like a little bit of a tense atmosphere. What was the message being relayed? What was the conversation there after Nuke?
I mean, it mostly, I felt like we want to win too much. That there were a lot of like small discussions about the rounds, which we didn't have in previous games. So I think it's just, you know, probably feeling of this is the final. Maybe some of them have, you know, this is Na'Vi. But I just think that Na'Vi played really good in this game. They had a good game plan. They hit their shots, and just respect to them.
And now some takeaways going forward. Your 2 new players, right? Snacks and Mobs coming in. A word about Snacks. How do you think he's been meshing in with the team in this event?
I think he's meshing really good. He's good with bringing some good jokes, good atmosphere in the team. He's also really good with calls. Maybe on Nuke there should be more trust in his calls, and we would be in a different place. But still, I'm just very happy to have Janusz with us.
And for Mobs, first event on this team, first event at this kind of level, on this kind of a stage, how do you think he did?
I think he did great. Like, he didn't crumble under pressure. He went for plays. He delivered a tremendous round on Inferno. And I think there's still a lot of space for him to learn. And I just see in his eyes that he's excited to be here. So it's just pure joy to have them around.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us. Best of luck going forward, man.
Best of luck. Best of luck going forward, obviously, for G2, for Taz, for company, to find how the rest of this summer plays out for them. That's an entirely different, I think my UK friends would say, kettle of fish.
Probably, yeah. Whatever they do over there.
Whatever that's about, anyway.
I think you saw some good early signs for G2, right? The fact that Malbs and Snacks feel like they've upgraded the team in terms of firepower, that they can deliver some rounds on their own, certainly not be a liability, right? That Nico is playing on a higher level. those are the positives. You know, they've done good individually. The negatives, obviously, I mean the negatives, it's just they don't have enough protocols in. They haven't had to go through as many scenarios and so forth, right? And for that, you just simply need time to go through these things.
Yes.
Malv is going to need some time to get adjusted to this anchor role on the CT side, right? They might even move a few more positions around in the future. Who knows?
I think now the hardest job, the finest job for Snacks and for Taz and the coaching staff as well, is to be able to observe what happened here in Riyadh and differentiate what would be like an inherent problem and issue within this team and what is just a matter of time. And what we shouldn't really focus too much about, what we should simply just get the reps in, get the strategies in, learn, take our time, accept that it's going to take a little bit of time, but what else do we think might be an issue long term? And that's what you were talking about, nipping in about immediately, but that's the work from the coaching staff to make sure that they kind of find that difference within all that information they have.
Yeah, and truthfully, if we watch what would be considered a totem walk here, you see all those crush keys? You know, if you're Navi, which ones are you picking on your path to say, like, hey, that should go in my
I don't know. I feel like G2 belong there, considering how they beat them all the time. I feel like they probably should be in there.
FaZe probably as well. Some insult to injury.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
We beat you at the major. We beat you again.
Don't
You're
you
going to be
forget.
in our trophy. Yeah.
Don't you dare forget that we beat you at the major once again. And yeah, Trace, who'd you put as a 13 there?
Maybe like a Mouse.
A Mouse?
And I mean, they're nice guys, don't get me wrong, but like...
Just to say like, hey, listen, we don't really know each other, but just so you know, you ain't beating me.
Yeah.
That's how it works here.
See, this is our path, and you ain't on it with us. So, yeah, take that key and do exactly what you need to with it. Pretty cool element to this entire Esports World Cup is the key process, right?
Yeah, it adds another element of banter a little bit, creates some dissent between the teams, and we all here for it. But we all here for a little bit of drama, a little bit of romance as well. Teams trying to get a little personal. That's all fine because most interviews are always, well, I hope they play a really good game and I hope they have a good time. And, you know, obviously I respect them a whole lot. And put them kids in there.
Yeah, put them right in there. Look, that's what they're doing right now. They're going to add their mark up there to what is the big picture. Because, again, this is the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, the Navi Club is in a good position right now, I guess, with that W.
Yeah, has to be, right? Has to be. That's how it shapes up anyway. And to my knowledge, I'm pretty sure they were really close in contention anyway on that same spectrum.
So you're telling me that we're going to be left hanging? We don't know whose keys they're going to put in?
Look, man.
I'm sure there's like a little birdie that can give us that kind of information so we can build that story we've been selling to the people this whole time.
Somebody might be able to tell us.
Someone tell us.
Or perhaps they're just kind of going through the motions right now to figure it out themselves.
Yeah, probably.
Yanko, do you add a mouse on there?
No.
No?
I don't know. Actually, I think you do because, listen, if you add a team that you didn't play and you didn't beat, what's the point in that, right? Doesn't make sense. So in reality, you just put FaZe, Navi, and Mouse in there because those are the three teams you beat.
But you don't put Navi because you're Navi. You put
G2. And you put those three in, and that's it. And I like it. It's a way to personalize the trophy, right?
Yes.
And make it a little bit more special.
Can you imagine if that actually happened at majors and you could say, I have you in my trophy at home. You're in my trophy at home.
You're on
FYI.
in my house. And I think about that trophy every single day, just staring them right in the eye.
Every time I wake up in the morning, I'm like, God damn, I'm awesome. Just looking at this trophy, and there you are. Your key is in there.
All right. So, yeah, I guess we'll find out which keys they did select there. Probably momentarily. Other than that, we can talk a little bit about our Qiddiya plays of the day. I think that's where we can pick up.
Sure.
And in doing so, let's take a look at them. Round 22.
I think we have a little bit of m0NESY action here, stopping the A push. Critical timing as well. Round 22, he sees the shadow, the fast scope immediately, no scope actually, traded from Wonderful, but that was the start of a very important round won by G2 with m0NESY à la baguette.
Absolutely, not even a terrible call from Navi trying to change the pace. They played rather slow up until this round, but m0NESY just in the right place at the right time. Not here, though.
No, that was m0NESY on the other end of that spectrum, getting absolutely destroyed by Bit finding the opening kill. And we talked a whole lot extensively about the B openings that Navi were able to find. This was Bit here at the opening and the finish. Great spray as well, helped out by Wonderful. This was round number 9.
Yeah, they got their lunch ate right there towards the B site several times. However, what do we got going on here in round number 19? Does look a little JL action.
Oh, maybe you know some things we don't. Yeah, this could be another one of these openings. This time, it's on to Nico, of course. You see Alexi be ready to punish the information gathering from Hunter. Takes a little bit of a risk. But the B side really, really troublesome as we go back to the winners and their trophy.
Look at them. I mean, they look happy, obviously.
I mean, why wouldn't you be?
Yeah, as they should be. Gentlemen, you cool here? Anything you want to say before we get out of here?
Personally, I'm cool. I still don't know whose keys are going to end up in there. I don't know if I can sleep tonight, but other than that, I'm cool. I'm ready to go.
You may never know, Yenko.
Congrats to Navi.
Yeah, that's nice. I like that. And in doing so, this is the part of the show where we close it out. I want to thank everyone for watching. And if you're curious, if you just showed up, it's pretty simple. Navi trumped the opposition. And for G2, Biden. We'll see you next time. It is the Esports World Cup. My name's Trace. Good night, everybody.